Chapter 1 of Callista. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Carol Pelster. Callista by John Henry Newman, Chapter 1. Love thy God and love him only, and thy breast will ne'er be lonely. In that one great spirit meet all things mighty, grave, and sweet. Vainly strives the soul to mingle with a being of our kind. Vainly hearts with hearts are twined, for the deepest still is single. An impalpable resistance holds like natures still at distance. Mortal, love that Holy One, or dwell for aye alone. De Vere. To Henry William Wilberforce. To you alone, who have known me so long, and who love me so well, could I venture to offer a trifle like this. But you will recognize the author in his work, and take pleasure in the recognition. J.H.N. Chapter 1. Sicca Venerea. In no province of the vast Roman Empire, as it existed in the middle of the 3rd century, did nature wear a richer or a more joyous garb than she displayed in proconsular Africa, a territory of which Carthage was the metropolis, and Sicca might be considered the centre. The latter city, which was the seat of a Roman colony, lay upon a precipitous or steep bank, which led up along a chain of hills to a mountainous track in the direction of the north and east. In striking contrast with this wild and barren region was the view presented by the west and south, where for many miles stretched a smiling champaign, exuberantly wooded and varied with 1,000 hues, till it was terminated at length by the successive tiers of the Atlas, and the dim and fantastic forms of the Numidian mountains. The immediate neighborhood of the city was occupied by gardens, vineyards, cornfields, and meadows, crossed or encircled here by noble avenues of trees, or the remains of primeval forests, there by the clustering groves which wealth and luxury had created. This spacious plain, though level when compared with the northern heights by which the city was backed, and the peaks and crags which skirted the southern and western horizon, was discovered, as light and shadow travelled with the sun, to be diversified with hill and dale, upland and hollow, while orange gardens, orchards, olive and palm plantations held their appropriate sites on the slopes or the bottoms. Through the mass of green which extended still more thickly from the west round to the north, might be seen at intervals 2 solid causeways tracking their persevering course to the Mediterranean coast, the one to the ancient rival of Rome, the other to Hippo Regius in Numidia. Tourists might have complained of the absence of water from the scene, but the native peasant would have explained to them that the eye alone had reason to be discontented, and that the thick foliage and the uneven surface did but conceal what Mother Earth, with no niggard bounty, supplied. The Bagradas, issuing from the spurs of the Atlas, made up in depth what it wanted in breadth of bed, and ploughed the rich and yielding mould with its rapid stream, till after passing Sicca in its way, it fell into the sea near Carthage. It was but the largest of a multitude of others, most of them tributaries to it, deepening as much as they increased it, while channels had been cut from the larger rills for the irrigation of the open land. Brooks, which sprang up in the gravel which lay against the hills, had been artificially banked with cut stones or paved with pebbles, and where neither springs nor rivulets were to be found, wells had been dug, sometimes to the vast depth of as much as 200 fathoms, with such effect that the spurting column of water had in some instances drowned the zealous workmen who had been the first to reach it. And while such were the resources of less favored localities or seasons, profuse rains descended over the whole region for 1/2 of the year, and the thick summer dews compensated by night for the daily tribute extorted by an African sun. At various distances over the undulating surface and through the woods were seen the villas and the hamlets of that happy land. It was an age when the pride of architecture had been indulged to the full. Edifices, public and private, mansions and temples, ran off far away from each market town or borough as from a centre, some of stone or marble, but most of them of that composite of fine earth, rammed tight by means of frames, for which the Saracens were afterwards famous, and of which specimens remain to this day as hard in surface, as sharp at the angles, as when they first were finished. Every here and there, on hill or crag, crowned with basilicas and temples, radiant in the sun, might be seen the cities of the province, or of its neighbourhood, Tiburcicumber, Tuga, Laribus, Siguessa, Sufatula, and many others, while in the far distance, on an elevated table land under the Atlas, might be discerned the Colonia Scilitana, famous about 50 years before the date of which we write for the martyrdom of Speratus and his companions, who were beheaded at the order of the proconsul for refusing to swear by the genius of Rome and the emperor. If the spectator now takes his stand, not in Sicca itself, but about a quarter of a mile to the southeast, on the hill or knoll on which was placed the cottage of Agellius, the city itself will enter into the picture. Its name, Sicca Veneria, if it be derived, as some suppose, from the Succoth Benoth, or tents of the daughters, mentioned by the inspired writer as an object of pagan worship in Samaria, shows that it owed its foundation to the Phoenician colonists of the country. At any rate, the Punic deities retained their hold upon the place. The temples of the Tyrian Hercules and of Saturn, the scene of annual human sacrifices, were conspicuous in its outline, though these and all other religious buildings in it looked small beside the mysterious antique shrine devoted to the sensual rites of the Syrian Astarte. Public baths and a theatre, a capitol imitative of Rome, a gymnasium, the long outline of a portico, an equestrian statue in brass of the Emperor Severus, were grouped together above the streets of a city, which, narrow and winding, ran up and down across the hill. In its centre an extraordinary spring threw up incessantly several tons of water every minute, and was enclosed by the superstitious gratitude of the inhabitants with the peristylium of a sacred place. At the extreme back, towards the north, which could not be seen from the point of view where we last stationed ourselves, there was a sheer descent of rock, bestowing on the city, when it was seen at a distance on the Mediterranean side, the same bold and striking appearance which attaches to Castro Giovanni, the ancient Enna in the heart of Sicily. And now, withdrawing our eyes from the panorama, whether in its distant or nearer objects, if we would at length contemplate the spot itself from which we have been last surveying it, we shall find almost as much to repay attention and to elicit admiration. We stand in the midst of a farm of some wealthy proprietor, consisting of a number of fields and gardens, separated from each other by hedges of cactus or the aloe. At the foot of the hill, which sloped down on the side furthest from Sicca to one of the tributaries of the rich and turbid river of which we have spoken, a large yard or garden, intersected with 100 artificial rills, was devoted to the cultivation of the beautiful and odoriferous canna. A thick grove of palms seemed to triumph in the refreshment of the water's side, and lifted up their thankful boughs towards heaven. The barley harvest in the fields, which lay higher up the hill, was over, or at least was finishing, and all that remained of the crop was the incessant and importunate chirping of the cicada, and the rude booths of reed and bulrushes, now left to wither, in which the peasant boys found shelter from the sun, while in an earlier month they frightened from the grain the myriad of linnets, goldfinches, and other small birds, who, as in other countries, contested with the human proprietor the possession of it. On the southwestern slope lies a neat and carefully dressed vineyard, the vine stakes of which, dwarfish as they are, already cast long shadows on the eastern side. Slaves are scattered over it, testifying to the scorching power of the sun by their broad petasus, and to its oppressive heat by the scanty subligarium, which reached from the belt or girdle to the knees. They are engaged in cutting off useless twigs, to which the last showers of spring have given birth, and are twisting those which promise fruit into positions where they will be safe both from the breeze and from the sun. Everything gives token of that gracious and happy season which the great Latin poets have hymned in their beautiful but heathen strains, when after the heavy rains and raw mists and piercing winds and fitful sun gleams of a long 6 months, the mighty Mother manifests herself anew, and pours out the resources of her innermost being for the life and enjoyment of every portion of the vast whole. Or, to apply the lines of a modern bard, when the bare earth, till now desert and bare, unsightly, unadorned, brings forth the tender grass, whose verdure clads her universal face with pleasant green, then herbs of every leaf that sudden flower, opening their various colours, and make gay her bosom, swelling sweet, and these scarce blown, forth flourishes the clustering vine, forth creeps the swelling gourd, up stands the corny reed embattled in her fields, and the humble shrub and bush with frizzled hair implicit, last rise, as in dance, the stately trees, and spread their branches, hung with copious fruit, or gem their blossoms. With high woods the hills are crowned, with tufts the valleys, and each fountain side with borders long the rivers. That earth now seems like to heaven, a seat where gods might dwell, or wander with delight, and love to haunt her sacred shades. A snatch from some old Greek chant, with something of plaintiveness in the tone, issues from the thicket just across the mule path, cut deep in the earth, which reaches from the city gate to the streamlet, and a youth, who had the appearance of the assistant bailiff or procurator of the farm, leaped from it and went over to the labourers, who were busy with the vines. His eyes and hair and the cast of his features spoke of Europe. His manner had something of shyness and reserve, rather than of rusticity, and he wore a simple red tunic with half sleeves descending to the knee, and tightened round him by a belt. His legs and feet were protected by boots which came half up his calf. He addressed one of the slaves, and his voice was gentle and cheerful. "Ah, Sansar," he cried, "I don't like your way of managing these branches so well as my own. But it is a difficult thing to move an old fellow like you. You never fasten together the shoots which you don't cut off. They are flying about quite wild, and the first ox that passes through the field next month for the ploughing will break them off." He spoke in Latin; the man understood it, and answered him in the same language, though with deviations from purity of accent and syntax, not without parallel in the talky talky of the West Indian negro. "Ay, ay, master," he said, "ay, ay; but it's all a mistake to use the plough at all. The fork does the work much better, and no fear for the grape. I hide the tendril under the leaf against the sun, which is the only enemy we have to consider." "Ah, but the fork does not raise so much dust as the plough, and the heavy cattle which draw it," returned Agellius; "and the said dust does more for the protection of the tendril than the shade of the leaf." "But those huge beasts," retorted the slave, "turn up great ridges and destroy the yard." "It's no good arguing with an old vine dresser, who had formed his theory before I was born," said Agellius good humouredly, and he passed on into a garden beyond. Here were other indications of the happy month through which the year was now travelling. The garden, so to call it, was a space of several acres in extent. It was one large bed of roses, and preparation was making for extracting their essence, for which various parts of that country are to this day celebrated. Here was another set of labourers, and a man of middle age was surveying them at his leisure. His business-like, severe, and off-hand manner bespoke the villicus or bailiff himself. "Always here," said he, "as if you were a slave, not a Roman, my good fellow. Yet slaves have their Saturnalia. Always serving, not worshipping the all bounteous and all blessed. Why are you not taking a holiday in the town?" "Why should I, sir?" asked Agellius. "Don't you recollect old Hiempsal's saying about one foot in the slipper and one in the shoe? Nothing would be done well if I were a town goer. You engaged me, I suppose, to be here, not there." "Ah," answered he, "but at this season the empire, the genius of Rome, the customs of the country demand it, and above all the great goddess Astarte, and her genial jocund month. Parturit almus ager. You know the verse. Do not be out of tune with nature, nor clash and jar with the great system of the universe." A cloud of confusion or of distress passed over Agellius's face. He seemed as if he wished to speak. At length he merely said, "It's a fault on the right side in a servant, I suppose." "I know the way of your people," Vitricus replied. "Corybantians, Phrygians, Jews, what do you call yourselves? There are so many fantastic religions nowadays. Hang yourself outright at your house door, if you are tired of living. And you are a sensible fellow. How can any man whose head sits right upon his shoulders say that life is worth having and not worth enjoying?" "I am a quiet being," answered Agellius. "I like the country, which you think so tame, and care little for the flaunting town. Tastes differ." "Town! You need not go to Sicca," answered the bailiff. "All of Sicca is out of town. It has poured into the fields and groves and riverside. Lift up your eyes, man alive; open your ears, and let pleasure flow in. Be passive under the sweet breath of the goddess, and she will fill you with ecstasy." It was as Vitricus had said. The solemn feast days of Astarte were in course of celebration, of Astarte, the well-known divinity of Carthage and its dependent cities, whom Heliogabalus had lately introduced to Rome, who in her different aspects was at once Urania, Juno, and Aphrodite, according as she embodied the idea of the philosopher, the statesman, or the vulgar. Lofty and intellectual as Urania, majestic and commanding as Juno, seductive as the goddess of sensuality and excess. "There goes the son of as good and frank a soldier as ever brandished pilum," said Vitricus to himself, "till in his last years some infernal god took umbrage at him, and saddled him and his with one of those absurd superstitions which are as plentiful here as serpents. He indeed was too old himself to get much harm from it, but it shows its sour nature in these young shoots. A good servant, but the plague's in his bones, and he will rot." His subordinate's reflections were of a different character. "The very air breathes sin to day," he cried. "Oh, that I did not find the taint of the city in these works of God! Alas, sweet nature, the child of the Almighty, is made to do the fiend's work, and does it better than the town. O ye beautiful trees and fair flowers! O bright sun and balmy air! What a bondage ye are in, and how do ye groan, till you are redeemed from it! Ye are bond slaves, but not willingly as man is. But how will you ever be turned to nobler purpose? How is this vast, this solid establishment of error, the incubus of many thousand years, ever to have an end? You yourselves, dear ones, will come to naught first. Anyhow, the public way is no place for me this evening. They'll soon be back from their accursed revelry." The sound of horns and voices had been heard from time to time through the woods, as if proceeding from parties dispersed through them, and in the growing twilight might be seen lights glancing and wandering through the foliage. The cottage in which Agellius dwelt was on the other side of the hollow bridle way which crossed the hill. To make for home he had first to walk some little distance along it, and scarcely had he descended into it for that purpose, when he found himself in the front of a band of revellers who were returning from some scene of impious festivity. They were arrayed in holiday guise, as far as they studied dress at all. The symbols of idolatry were on their foreheads and arms. Some of them were intoxicated, and most of them were women. "Why have you not been worshipping, young fellow?" said one. "Comely built," said another, "but struck by the Furies. I know the cut of him." "By Astarte," said a third, "he's one of those sly Gnostics. I have seen the chap before, with his hang dog look. He is one of Pluto's whelps, first cousin to Cerberus, and his name's Channibal." On which they all began to shout out, "I say, Channibal, Channibal, here's a lad that knows you. Old fellow, come along with us." And the speaker made a dash at him. On this, Agellius, who was slowly making his way past them on the broken and steep path, leaped up in 2 or 3 steps to the ridge, and went away in security, when one woman cried out, "Oh, the toad! I know him now. He's a wizard. He eats little children. Didn't you see him make that sign? It's a charm. My sister did it. The fool left me to be one of them. She was ever doing so," mimicking the sign of the cross. "He's a Christian, blight him. He'll turn us into beasts." "Cerberus bite him," said another. "He sucks blood." And taking up a stone, she made it whiz past his ear as he disappeared from view. A general scream of contempt and hatred followed. "Where's the ass's head? Put out the lights, put out the lights! Gibbet him! That's why he has not been with honest people down in the vale." And then they struck up a blasphemous song, the sentiments of which we are not going even to conceive, much less to attempt in words. End of chapter 1.
Chapter 2 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Christianity in Sicca. The revellers went on their way. Agellius went on his, and made for his lowly and lonely cottage. He was the elder of the 2 sons of a Roman legionary of the Secunda Italica, who had settled with them in Sicca, where he lost their mother, and died, having in his old age become a Christian. The fortitude of some confessors at Carthage in the persecution of Severus had been the initial cause of his conversion. He had been posted as one of their guards, and had attended them to the scene of their martyrdom, in addition to the civil force, to whom in the proconsulate the administration of the law was committed. Therefore, happily for him, it could not fall to his duty to be their executioner, a function which, however revolting to his feelings, he might not have had the courage to decline. He remained a pagan, though he could not shake off the impression which the martyrs had made upon him, and after completing his time of service, he retired to the protection of some great friends in Sicca, his brother's home already. Here he took a second wife of the old Numidian stock, and supported himself by the produce of a small piece of land which had been given to him for life by the imperial government. If trial were necessary in order to keep alive the good seed which had been sown in his heart, he found a never-failing supply of that article in the companion of his declining years. In the heyday of her youth she might have been fitted to throw a sort of sunshine, or rather torchlight, on a military carouse. But now, when poor Strabo, a man well-to-do in the world, looking for peace, had fallen under her arts, he found he had surrendered his freedom to a malignant, profligate woman, whose passions made her better company for evil spirits than for an invalided soldier, Indeed, as time went on, the popular belief, which she rather encouraged, went to the extent that she actually did hold an intercourse with the unseen world, and certainly she matured in a hatred towards God and man, which would naturally follow, and not unnaturally betoken such intercourse. The more then she inflicted on him her proficiency in these amiable characteristics, the more he looked out for some consolation elsewhere, and the more she involved herself in the guilt or the repute of unlawful art, the more he was drawn to that religion where alone to commune with the invisible is to hold intercourse with heaven, not with hell. Whether so great a trial supplied a more human inducement for looking towards Christianity, it is impossible to say. Most men, certainly Roman soldiers, may be considered to act on mixed motives. But so it was, in fact, that on his becoming in his last years a Christian, he found, perhaps discovered, to his great satisfaction, that the Church did not oblige him to continue or renew a tie which bound him to so much misery, and that he might end his days in a tranquillity which his past life required, and his wife's presence would have precluded. He made a good end. He had been allowed to take the Blessed Sacrament from the altar to his own home on the last time he had been able to attend a synaxis of the faithful, and thus had communicated at least 6 months within his decease, and the priest who anointed him at the beginning of his last illness also took his confession. He died, begging forgiveness of all whom he had injured, and giving large alms to the poor. This was about the year 236, in the midst of that long peace of the Church, which was broken at length by the Decian persecution. This peace, of well nigh 50 years, had necessarily a peculiar and not a happy effect upon the Christians of the proconsulate. They multiplied in the greater and the maritime cities, and made their way into positions of importance, whether in trade or the governmental departments. They extended their family connections, and were on good terms with the heathen. Whatever jealousy might still be cherished against the Christian name, nevertheless individual Christians were treated with civility, and recognized as citizens, though among the populace there would be occasions, at the time of the more solemn pagan feasts, when accidental outbursts might be expected of the antipathy latent in the community, as we have been recording in the foregoing chapter. Men of sense, however, began to understand them better, and to be more just to the reasonableness of their faith. This would lead them to scorn Christianity less, but it would lead them to fear it more. It was no longer a matter merely for the populace to insult, but for the government deliberately to put down. The prevailing and still growing unbelief among the lower classes of the population did but make a religion more formidable, which, as heathen statesmen felt, was able to wield the weapons of enthusiasm and zeal with a force and success unknown even to the most fortunate impostors among the Oriental or Egyptian hierophants. The philosophical schools were impressed with similar apprehensions, and had now for 50 years been employed in creating and systematizing a new intellectual basis for the received paganism. But while the signs of the times led to the anticipation that a struggle was impending between the heads of the state religion and of the new worship which was taking its place, the great body of Christians, laymen and ecclesiastics, were on better and better terms individually with the members of society, or what is now called the public, and without losing their faith, or those embers of charity which favorable circumstances would promptly rekindle, were, it must be confessed, in a state of considerable relaxation. They often were on the brink of deplorable sins, and sometimes fell over the brink, and many would join the Church on inferior motives, as soon as no great temporal disadvantage attached to the act, or the families of Christian parents might grow up with so little of moral or religious education as to make it difficult to say why they called themselves members of a divine religion. Mixed marriages would increase both the scandal and the confusion. A long repose, says St. Cyprian, speaking of this very period, had corrupted the discipline which had come down to us. Every one was applying himself to the increase of wealth, and forgetting both the conduct of the faithful under the apostles and what ought to be their conduct in every age. With insatiable eagerness for gain, devoted himself to the multiplying of possessions. The priests were wanting in religious devotedness, the ministers in entireness of faith. There was no mercy in works, no discipline in manners. Men wore their beards disfigured, and women dyed their faces. Their eyes were changed from what God made them, and a lying colour was passed upon their hair. The hearts of the simple were misled by treacherous artifices, and brethren became entangled in seductive snares. Ties of marriage were formed with unbelievers, members of Christ abandoned to the heathen. Not only rash swearing was heard, but even false. Persons in high place were swollen with contemptuousness. Poisoned reproaches fell from their mouths, and men were sundered by unabating quarrels. Numerous bishops, who ought to be an encouragement and example to others, despising their sacred calling, engaged themselves in secular vocations, relinquished their sees, deserted their people, strayed among foreign provinces, hunted the markets for mercantile profits, and tried to amass large sums of money, while they had brethren starving within the Church, took possession of estates by fraudulent proceedings, and multiplied their gains by accumulated usuries. The relaxation which would extend the profession of Christianity in the larger cities would contract or extinguish it in remote or country places. There would be little zeal to keep up churches, which could not be served without an effort or without secular loss. Carthage, Utica, Hippo, Milevis, or Curubus was a more attractive residence than the towns with uncouth African names, which amaze the ecclesiastical student in the Acts of the Councils. Vocations became scarce, sees remained vacant, congregations died out. This was pretty much the case with the church and see of Sicca. At the time of which we write, history preserves no record of any bishop as exercising his pastoral functions in that city. In matter of fact, there was none. The last bishop, an amiable old man, had in the course of years acquired a considerable extent of arable land, and employed himself principally, for lack of more spiritual occupation, in reaping, stacking, selling, and sending off his wheat for the Roman market. His deacon had been celebrated in early youth for his boldness in the chase, and took part in the capture of lions and panthers, an act of charity towards the peasants round Sicca, for the Roman amphitheatre. No priests were to be found, and the bishop became parochus till his death. Afterwards, infants and catechumens lost baptism, parents lost faith, or at least love, wanderers lost repentance and conversion. For a while there was a flourishing meeting-house of Tertullianus, who had scared more humble minds by pronouncing the eternal perdition of every Catholic. There had also been various descriptions of Gnostics, who had carried off the clever youth and restless speculators. And then there had been the lapse of time, gradually consuming the generation which had survived the flourishing old days of the African Church. And the result was that in the year 250 it was difficult to say of whom the Church of Sicca consisted. There was no bishop, no priest, no deacon. There was the old mansionarius, or sacristan. There were 2 or 3 pious women, married or single, who owed their religion to good mothers. There were some slaves who kept to their faith, no one knew how or why. There were a vast many persons who ought to be Catholics, but were heretics, or nothing at all, or all but pagans, and sure to become pagans on the ask. There were Agellius and his brother Juba, and how far these two had a claim to the Christian name we now proceed to explain. They were about the ages of 7 and 8 when their father died, and they fell under the guardianship of their uncle, whose residence at Sicca had been one of the reasons which determined Strabo to settle there. This man, being possessed of some capital, drove a thriving trade in idols, large and small, amulets, and the like instruments of the established superstition. His father had come to Carthage in the service of one of the assessors of the proconsul of the day, and his son, finding competition ran too high to give him prospect of remuneration in the metropolis, had opened his statue shop in Sicca. Those modern arts which enable an English town in this day to be so fertile in the production of ware of this description for the markets of the pagan East were then unknown, and Jucundus depended on certain artists whom he imported, especially on two Greeks, brother and sister, who came from some isle on the Asian coast, for the supply of his trade. He was a good-natured man, self-indulgent, positive, and warmly attached to the reigning paganism, both as being the law of the land and the vital principle of the state, and while he was really kind to his orphan nephews, he simply abominated, as in duty bound, the idiotic cant and impudent fee-fa-fum to which, in his infallible judgment, poor old Strabo had betrayed his children. He would have restored them, you may be quite sure, to their country and to their country's gods, had they acquiesced in the restoration. But in different ways these little chaps, and he shook his head as he said it, were difficult to deal with. Agellius had a very positive opinion of his own on the matter, and as for Juba, though he had no opinion at all, yet he had an equally positive aversion to have thrust on him by another any opinion at all, even in favor of paganism. He had remained in his catechumen state since he grew up, because he found himself in it, and though nothing would make him go forward in his profession of Christianity, no earthly power would be able to make him go back. So there he was, like a mule, stuck fast in the door of the church, and feeling a gratification in his independence of mind. However, whatever his profession might be, still as time went on he plainly took after his stepmother, renewed his intercourse with her after his father's death, and at length went so far as to avow that he believed in nothing but the devil, if even he believed in him. It was scarcely safe, however, to affirm that the senses of this hopeful lad were his own. Agellius, on the other hand, when a boy of 6 years old, had insisted on receiving baptism, had perplexed his father by a manifestation of zeal to which the old man was a stranger, and had made the good bishop lose the corn fleet which was starting for Italy from his importunity to learn the catechism. Baptized he was, confirmed, communicated. But a boy's nature is variable, and by the time Agellius had reached adolescence, the gracious impulses of his childhood had in some measure faded away, though he still retained his faith in its first keenness and vigor. But he had no one to keep him up to his duty, no exhortations, no example, no sympathy. His father's friends had taken him up so far as this, that by an extraordinary favor they had got him a lease for some years of the property which Strabo, a veteran soldier, had held of the imperial government. The care of this small property fell upon him, and another and more serious charge was added to it. The long prosperity of the province had increased the opulence and enlarged the upper class of Sicca. Officials, contractors, and servants of the government had made fortunes and raised villas in the neighborhood of the city. Natives of the place, returning from Rome or from provincial service elsewhere, had invested their gains in long leases of state lands, or of the farms belonging to the imperial res privata, or privy purse, and had become virtual proprietors of the rich fields or beautiful gardens in which they had played as children. One of such persons, who had had a place in the officium of the quaestor, or rather procurator, as he began to be called, was the employer of Agellius. His property adjoined the cottage of the latter, and having first employed the youth, from recollection of his father, he confided to him the place of under bailiff, from the talents he showed for farm business. Such was his position at the early age of 22, but honorable as it was in itself, and from the mode in which it was obtained, no one would consider it adapted, under the circumstances, to counteract the religious languor and coldness which had grown upon him. And in truth he did not know where he stood, further than that he was firm in faith, as we have said, and had shrunk from a boy upwards from the vice and immorality which was the very atmosphere of Sicca. He might any day be betrayed into some fatal inconsistency, which would either lead him into sin, or oblige him abruptly to retrace his steps and find a truer and safer position. He was not generally known to be a Christian, at least for certain, though he was seen to keep clear of the established religion. It was not that he hid, so much as that the world did not care to know what he believed. In that day there were many rites and worships which kept to themselves, many forms of moroseness or misanthropy, as they were considered, which withdrew their votaries from the public ceremonial. The Catholic faith seemed to the multitude to be one of these. It was only in critical times, when some idolatrous act was insisted on by the magistrate, that the specific nature of Christianity was tested and detected. Then at length it was seen to differ from all other religious varieties by that irrational and disgusting obstinacy, as it was felt to be, which had rather suffer torments and lose life than submit to some graceful or touching, or at least trifling, observance which the tradition of ages had sanctioned. End of chapter 2.
Chapter 3 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Agellius in his cottage. The cottage for which Agellius was making, when last we had sight of him, was a small brick house, consisting of one room with a loft over it, and a kitchen on the side, not very unlike that holy habitation which once contained the Eternal Word in human form, with his Virgin Mother and Joseph their guardian. It was situated on the declivity of the hill, and, unlike the gardens of Italy, the space before it was ornamented with a plot of turf. A noble palm on one side, in spite of its distance from the water, and a group of orange trees on the other, formed a foreground to the rich landscape which was described in our opening chapter. The borders and beds were gay with the lily, the bacchar, amber-coloured and purple, the golden abrotomus, the red chelidonium, and the variegated iris. Against the wall of the house were trained pomegranates with their crimson blossoms, the star-like pothos or jessamine, and the symbolical passion flower, which well became a Christian dwelling. And it was an intimation of what would be found within, for on one side of the room was rudely painted a red cross with doves about it, as is found in early Christian shrines to this day. So long had been the peace of the Church that the tradition of persecution seemed to have been lost, and Christians allowed themselves, in the profession of their faith at home, cautious as they might be in public places, as freely as now in England, where we do not scruple to raise crucifixes within our churches and houses, though we shrink from doing so within sight of the 100 cabs and omnibuses which rattle past them. Under the cross were 2 or 3 pictures, or rather sketches. In the centre stood the Blessed Virgin, with hands spread out in prayer, attended by the holy apostles Peter and Paul on her right and left. Under this representation was rudely scratched upon the wall the word Advocata, a title which the earliest antiquity bestows upon her. On a small shelf was placed a case with 2 or 3 rolls or sheets of parchment in it. The appearance of them spoke of use indeed, but of reverential treatment. These were the Psalms, the Gospel according to St. Luke, and St. Paul's Epistle to the Romans, in the old Latin version. The Gospel was handsomely covered and ornamented with gold. The apartment was otherwise furnished with such implements and materials as might be expected in the cottage of a countryman. 1 or 2 stools and benches for sitting, a table, and in one corner a heap of dried leaves and rushes, with a large crimson coverlet, for rest at night. Elsewhere were 2 millstones fixed in a frame, with a handle attached to the rim of one of them, for grinding corn. Then again garden tools, a box of seeds, a vessel containing syrup for assuaging the sting of the scorpion, the azareza or anagallis, a potent medicine of the class of poisons, which was taken in wine for the same mischance. It hung from the beams with a large bunch of atsirtifua, a sort of chamomile, smaller in the flower and more fragrant than our own, which was used as a febrifuge. Thence, too, hung a plentiful gathering of dried grapes of the kind called duracinae, and near the door a bough of the green bargut or psyllium, to drive away the smaller insects. Poor Agellius felt the contrast between the ungodly turmoil from which he had escaped, and the deep stillness into which he now had entered, but neither satisfied him quite. There was no repose out of doors, and no relief within. He was lonely at home.
lonely in the crowd. He needed the sympathy of his kind, hearts which might beat with his heart, friends with whom he might share his joys and griefs, advisers whom he might consult, minds like his own who would understand him, minds unlike his own who would succour and respond to him. A very great trial certainly this, in which the soul was flung back upon itself, and that especially in the case of the young, for whom memory and experience do so little, and wayward and excited feelings do so much. Great gain had it been for Agellius, even in its natural effect, putting aside its higher benefits, to have been able to recur to sacramental confession. But to confession he had never been, though once or twice he had attended the public homologesis of the Church. Shall we wonder that the poor youth began to be despondent and impatient under his trial? Shall we not feel for him, though we may be sorry for him, should it turn out that he was looking restlessly into every corner of the small world of acquaintance in which his lot lay, for those with whom he could converse easily, and interchange speculation, argument, aspiration, and affection? "No one cares for me," he said, as he sat down on his rustic bench. "I am nothing to any one. I'm a hermit, like Elias or John, without the call to be one. Yet even Elias felt the burden of being one against many. Even John asked at length in expostulation, 'Art thou he that shall come? Am I for ever to have the knowledge without the consolation of the truth? Am I for ever to belong to a great divine society, yet never see the face of any of its members?'" He paused in his thoughts, as if drinking in the full taste and measure of his unhappiness. And then his reflections took a turn, and he said suddenly, "Why do I not leave Sicca? What binds me to my father's farm? I am young, and my interest in it will soon expire. What keeps me from Carthage, Hippo, Cirtha, where Christians are so many?" But here he stopped as suddenly as he had begun, and a strange feeling, half pang, half thrill, went through his heart, and he felt unwilling to pursue his thought, or to answer the question which he had asked, and he settled into a dull, stagnant condition of mind, in which he seemed hardly to think at all. Be of good cheer, solitary one, though thou art not a hero yet. There is One that cares for thee and loves thee more than thou canst feel, love, or care for thyself. Cast all thy care upon Him. He sees thee and is watching thee. He is hanging over thee, and smiles in compassion at thy troubles. His angel, who is thine, is whispering good thoughts to thee. He knows thy weakness, he foresees thy errors, but he holds thee by thy right hand, and thou shalt not, canst not escape him. By thy faith, which thou hast so simply, resolutely retained in the midst of idolatry, by thy purity, which like some fair flower thou hast cherished in the midst of pollution, he will remember thee in thy evil hour, and thine enemy shall not prevail against thee. What means that smile upon Agellius' face? It is the response of the child to the loving parent. He knows not why, but the cloud is past. He signs himself with the holy cross, and sweet reviving thoughts enliven him. He names the sacred name, and it is like ointment poured out upon his soul. He rises, he kneels down under the dread symbol of his salvation, and he begins his evening prayer. End of chapter 3. Chapter 4 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Juba. There was more of heart, less of effort, less of mechanical habit in Agellius's prayers that night than there had been for a long while before. He got up, struck a light, and communicated it to his small earthen lamp. Its pale rays feebly searched the room, and discovered at the other end of it Juba, who had silently opened the door, and sat down near it. While his brother was employed upon his devotions, the countenance of the latter fell, for he was not to go to sleep with the resignation and peace which had just before been poured into his breast. Yet why should he complain? We receive consolation in this world for the very purpose of preparing us against trouble to come. Juba was a tall, swarthy, wild-looking youth. He was holding his head on one side as he sat, and his face towards the roof. He nodded obliquely, arched his eyebrows, pursed up his lips, and crossed his arms, while he gave utterance to a strange, half-whispered laugh. He cried, "So you are on your knees, Agellius?" "Why shouldn't I be at this hour?" answered Agellius, "and before I go to bed?" "Oh, every one to his taste, of course," said Juba; "but to an unprejudiced mind there is something unworthy in the act." "Why, Juba?" said his brother somewhat sharply. "Don't you profess any religion at all?" "Perhaps I do, and perhaps I don't," answered Juba; "but never shall it be a bowing and scraping, crawling and cringing religion. You may take your oath of that." "What ails you to come here at this time of the night?" asked Agellius. "Who asked for your company?" "I will come just when I please," said the other, "and go when I please. I won't give an account of my actions to any one, god or man, devil or priest, much less to you. What right have you to ask me?" "Then," said Agellius, "you'll never get peace or comfort as long as you live, that I can tell you, let alone the life to come." Juba kept silent for a while, and bit his nails, with a smile on his face, and his eyes looking askance upon the ground. "I want no more than I have. I am well content," he said. "Contented with yourself," retorted Agellius. "Of course," Juba replied, "whom ought one to wish rather to content?" "I suppose your Creator." "Creator," answered Juba, tossing back his head with an air of superiority. "Creator, that I consider is an assumption." "Oh, my dear brother," cried Agellius, "don't go on in that dreadful way." "Go on? Who began? Is one man to lay down the law, and not the other too? Is it so generally received, this belief of a Creator? Who have brought in the belief? The Christians. 'Tis the Christians that began it. The world went on very well without it before their rise. And now who began the dispute but you?" "Well, if I did," answered Agellius, "but I didn't. You began in coming here. What in the world are you come for? By what right do you disturb me at this hour?" There was no appearance of anger in Juba. He seemed as free from feeling of every kind, from what is called heart, as if he had been a stone. In answer to his brother's question, he quietly said, "I have been down there," pointing in the direction of the woods. An expression of sharp anguish passed over his brother's face, and for a moment he was silent. At length he said, "You don't mean to say you have been down to poor mother?" "I do," said Juba. There was again a silence for a little while. Then Agellius renewed the conversation. "You have fallen off sadly, Juba, in the course of the last several years." Juba tossed his head and crossed his legs. "At one time I thought you would have been baptized," his brother continued. "That was my weakness," answered Juba. "It was a weak moment. It was just after the old bishop's death. He had been kind to me as a child, and he said some womanish words to me, and it was excusable in me." "Oh, that you had yielded to your wish!" cried Agellius. Juba looked superior. "The fit passed," he said. "I have come to a juster view of things. It is not every one who has the strength of mind. I consider that a logical head comes to a very different conclusion." And he began wagging his own to the right and left, as if it were coming to a great many. "Oh, well," said Agellius, gaping, and desiring at least to come to a conclusion of the altercation, "what brings you here so late?" "I was on my way to Jucundus," he answered, "and have been delayed by the Succoth Benoth in the grove across the river." Here they were thrown back upon their controversy. Agellius turned quite white. "My poor fellow," he said, "what were you there for?" "To see the world," answered Juba. "It's unmanly not to see it. Why shouldn't I see it? It was good fun. I despise them all, fools and idiots. There they were, scampering about, or lying like hogs, all in liquor, apes and swine. However, I will do as others do, if I please. I will be as drunk as they when I see good. I am my own master, and it would be no kind of harm." "No harm! Why is it no harm to become an ape or a hog?" "You don't take just views of human nature," answered Juba, with a self‐satisfied air. "Our first duty is to seek our own happiness. If a man thinks it happier to be a hog, why, let him be a hog." And he laughed. "This is where you are narrow‐minded. I shall seek my own happiness, and try this way, if I please." "Happiness!" cried Agellius. "Where have you been picking up all this stuff? Can you call such detestable filth happiness?" "What do you know about such matters?" answered Juba. "Did you ever see them? Did you ever try them? You would be twice the man you are if you had. You will not be a man till you do. You are carried off your legs in your own way. I'd rather get drunk every day than fall down on all fours as you do, crawling on your stomach like a worm, and whining like a hound that has been beaten." "Now, as I live, you shan't stop here one instant longer," cried out Agellius, starting up. "Be off with you! Get away! What do you come here to blaspheme for? Who wants you? Who asked for you? Go, go, I say! Take yourself off! Why don't you go? Keep your ribaldry for others." "I am as good as you any day," said Juba. "I don't set myself up," answered Agellius; "but it's impossible to confound Christian and unbeliever as you do." "Christian and unbeliever," said Juba slowly. "I suppose when they are according each other they are confounded." He looked hard at Agellius, as if he thought he had hit a blot. Then he continued, "If I were a Christian, I'd be so in earnest, else I'd be an honest heathen." Agellius coloured somewhat, and sat down as if under embarrassment. "I despise you," said Juba. "You have not the pluck to be a Christian. Be consistent, and fizz upon a stake. But you're not made of that stuff. You're even afraid of uncle. Nay, you can be caught by those painted wares, about which, when it suits your purpose, you can be so grave. I despise you," he continued. "I despise you and the whole kit of you. What's the difference between you and another? Your people say, earth's a vanity, life's a dream, riches a deceit, pleasure a snare. Fratres carissimi, the time is short. But who love earth and life and riches and pleasure better than they? You are all of you as fond of the world, as set upon gain, as chary of reputation, as ambitious of power, as the jolly old heathen, who you say is going the way of the pit." "It is one thing to have a conscience," answered Agellius, "another thing to act upon it. The conscience of these poor people is darkened. You had a conscience once." "Conscience, conscience," said Juba. "Yes, certainly, once I had a conscience. Yes, and once I had a bad chill, and went about chattering and shivering; and once I had a game leg, and then I went limping. And so you see I once on a time had a conscience. Oh yes, I have had many consciences before now, white, black, yellow, and green. They were all bad, but they are all gone, and now I have none." Agellius said nothing. His one wish, as may be supposed, was to get rid of so unwelcome a visitor. "The truth is," continued Juba, with the air of a teacher, "the truth is, that religion was a fashion with me which is now gone by. It was the complexion of a particular stage of my life. I was neither the better nor the worse for it. It was an accident, like the bloom on my face, which soon," he said, spreading his fingers over his dirty coloured cheeks, and stroking them, "which soon will disappear. I acted according to the feeling while it lasted, but I can no more recall it than my first teeth, or the down on my chin. It's among the things that were." Agellius, still keeping silence from weariness and disgust, he looked at him in a significant way, and said slowly, "I see how it is. I have penetration enough to perceive that you don't believe a bit more about religion than I do." "You must not say that under my roof," cried Agellius, feeling he must not let his brother's charge pass without a protest. "Many are my sins, but unbelief is not one of them." Juba tossed his head. "I think I can see through a stone slab as well as any one," he said. "It is as I have said, but you're too proud to confess it. It's part of your hypocrisy." "Well," said Agellius coldly, "let's have done. It's getting late, Juba; you'll be missed at home. Jucundus will be inquiring for you, and some of those revelling friends of yours may do you a mischief by the way. Why, my good fellow," he continued in surprise, "you have no leggings. The scorpions will catch hold of you to a certainty in the dark. Come, let me tie some straw wisps about you." "No fear of scorpions for me," answered Juba. "I have some real good amulets for the occasion, which even Bulakog and Ufa will respect." Saying this, he passed out of the room as unceremoniously as he had entered it, and took the direction of the city, talking to himself, and singing snatches of wild airs as he went along, throwing back and shaking his head, and now and then uttering a sharp internal laugh. Disdaining to follow the ordinary path, he dived down into the thick and wet grass, and scrambled through the ravine which the public road crossed before it ascended the hill. Meanwhile he accompanied his quickened pace with a louder strain, and it ran as follows: "The little black moor is the mate for me, When the night is dark and the earth is free, Under the limbs of the broad yew tree. 'Twas Father Cham that planted the yew, As he fed it fat with the bloody dew Of a score of brats as his lineage grew. Footing and flaunting it all in the night, Each lock flings fire, each heel strikes light; No lamps need they whose breath is bright." Here he was interrupted by a sudden growl, which sounded almost under his feet, and some wild animal was seen to slink away. Juba showed no surprise. He had taken out a small metal idol, and whispering some words to it, had presented it to the animal. He clambered up the bank, gained the city gate, and made his way for his uncle's dwelling, which was near the temple of Astarte. End of chapter 4.
Chapter 5 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jucundus at supper. The house of Jucundus was closed for the night when Juba reached it, or you would see, were you his companion, that it was one of the most showy shops in Sicca. It was the image store of the place, and set out for sale, not articles of statuary alone, but of metal, of mosaic work, and of jewellery, as far as they were dedicated to the service of paganism. It was bright with many colours, adopted in the embellishment of images, and the many lights which silver and gold, brass and ivory, alabaster, gypsum, talc, and glass reflected. Shelves and cabinets were laden with wares, both the precious material and the elaborated trinket. All tastes were suited, the popular and the refined, the fashion of the day and the love of the antique, the classical and the barbarian devotion. There you might see the rude symbols of invisible powers, which, originating in deficiency of art, had been perpetuated by reverence for the past. The mysterious cube of marble, sacred among the Arabs; the pillar, which was the emblem of Mercury or Bacchus; the broad‐based cone of Heliogabalus, the pyramid of Paphos, and the tile or brick of Juno. There too were the unmeaning blocks of stone with human heads, which were to be dressed out in rich robes, and to simulate the human form. There were other articles besides, as portable as these were unmanageable; little Junos, Mercuries, Dianas, and Fortunas, for the bosom or the girdle. Household gods were there, and the objects of personal devotion, Minerva or Vesta, with handsome niches or shrines in which they might reside. There too were the brass crowns or nimbi, which were intended to protect the heads of the gods from bats and birds. There you might buy, were you a heathen, rings with heads on them of Jupiter, Mars, the Sun, Serapis, and above all Astarte. You would find there the rings and signets of the Basilidians, amulets too of wood or ivory, figures of demons, preternaturally ugly, little skeletons, and other superstitious devices. It would be hard indeed if you could not be pleased, whatever your religious denomination, unless indeed you were determined to reject all the appliances and objects of idolatry indiscriminately, and in that case you would rejoice that it was night when you arrived there, and in particular that darkness swallowed up other appliances and objects of pagan worship, which to darkness were due by a particular title, and by darkness were best shrouded, till the coming of that day when all things good and evil shall be made light. The shop, as we have said, was closed, concealed from view by large lumbering shutters, and made secure by heavy bars of wood. So we must enter by the passage or vestibule on the right side, and that will conduct us into a modest atrium, with an impluvium on one side, and on the other the triclinium or supper room backing the shop. Jucundus had been pleasantly engaged in a small supper party, and mindful that a symposium should lie within the number of the Graces and of the Muses, he had confined his guests to two, the young Greek Aristo, who was one of his principal artists, and Cornelius, the son of a freedman, of a Roman of distinction, who had lately got a place in one of the scrinia of the proconsular officium, and had migrated into the province from the imperial city where he had spent his best days. The dinner had not been altogether suitable to modern ideas of good living. The grapes from Tacape, and the dates from the Lake Tritonus, the white and black figs, the nectarines and peaches, and the watermelons, addressed themselves to the imagination of an Englishman, as well as of an African of the third century. So also might the liquor derived from the sap or honey of the Getulian palm, and the sweet wine called melilotus, made from the poetical fruit found upon the coast of the Syrtis. He would have been struck too with the sweetness of the mutton, but he would have asked what the sheep's tails were before he tasted them, and found how like marrow the firm substance ate of which they consisted. He would have felt he ought to admire the roes of mullets, pressed and dried, from Mauritania, but he would have thought twice before he tried the lion cutlets, though they had the flavour of veal, and the additional goat of being imperial property and poached from a preserve. But when he saw the indigenous dish, the very haggis and cockaliki of Africa, in the shape of, alas, alas, it must be said with whatever apology for its introduction, in shape then of a delicate puppy, served up with tomatoes, with its head between its forepaws, we consider he would have risen from the unholy table, and thought he had fallen upon the hospitality of some sorceress of the neighbouring forest. However, to that festive board our Briton was not invited, for he had some previous engagement that evening, either of painting himself with woad, or of hiding himself to the chin in the fens, so that nothing occurred to disturb the harmony of the party, and the good humour and easy conversation which was the effect of such excellent cheer. Cornelius had been present at the secular games in the foregoing year, and was full of them, of Rome, and of himself in connection with it, as became so genuine a cockney of the imperial period. He was full of the high patriotic thoughts which so solemn a celebration had kindled within him. "O great Rome," he said, "thou art first, and there is no second. In that wonderful pageant which these eyes saw last year was embodied her majesty, was promised her eternity. We die, She lives. I say, let a man die. It's well for him to take hemlock or open a vein, after having seen the secular games. What was there to live for? I felt it. Life was gone. Its best gifts flat and insipid after that great day. Excellent. Taromenian, I suppose. We know it in Rome. Fill my cup. I drink to the genius of the emperor." He was full of his subject, and soon resumed it. "Fancy the Campus Martius lighted up from one end to the other. It was the finest thing in the world. A large plain, covered, not with streets, not with woods, but broken and crossed with superb buildings in the midst of groves, avenues of trees, and green grass, down to the water's edge. There's nothing that isn't there. Do you want the grandest temples in the world, the most spacious porticos, the longest race courses? There they are. Do you want gymnasia? There they are. Do you want arches, statues, obelisks? You find them there. There you have at one end the stupendous mausoleum of Augustus, cased with white marble, and just across the river the huge towering mound of Hadrian. At the other end you have the noble Pantheon of Agrippa, with its splendid Syracusan columns, and its dome glittering with silver tiles. Hard by are the baths of Alexander, with their beautiful groves. Ah, my good friend, I shall have no time to drink if I go on. Beyond are the numerous chapels and fanes which fringe the base of the Capitoline Hill. The tall column of Antoninus comes next, with its adjacent basilica, where is kept the authentic list of the provinces of the empire and of the governors, each a king in power and dominion, who are sent out to them. Well, I am now only beginning. Fancy, I say, this magnificent region all lighted up, every temple to and fro, every bath, every grove, gleaming with innumerable lamps and torches. No, not even the gods of Olympus have anything that comes near it. Rome is the greatest of all divinities. In the dead of night all was alive. Then it was, when nature sleeps exhausted, Rome began the solemn sacrifices to commemorate her 1,000 years. On the banks of the Tiber, which had seen Aeneas land, and Romulus ascend to the gods, the clear red flame shot up as the victims burned. The music of 10,000 horns and flutes burst forth, and the sacred dances began upon the greensward. I am too old to dance, but I protest, even I stood up and threw off. We danced through 3 nights, dancing the old millenary out, dancing the new millenary in. We were all Romans, no strangers, no slaves. It was a solemn family feast, the feast of all the Romans." "Then we came in for the feast," said Aristo, "for Caracalla gave Roman citizenship to all freemen all over the world. We are all of us Romans, recollect, Cornelius." "Ah, that was another matter, a condescension," answered Cornelius. "Yes, in a certain sense I grant it, but it was a political act." "I warrant you," retorted Aristo, "most political. We were to be fleeced, do you see? So your imperial government made us Romans, that we might have the taxes of Romans, and that in addition to our own. You've taxed us double; and as for the privilege of citizenship, much it is, by Hercules, when every snob has it who can wear a pileus or cherish his hair. Ah, but you should have seen the procession from the Capitol," continued Cornelius, "on, I think, the second day, from the Capitol to the Circus, all down the Via Sacra. Hosts of strangers there, and provincials from the 4 corners of the earth, but not in the procession. There you saw, all in one coup d'oeil, the real good blood of Rome, the young blood of the new generation, and promise of the future, the sons of patrician and consular families. of imperators, orators, conquerors, statesmen. They rode at the head of the procession, fine young fellows, 6 abreast, and still more of them on foot. Then came the running horses and the chariots, the boxers, the wrestlers, and other combatants, all ready for the competition. The whole school of gladiators then turned out, boys and all, with their masters, dressed in red tunics and splendidly armed. They formed 3 bands, and they went forward gaily, dancing and singing the Pyrrhic. By the by, 1,000 pair of gladiators fought during the games, a round thousand, and such clean made, well built fellows, and they came against each other so gallantly, you should have seen it. I can't go through it. There was a lot of satyrs jumping and frisking in burlesque of the martial dances which preceded them. There was a crowd of trumpeters and horn blowers, ministers of the sacrifices with their victims, bulls and rams dressed up with gay wreaths, drivers, butchers, haruspices, heralds, images of gods with their cars of ivory or silver, drawn by tame lions and elephants. I can't recollect the order. Oh, but the grandest thing of all was the Carmen, sung by 27 noble youths and as many noble maidens, taken for the purpose from the bosoms of their families to propitiate the gods of Rome. The flamens, augurs, colleges of priests, it was endless. Last of all came the emperor himself. "That's the late man," observed Jucundus. "Philip, no bad riddance his death, if all's true that's said of him." "All emperors are good in their time and way," answered Cornelius. "Philip was good then, and Decius is good now, whom the gods preserve." "True," said Aristo, "I understand. An emperor cannot do wrong, except in dying, and then everything goes wrong with him. His death is his first bad deed. He ought to be ashamed of it. It somehow turns all his great virtues into vices." "Ah, no one was so good an emperor as our man Gordianus," said Jucundus. "A princely old man, living and dead, patron of trade and of the arts. Such villas! He had enormous revenues. Poor old gentleman, and his son too. I shall never forget the day when the news came that he was gone. Let me see, it was shortly after that old fool Strabo's death. I mean my brother, a good 13 years ago. All Africa was in tears. There was no one like Gordianus." "That's old world philosophy," said Aristo. "Jucundus, you must go to school. Don't you see that all that is right, and all that was is wrong? Te nos facimus fortuna deam, says your poet. Well, I drink to the fortunes of Rome while it lasts." "You're a young man," answered Cornelius, "a very young man, and a Greek. Greeks never understand Rome. It's most difficult to understand us. It's a science. Look at this medal, young gentleman. It was one of those struck at the games. Is it not grand? Novum saeculum, and on the reverse Aeternitati, always changing, always imperishable. Emperors rise and fall, Rome remains, the eternal city. Isn't this good philosophy?" "Truly a most beautiful medal," said Aristo, examining it, and handing it on to his host. "You might make an amulet of it, Jucundus. But as to eternity, why that is a very great word; and if I mistake not, other states have been eternal before Rome. 10 centuries is a very respectable eternity. Be content. Rome is eternal already, and may die without prejudice to the medal." "Blaspheme not," replied Cornelius. "Rome is healthier, more full of life, and promises more than at any former time. You may rely upon it. Novum saeculum, she has the age of the eagle, and will but cast her feathers to begin a fresh 1,000." "But Egypt?" interposed Aristo, "if old Herodotus speaks true, scarcely had a beginning. Up and up, the higher you go, the more dynasties of Egyptian kings do you find. And we hear strange reports of the nations in the far east, beyond the Ganges. But I tell you, man," rejoined Cornelius, "Rome is a city of kings. That one city, in this one year, has as many kings at once as those of all the kings of all the dynasties of Egypt put together. Sesostris and the rest of them, what are they to imperators, prefects, proconsuls, vicarii, and rationales? Look back at Lucullus, Caesar, Pompey, Sulla, Titus, Trajan. What's old Cheops' pyramid to the Flavian amphitheatre? What is the many gated Thebes to Nero's golden house, while it was? What the grandest palace of Sesostris or Ptolemy but a second rate villa of any one of 10,000 Roman citizens? Our houses stand on acres of ground; they ascend as high as the Tower of Babylon; they swarm with columns like a forest; they pullulate into statues and pictures; the walls, pavements, and ceilings are dazzling from the lustre of the rarest marble, red and yellow, green and mottled. Fountains of perfumed water shoot aloft from the floor, and fish swim in rocky channels round about the room, waiting to be caught and killed for the banquet. We dine and we feast on the head of the ostrich, the brains of the peacock, the liver of the bream, the milk of the murena, and the tongue of the flamingo. A flight of doves, nightingales, beccaficos, are concentrated into one dish. On great occasions we eat a phoenix. Our saucepans are of silver, our dishes of gold, our vases of onyx, and our cups of precious stones. Hangings and carpets of Tyrian purple are around us and beneath us, and we lie on ivory couches. The choicest wines of Greece and Italy crown our goblets, and exotic flowers crown our heads. In come troops of dancers from Lydia, or pantomimes from Alexandria, to entertain both eye and mind; or our noble dames and maidens take a place at our tables. They wash in asses' milk, they dress by mirrors as large as fish ponds, and they glitter from head to foot with combs, brooches, necklaces, collars, earrings, armlets, bracelets, finger rings, girdles, stomachers, and anklets, all of diamond and emerald. Our slaves may be counted by thousands, and they come from all parts of the world. Everything rare and precious is brought to Rome. The gum of Arabia, the nard of Assyria, the papyrus of Egypt, the citron wood of Mauritania, the bronze of Aegina, the pearls of Britain, the cloth of gold of Phrygia, the fine webs of Cos, the embroidery of Babylon, the silks of Persia, the lion skins of Getulia, the wool of Miletus, the plaids of Gaul. Thus we live, an imperial people, who do nothing but enjoy themselves, and keep festival the whole year. And at length we die, and then we burn. We burn in stacks of cinnamon and cassia, and in shrouds of asbestos, making emphatically a good end of it. Such are we Romans, a great people. Why, we are honoured wherever we go. There's my master, there's myself. As we came here from Italy, I protest we were nearly worshipped as demigods." "And perhaps some fine morning," said Aristo, "Rome herself will burn in cinnamon and cassia, and in all her burnished Corinthian brass and scarlet bravery, the old mother following her children to the funeral pyre. One has heard something of Babylon and its drained moat, and the soldiers of the Persian." A pause occurred in the conversation, as one of Jucundus's slaves entered with fresh wine, larger goblets, and a vase of snow from the Atlas. End of chapter 5. Chapter 6 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Goths and Christians. Cornelius was full of his subject, and did not attend to the Greek. "The wild beast hunts," he continued. "Ah, those hunts during the games! Aristo, they were a spectacle for the gods.
22 elephants, 10 panthers, 10 hyenas. By the by, a new beast, not strange, however, to you here, I suppose. 10 camelopards, a hippopotamus, a rhinoceros. I can't go through the list. Fancy the circus planted throughout for the occasion, and turned into a park, and then another set of wild animals, Geats and Sarmatians, Celts and Goths, sent in against them to hunt down, capture, and kill them, or to be killed themselves.
Ah, the Goths, answered Aristo. Those fellows give you trouble, though, now and then. Perhaps they will give you more. There is a report in the Praetorium to day that they have crossed the Danube."
Yes, they will give us trouble, said Cornelius dryly. They have given us trouble, and they will give us more. The Samnites gave us trouble, and our friends of Carthage here, and Jugurtha, and Mithridates. Trouble, yes. That is the long and the short of it. They will give us trouble. Is trouble a new thing to Rome?" he asked, stretching out his arm as if he were making a speech after dinner, and giving a toast.
"The Goths give trouble, and take a bribe," retorted Aristo. "This is what trouble means in their case. It's a troublesome fellow who hammers at our door till we pay his reckoning. It is troublesome to raise the means to buy them off, and the example of these troublesome savages is catching. It was lately rumoured that the Carpians had been asking the same terms for keeping quiet."
It would ill become the majesty of Rome to soil her fingers with the blood of such vermin, said Cornelius. She ignores them.
"And therefore she most majestically bleeds us instead," answered Aristo, "that she may have treasure to give them. We are not so troublesome as they, the more's the pity. No offence to you, however, or to the emperor, or to great Rome, Cornelius. We are over our cups. It is only a game of politics, you know, like chess or the cottabus. Maro bids you parcere subjectis et debellare superbos. But you have changed your manners. You coax the Goths and bully the poor African."
"Africa can show fight too,"
interposed Jucundus, who had been calmly listening, and enjoying his own wine. "Witness Thysdrus. That was giving every rapacious quaestor a lesson that he may go too far, and find a dagger when he demands a purse." He was alluding to the revolt of Africa, which led to the downfall of the tyrant Maximin, and the exaltation of the Gordians, when the native landlords armed their peasantry, killed the imperial officer, and raised a standard of rebellion in the neighbouring town, from impatience of exactions under which they suffered. "No offence, I say, Cornelius, no offence to eternal Rome," said Aristo; "but you have explained to us why you weigh so heavy on us. I've always heard it was a fortune at Rome for a man to have found out a new tax. Vespasian did his best, but now you tax our smoke and our very shadow, and Pescennius threatened to tax the air we breathe. We'll play at riddles, and you shall solve the following. Say, who is she that eats her own limbs, and grows eternal upon them? Ah, the Goths will take the measure of her eternity." "The Goths!" said Jucundus, who was warming into conversational life. "The Goths! No fear of the Goths. But," and he nodded significantly, "look at home. We have more to fear indoors than abroad."
"He means the Praetorians," said Cornelius to Aristo, condescendingly. "I grant you that there have been several untoward affairs. We have had our problem, but it's a thing of the past. It never can come again. I venture to say that the power of the Praetorians is at an end. That murder of the two emperors the other day was the worst job they ever did. It has turned the public opinion of the whole world against them. I have no fear of the Praetorians."
"I don't mean Praetorians more than Goths," said Jucundus.
No, give me the old weapons, the old maxims of Rome, and I defy the scythe of Saturn. Do the soldiers march under the old ensign? Do they swear by the old gods? Do they interchange the good old signals and watchwords? Do they worship the fortune of Rome? Then I say we are safe. But do we take to new ways? Do we trifle with religion? Do we make light of Jupiter, Mars, Romulus, the augurs, and the ancilia? Then I say, not all our shows and games, our elephants, hyenas, and hippopotamuses, will do us any good. It was not the best thing, no, not the best thing that the soldiers did when they invested that Philip with the purple. But he is dead and gone." And he sat up and leaned on his elbow. "Ah, but it will be all set right now," said Cornelius. "You'll see." "He'd be a reformer, that Philip," continued Jucundus, "and put down an enormity. Well, they call it an enormity; let it be an enormity. He'd put it down. But why? There's the point. Why? It's no secret at all," and his voice grew angry, "that hoary‐headed atheist Fabian was at the bottom of it. Fabian, the Christian. I hate reforms." "Well, we had long wished to do it," answered Cornelius, "but could not manage it. Alexander attempted it near 20 years ago. It's what philosophers have always aimed at." "The gods consume philosophers and the Christians together," said Jucundus devoutly. "There's little to choose between them, except that the Christians are the filthier animal of the two. But both are ruining the most glorious political structure that the world ever saw. I am not over fond of Alexander either." "Thank you in the name of philosophy," said the Greek. "And thank you in the name of the Christians," chimed in Juba. "Ha, that's good!" cried Jucundus. "The first word that hopeful youth has spoken since he came in, and he takes on him to call himself a Christian." "Ay, I've a right to do so, if I choose," said Juba. "I've a right to be a Christian." "Right! Oh yes, right! Ha, ha!" answered Jucundus. "Right! Jove help the lad, by all manner of means. Of course you have the right to go in malam rem, in whatever way you please." "I am my own master," said Juba. "My father was a Christian. I suppose it depends on myself to follow him or not, according to my fancy, and as long as I think fit." "Fancy! Think fit!" answered Jucundus, "you pompous little mule. Yes, go and be a Christian, my dear child, as your doting father went. Go like him to the priest of their mysteries. Be spit on, stripped, dipped, feed on little boys' marrows and brains. Worship the ass, and learn all the foul magic of the sect, and then be delated and taken up and torn to shreds on the rack, or thrown to the lions, and so go to Tartarus, if Tartarus there be, in the way you think fit. You'll harm none but yourself, my boy. I don't fear such as you, but the deeper heads." Juba stood up with a look of offended dignity, and, as on former occasions, tossed the head, which had been by implication disparaged. "I despise you," he said. "Well, but you are hard on the Christians," said Aristo. "I have heard them maintain that their superstition, if adopted, would be the salvation of Rome. They maintain that the old religion is gone or going out, that something new is wanted to keep the empire together, and that their worship is just fitted to the times." "All I say to the vipers," said Jucundus, "is, let well alone. We did well enough without you. We did well enough till you sprang up, a plague on their insolence, as if Jew or Egyptian could do aught for us, when Numa and the Sibyl fail. That is what I say. Let Rome be true to herself, and nothing can harm her. Let her shift her foundation, and I would not buy her for this watermelon," he said, taking a suck at it. "Rome alone can harm Rome. Recollect old Horace, suis et ipsa Roma viribus ruit. He was a prophet. If she falls, it is by her own hand." "I agree," said Cornelius. Certainly to set up any new worship is treason, not a doubt of it. The gods keep us from such ingratitude. We have grown great by means of them, and they are part and parcel of the law of Rome. But there is no great chance of our forgetting this. Decius won't, that's a fact. You will see. Time will show. Perhaps tomorrow, perhaps next day," he added mysteriously.
Why in the world should you have this frantic dread, these poor scarecrows of Christians?" said Aristo. "All because they hold an opinion? Why are you not afraid of the bats and the moles? It's an opinion. There have been other opinions before them, and there will be other opinions after. Let them alone, and they'll die away. Make a hubbub about them, and they'll spread."
"Spread!" cried Jucundus, who was under the twofold excitement of personal feeling and of wine. "Spread! They'll spread. Yes, they'll spread. Yes, grow like scorpions 20 at a birth. The country already swarms with them. They are as many as frogs or grasshoppers. They start up everywhere, under one's nose, when one least expects them. The air breeds them like plague flies. The wind drifts them like locusts. No one's safe. Any one may be a Christian. It's an epidemic. Great Jove! I may be a Christian before I know where I am. Heaven and earth! Is it not monstrous?" he continued with increasing fierceness. "Yes, Jucundus, my poor man, you may wake and find yourself a Christian without knowing it, against your will. Ah, my friends, pity me. I may find myself a beast, and obliged to suck blood and live among the tombs, as if I liked it, without power to tell you how I loathe it. All through their sorcery. By the genius of Rome, something must be done. I say, no one is safe. You call on your friend; he is sitting in the dark, unwashed, uncombed, undressed. What is the matter? Ah, his son has turned Christian. Your wedding day is fixed. You are expecting your bride. She does not come. Why? She will not have you. She has become a Christian. Where's young Nomentanus? Who has seen Nomentanus? In the Forum or the Campus, in the Circus, in the bath? Has he caught the plague, or got a sunstroke? Nothing of the kind. The Christians have caught hold of him, young and old, rich and poor, my lady in her litter and her slave, modest maid and Lydia at the Thermae. Nothing comes amiss to them. All confidence is gone. There's no one we can reckon on. I go to my tailor's. Nergal, I say to him, Nergal, I want a new tunic. The wretched hypocrite bows and runs to and fro, and unpacks his stuffs and cloths like another man. A word in your ear. The man's a Christian, dressed up like a tailor. They have no dress of their own. If I were emperor, I'd make the sneaking curs wear a badge. I would, a dog's collar, a fox's tail, or a pair of ass's ears. Then we should know friends from foes when we meet them."
"We should think that dangerous," said Cornelius. "However, you are taking it too much to heart. You are making too much of them, my good friend. They have not even got the present, and you are giving them the future, which is just what they want."
"If Jucundus will listen to me," said Aristo, "I could satisfy him that the Christians are actually falling off. They once were numerous in this very place. Now there are hardly any. They have been declining for these 50 years. The danger from them is past. Do you want to know how to revive them? Put out an imperial edict, forbid them, denounce them. Do you want them to drop away like autumn leaves? Take no notice of them."
"I can't deny that in Italy they have grown," said Cornelius. "They have grown in numbers and in wealth, and they intermarry with us. Thus the upper class becomes to a certain extent infected. We may find it necessary to repress them, but as you would repress vermin, without fearing them."
"The worshippers of the gods are the many, and the Christians are the few," persisted Aristo. "If the two parties intermarry, the weaker will get the worst of it. You will find the statues of the gods gradually creeping back into the Christian chapel, and a man must be an honest fellow who buys our images, eh, Jucundus?" "Well, Aristo,"
said the paterfamilias, whose violence never lasted long, "if your sister's bright eyes win back my poor Agellius, you will have something more to say for yourself than at present, I grant." "I see," said Cornelius gravely; "I begin to understand it. I could not make out why our good host had such great fear for the stability of Rome. But it is one of those things which the experience of life has taught me. I have often seen it in the imperial city itself. Whenever you find a man show special earnestness against these fanatics, depend upon it there is something that touches him personally in the matter. There was a very great man, the present Flamen Dialis, for whom I have unbounded respect. For a long time I was at a loss to conceive why a person of his weight, sound, sensible, well judging, should have such a fear of the Christians. One day he made an oration against them in the Senate house. He wanted to send them to the rack, but the secret came out. The good man was on the rack himself about his daughter, who persisted in calling herself a Christian, and refused to paint her face or go to the amphitheatre. To be sure, a most trying affair this for the old gentleman. The venerable Pater Patratus too. What suppers he gave! A fine specimen of the Lucullus type. Yet he was always advocating the lictor and the commentariensis in the instance of the Christian. No wonder his wife and son were disgracing him in the eyes of the whole world by frequenting the meetings of these Christians. However, I agree with Decius; they must be put down. They are not formidable, but they are an eyesore."
Here the rushing of the water clock, which measured time in the neighbouring square, ceased, signifying thereby that the night was getting on. Juba had already crept into the dark closet which served him for a sleeping place, had taken off his sandals and loosened his belt, had wrapped the serpent he had about him round his neck, and was breathing heavily. Jucundus made the parting libation, and Cornelius took his leave. Aristo rose too, and Jucundus, accompanying them to the entrance, paid the not uncommon penalty of his potations, for the wine mounted to his head, and he returned into the room and sat him down again with an impression that Aristo was still at the table. "My dear boy," he said, "Agellius is but a wet Christian, that's all, not obstinate like his brother there. 'Twas his father. The less we say about him the better. He's gone. The Furies make his bed for him. An odious set. They're priests, little ugly men. I saw one when I was a boy at Carthage, so unlike your noble Roman Saliares, or your fine portly priest of Isis, clad in white, breathing odours like spring flowers. Men who enjoyed this life, not like that sour hypocrite. He was as black as an Ethiopian, and as withered as a Saracen, and he never looked you in the face. And after all, the fellow must die for his religion, rather than put a few grains of golden incense on the altar of great Jove. Jove's the god for me, a glorious, handsome, curly god. But they are all good; all the gods are good. There's Bacchus. He's a good, comfortable god, though a sly, treacherous fellow. A treacherous fellow. There's Ceres too, Pomona, the Muses, Astarte too, as they call her here, all good, and Apollo, though he's somewhat too hot in this season, and too free with his bow. He gave me a bad fever once. Life's precious, most precious. So I felt it then, when I was all but gone to Pluto. Life never returns. It's like water spilt. You can't gather it up. It's dispersed into the elements, to the four winds. Well, there's something more there than I can tell, more than all your philosophers can determine." He seemed to think a while, and began again. "Enjoyment's the great rule. Ask yourself, have I made the most of things? That's what I say to the rising generation. Many and many's the time when I have not turned them to the best account. Oh, if I had now to begin life again, how many things should I correct! I might have done better this evening. Those abominable pears! I might have known they would not be worth the eating. Mutton,
That was all well. Doves, good again. Crane, kid. Well, I don't see that I could have done much better. After a few minutes he got up, half asleep, and put out all the lights but one small lamp, with which he made his way into his own bed closet. All is vanity, he continued, with a slow, grave utterance. All is vanity but eating and drinking. It does not pay to serve the gods except for this. What's fame? What's glory? What's power? Smoke. I've often thought the hog is the only really wise animal. We should be happier if we were all hogs. Hogs keep the end of life steadily in view. That's why those toads of Christians will not eat them, lest they should get like them. Quiet, respectable, sensible enjoyment, not riot or revel or excess or quarrelling. Life is short. And with this undeniable sentiment he fell asleep. End of chapter 6.
Chapter 7 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Persecution in the offing. Next morning, as Jucundus was dusting and polishing his statues and other articles of taste and devotion, supplying the gaps in their ranks, and grouping a number of new ones which had come in from his workmen, Juba strutted into the shop, and indulged himself from time to time in an inward laugh or snigger at the various specimens of idolatry which grinned or frowned or frisked or languished on all sides of him. "Don't sneer at that Anubis," said his uncle; "it is the work of the divine Callista. That, I suppose, is why she brings into existence so many demons," answered Juba. "Nothing more can be done in the divine line, like the queen who fell in love with a baboon." "Now I come to think," retorted Jucundus, "that god of hers is something like you. She must be in love with you, Juba." The youth, as was usual with him, tossed his head with an air of lofty displeasure. At length he said, "And why should she not fall in love with me, pray?" "Why, because you are too good or too bad to need her plastic hand. She could not make anything out of you, non ex quovis ligno. But she'd be doing a good work if she wiled back your brother." "He does not want wiling any more than I," said Juba, "I dare say. He's no Christian." "What's that?" said his uncle, looking around at him in surprise. "Agellius no Christian?" "Not a bit of it," answered Juba. "Rest assured, I taxed him with it only last night. Let him alone; he'll come round. He's too proud to change, that's all. Preach to him, entreat him, worry him, try to turn him, work at the bit, whip him, and he will turn restive, start aside, or run away. But let him have his head, pretend not to look, seem indifferent to the whole matter, and he will quietly sit down in the midst of your images there. Callista has an easy task. She'll bribe him to do what he would else do for nothing." "The very best news I have heard since your silly old father died," cried Jucundus; "the very best, if true. Juba, I'll give you a handsome present the first sow your brother sacrifices to Ceres. Ha, ha! What fine fun to see the young farmer over his cups at the Nundine! Ha, ha! No Christian! Bravo! Juba! Ha, ha! I'll make you a present, I say, an Apollo to teach you manners, or a Mercury to give you wit." "It's quite true," said Juba. "He would not be thinking of Callista if he were thinking of his saints and angels." "To be sure," returned Jucundus, "to be sure. Yet why shouldn't he worship a handsome Greek girl, as well as any of those mummies and death's heads and bogies of his, which I should blush to put up here alongside even of Anubis or a Scarabaeus? Mother thinks she is not altogether the girl you take her for," said his nephew. "No matter, no matter," answered Jucundus, "no matter at all. She may be a Laius or a Phryne for me, the surer to make a man of him." "Why," said Juba, "mother thinks her head is turning in the opposite way. Do you see? Strange, isn't it?" he added.
annoyed himself, yet not unwilling to annoy his uncle. Exclaimed Jucundus, making a wry face and looking round at him as if to say, "What on earth is going to turn up now?" "To tell the truth," said Juba gloomily, "I did once think of her myself. I don't see why I have not as much right to do so as Agellius, if I please. So I thought old mother might do something for me, and I asked her for a charm or love potion which would bring her from her brother down to the forest yonder. Gurta took to it kindly, for she has a mortal hatred of Callista because of her good looks, though she won't say so, and because she's a Greek. She liked the notion of humbling the haughty minx. So she began one of the most tremendous spells," he shrieked out with a laugh, "one of the most tremendous spells in her whole budget, all and everything in the most exact religious way. Wine, milk, blood, meal, wax, old rags, gauds, Numidian as well as Punic. Such names! One must be barbarian to boot as well as witch to pronounce them. A score of things there were besides; and then to see the old woman, with her streaming grey hair, twinkling eyes, and grim look, twirl about as some flute girl at a banquet. It was enough to dance down not only the moon, but the whole Milky Way. But it did not dance down Callista, at which mother got savage, and protested that Callista was a Christian." Jucunda looked much perplexed. "Medius Fidius," he said; "why, unless we look sharp, she will be converting him the wrong way." And he began pacing up and down the small room. Juba on his part began singing, "Gerda the witch would have pardoned the jest, though lame as a gull, by his highness possessed. She shouldered her crutch and danced with the rest, sporting and snorting deep in the night, their beards flashing fire, and their hoofs striking light, and their tails whisking round in the heat of their flight." By this time Jucundus had recovered from the qualm which Juba's intelligence had caused him. He cried out, "Cease your rubbish! Old Gurta's jealous. I know her spite. Christian is the most blackguard word in her vocabulary. It's barbar for toad or adder. I see it all. No, Callista, the divine Callista, must take in hand this piece of wax, sing a charm, and mould him into a Vertumnus. She'll show herself the more potent witch of the two. The new emperor, too, will help the incantation." "What, something is coming?" asked Juba with a grin. "Coming, boy? Yes, I warrant you," answered his uncle. "We'll make them squeak. If gentle means don't do, then we'll just throw in another ingredient or two, an axe, or a wild cat, or a firebrand." "Take care what you are about if you deal with Agellius," said Juba. "He's a sawney, but you must not drive him to bay. Don't threaten; keep to the other line. He's weak hearted; only has a background to bring out the painting, the muse singing, all in light, relieved by sardix or sepia. It must come; but perhaps Agellius will come first." It was indeed as Jucundus had hinted. A new policy, a new era was coming upon Christianity, together with the new emperor. Christians had hitherto been for the most part the objects of popular fury rather than of imperial jealousy. Nero, indeed, from his very love of cruelty, had taken pleasure in torturing them; but statesmen and philosophers, though at times perplexed and inconsistent, yet on the whole had despised them; and the superstition of priests and people, with their Christianos ad leones, had been the most formidable enemy of the faith. Accordingly, atrocious as the persecution had been at times, it had been conducted on no plan, and had been local and fitful. But even this trial had been suspended, with but few interruptions, during the last 30, nay 50 years. So favourable a state of things had been more or less brought about by a succession of emperors who had shown an actual leaning to Christianity, while the vigorous rule of the five good emperors, as they are called, had had many passages in its history of an adverse character. Those who followed after, being untaught in the traditions, and strangers to the spirit of old Rome, foreigners or adventurers or sensualists, were protectors of the new religion. The favourite mistress of Commodus is even said to have been a Christian; so is the nurse of Caracalla. The wretched Heliogabalus, by his taste for Oriental superstitions, both weakened the influence of the established hierarchy, and encouraged the toleration of a faith which came from Palestine. The virtuous Alexander, who followed him, was a philosopher more than a statesman, and in pursuance of the syncretism which he had adopted, placed the images of Abraham and our Lord among the objects of devotion which his private chapel contained. What is told us of the Emperor Philip is still more to the point. The gravest authorities report that he was actually a Christian; and since it cannot be doubted that Christians were persuaded of the fact, the leaning of his government must have been emphatically in their favour to account for such a belief. In consequence, Christians showed themselves without fear. They emerged from the catacombs, and built churches in public view; and though in certain localities, as in the instance of Africa, they had suffered from the contact of the world, they spread far and wide, and faith became the instrument at least of political power, even where it was wanting in charity, or momentarily disowned by cowardice. In a word, though Celsus, 100 years before, had pronounced a man weak who should hope to unite the three portions of the earth in a common religion, that common Catholic faith had been found, and a principle of empire was created which had never before existed. The phenomenon could not be mistaken, and the Roman statesman saw he had to deal with a rival. Nor must we suppose, because on the surface of the history we read so much of the vicissitudes of imperial power, and of the profligacy of its possessors, that the fabric of government was not sustained by traditions of the strongest temper, and by officials of the highest sagacity. It was the age of lawyers and politicians, and they saw more and more clearly that if Christianity was not to revolutionize the empire, they must follow out the line of action which Trajan and Antoninus had pointed out. Decius then had scarcely assumed the purple when he commenced that new policy against the Church, which was reserved to Diocletian 50 years later, to carry out to its own final refutation. He entered on his power at the end of the year 249, and on the January 20th following, the day on which the Church still celebrates the event, St. Fabian, Bishop of Rome, obtained the crown of martyrdom. He had been pope for the unusually long space of 14 years, having been elected in consequence of one of those remarkable interpositions of divine providence of which we now and then read in the first centuries of the Church. He had come up to Rome from the country in order to be present at the election of a successor to Pope Anteros. A dove was seen to settle on his head, and the assembly rose up and forced him, to his surprise, upon the episcopal throne, after bringing back the relics of St. Pontian, his martyred predecessor, from Sardinia, and having become the apostle of great part of Gaul, he seemed destined to end his history in the same happy quiet and obscurity in which he had lived. But it did not become a pope of that primitive time to die upon his bed, and he was reserved at length to inaugurate in his own person, as chief pastor of the Church, a fresh company of martyrs. Suddenly an edict appeared for the extermination of the name and religion of Christ. It was addressed to the proconsuls and other governors of provinces, and alleged or implied that the emperors Decius and his son, being determined to give peace to their subjects, found the Christians alone an impediment to the fulfilment of their purpose, and that by reason of the enmity which those sectaries entertained towards the gods of Rome, an enmity which was bringing down upon the world multiplied misfortunes. Desirous then above all things of appeasing the divine anger, they made an irrevocable ordinance that every Christian, without exception of rank, sex, or age, should be obliged to sacrifice. Those who refused were to be thrown into prison, and in the first instance submitted to moderate punishments. If they conformed to the established religion, they were to be rewarded; if not, they were to be drowned, burned alive, exposed to the beasts, hung upon the trees, or otherwise put to death. This edict was read in the camp of the prætorians, posted up in the Capitol, and sent over the empire by government couriers. The authorities in each province were themselves threatened with heavy penalties if they did not succeed in frightening or tormenting the Christians into the profession of paganism. St. Fabian, as we have said, was the first fruits of the persecution, and 18 months passed before his successor could be appointed. In the course of the next 2 months, St. Pionius was burned alive at Smyrna, and St. Nestor crucified in Pamphylia. At Carthage some perplexity and delay were occasioned by the absence of the proconsul. St. Cyprian, its bishop, took advantage of the delay, and retired into a place of concealment. The populace had joined with the imperial government in seeking his life, and had cried out furiously in the circus, demanding him ad leonem, for the lion. A panic seized the Christian body, and for a while there were far more persons found to compromise their faith than to confess it. It seemed as if Aristo's anticipation was justified, that Christianity was losing its hold upon the mind of its subjects, and that nothing more was needed for those who had feared it than to let it die a natural death. And at Sicca the Roman officials, as far as ever they dared, seemed to act on this view. Here Christians did no harm, they made no show, and there was little or nothing in the place to provoke the anger of the mob, or to necessitate the interference of the magistrate. The proconsul's absence from Carthage was both an encouragement and an excuse for delay, and hence it was that, though we are towards the middle of the year 250, and the edict was published at Rome at its commencement, the good people of Sicca had, as we have said, little knowledge of what was taking place in the political world, and whispered about vague presages of an intended measure which had been in some places in operation for many months. Communication with the seat of government was not so very frequent or rapid in those days, and public curiosity had not been stimulated by the facilities of gratifying it. And thus we must account for a phenomenon which we uphold to be a fact in the instance of Sicca. In the early summer of A.D. 250, even though it prove unaccountable, and history has nothing to say about it, and in spite of the Acta Diurna. The case indeed is different now. In these times newspapers, railroads, and magnetic telegraphs make us independent of government messengers. The proceedings at Rome would have been generally and accurately known in a few seconds, and then, by way of urging forward the magistracy, a question of course would have been asked in the Parliament of Carthage by the member for Sicca, or Laribus, or Thuga, or by some one of the Pagani, or country party, whether the popular report was true that an edict had been promulgated at Rome against the Christians, and what steps had been taken by the local authorities throughout the proconsulate to carry out its provisions. And then the Colonia Siccensis would have presented some good or bad reason for the delay, that it arose from the absence of the proconsul from the seat of government, or from the unaccountable loss of the dispatch on its way from the coast. Or perhaps, on the other hand, the under secretary would have maintained, amid the cheers of his supporters, that the edict had been promulgated and carried out at Sicca to the full, that crowds of Christians had at once sacrificed, and that, in short, there was no one to punish; assertions which at that moment were too likely to be verified by the event. In truth, there were many reasons to make the magistrates, both Roman and native, unwilling to proceed in the matter till they were obliged. No doubt they one and all detested Christianity, and would have put it down if they could. But the question was, when they came to the point, what they should put down. If indeed they could have got hold of the ringleaders, the bishops of the church, they would have tortured and smashed them con amore, as you would kill a wasp, and with the greater warmth and satisfaction, just because it was so difficult to get at them. Those bishops were a set of fellows as mischievous as they were cowardly. They would not come out and be killed, but they skulked in the desert and hid in masquerade. But why should gentlemen in office, opulent and happy, set about worrying a handful of idiots, old or poor, or boys or women, or obscure or amiable and well-meaning men, who were but a remnant of a former generation, and as little connected with the fanatics of Carthage, Alexandria, or Rome, as the English Freemasons may seem to be with their namesakes on the continent?
True, Christianity was a secret society and an illegal religion, but would it cease to be so when those harmless or respectable inhabitants of the place had been mounted on the rack or the gibbet? And then, too, it was a most dangerous thing to open the door to popular excitement. Who would be able to shut it? Once rouse the populace, and it was all over with the place. It could not be denied that the bigoted and ignorant majority, not only of the common people, but of the better classes, was steeped in a bitter prejudice, and an intense, though latent, hatred of Christianity, besides the antipathy which arose from the extremely different views of life and duty taken by pagans and Christians, which would give a natural impulse to persecution in the hearts of the former. There were the many persons who wished to curry favour at Rome with the government, and had an eye to preferment or reward. There was the pagan interest, extended and powerful, of that numerous class which was attached to the established religions by habit, position, interest, or the prospect of advantage. There were all the great institutions or establishments of the place, the law courts, the schools of grammar and rhetoric, the philosophic exedræ and lecture rooms, the theatre and the amphitheatre, the market, all were, for one reason or another, opposed to Christianity, and who could tell where they would stop in their onward course if they were set in motion? Quieta non movenda was the motto of the local government, native and imperial, and that the more because it was an age of revolutions, and they might be most unpleasantly compromised or embarrassed by the direction which the movement took. Besides, Decius was not immortal. In the last 12 years 8 emperors had been cut off, 6 of them in a few months, and who could tell but the successor of the present might revert to the policy of Philip, and feel no thanks to those who had suddenly left it for a policy of blood. In this cautious course they would be powerfully supported by the influence of personal considerations. The Roman officia, the city magistrates, the heads of the established religions, the lawyers, and the philosophers, all would have punished the Christians if they could, but they could not agree whom to punish. They would have agreed with great satisfaction, as we have said, to inflict condign and capital punishment upon the heads of the sect, and they would have had no objection, if driven to do something, to get hold of some strangers or slaves, who might be a sort of scapegoats for the rest. But it was impossible, when they once began to persecute, to make distinctions, and not a few of them had relations who were Christians, or at least were on that borderland which the mob might mistake for the domain of Christianity, Marcionites, Tertullianists, Montanus, or Gnostics. When once the cry of "the gods of Rome" was fairly up, it would apply to tolerated religions as well as to illicit, and an unhappy votary of Isis or Mithras might suffer, merely because there were a few Christians forthcoming. A duumvir of the place had a daughter whom he had turned out of his house for receiving baptism, and who had taken refuge at Vacca. Several of the decurions, the tabularius of the district, the scriba, one of the exactors who lived in Sicca, various of the retired gentry whom we spoke of in a former chapter, and various attachés of the prætorium, were in not dissimilar circumstances. Nay, the priest of Aesculapius had a wife whom he was very fond of, who, though she promised to keep quiet if things continued as they were, nevertheless had the madness to vow that if there were any severe proceedings instituted against her people, she would at once come forward, confess herself a Christian, and throw water instead of incense upon the sacrificial flame. Not to speak of the venerable man's tenderness for her, such an exposure would seriously compromise his respectability, and as he was infirm and apoplectic, it was a question whether Aesculapius himself could save him from the shock which would be the consequence. The same sort of feeling operated with our good friend Jucundus. He was attached to his nephew, but, be it said without disrespect to him, he was more attached to his own reputation, and while he would have been seriously annoyed at seeing Agellius exposed to one of the panthers of the neighbouring forest, or hung up by the feet, with the blood streaming from his nose and mouth, as one of the dogs or kids of the market, he would have disliked the éclat of the thing still more. He felt both anger and alarm at the prospect. He was conscious he did not understand his nephew, or, to use a common phrase, know where to find him. He was aware that a great deal of tact was necessary to manage him, and he had an instinctive feeling that Juba was right in saying that it would not do to threaten him with the utmost severity of the law. He considered Callista's hold on him was the most promising quarter of the horizon, so he came to a resolution to do as little as he could personally, but to hold Agellius's head, as far as he could, steadily in the direction of that lady, and to see what came of it. As to Juba's assurance that Agellius was not a Christian at heart, it was too good news to be true; but still it might be only an anticipation of what would be, when the sun of Greece shone out upon him, and dispersed the remaining mists of Oriental superstition. In this state of mind the old gentleman determined one afternoon to leave his shop to the care of a slave, and to walk down to his nephew, to judge for himself of his state of mind, and to bait his hook with Callista, and to see if Agellius bit. There was no time to be lost, for the publication of the edict might be made any day, and then disasters might ensue which no skill could remedy. End of chapter 7. Chapter 8 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. The new generation. Jucundus then set out to see how the land lay with his nephew, and to do what he could to prosper the tillage. His way led him by the temple of Mercury, which at that time subserved the purpose of a boys' school, and was connected with some academical buildings, the property of the city, which lay beyond it. It cannot be said that our friend was any warm patron of literature or education, though he had not neglected the schooling of his nephews. Letters seemed to him, in fact, to unsettle the mind, and he had never known much good come of them. Rhetoricians and philosophers did not know where they stood, or what were their bearings. They did not know what they held and what they did not. He knew his own position perfectly well, and though the words belief or knowledge did not come into his religious vocabulary, he could at once, without hesitation, state what he professed and maintained. He stood upon the established order of things, on the traditions of Rome and the laws of the empire. But as to Greek sophists and declaimers, he thought very much as old Cato did about them. The Greeks were a very clever people, unrivalled in the fine arts. Let them keep to their strong point. They were inimitable with the chisel, the brush, the trowel, and the fingers; but he was not prepared to think much of their calamus or stylus, poetry excepted. What did they ever do but subvert received principles, without substituting any others? And then they were so likely to take some odd turn themselves; you never could be sure of them. Socrates, their patriarch, what was he after all but a culprit, a convict, who had been obliged to drink hemlock, dying under the hands of justice? Was this a reputable end, a respectable commencement of a philosophic family? It was very well for Plato or Xenophon to throw a veil of romance over the transaction, but this was the plain matter of fact. Then Anaxagoras had been driven out of Athens for his revolutionary notions, and Diogenes had been accused, like the Christians, of atheism. The case had been the same in more recent times. There had been that madman Apollonius roaming about the world; Apuleius too, their neighbour 50 years before, a man of respectable station, a gentleman, but a follower of the Greek philosophy, a dabbler in magic, and a pretender to miracles; and so, in fact, of letters generally. As in their own country, Minucius, a contemporary of Apuleius, became a Christian. Such too had been his friend Octavius; such Cæcilius, who even became one of the priests of the sect, and seduced others from the religion he had left. One of them had been the public talk for several years, and he too originally a rhetorician, Thascius Cyprianus of Carthage. It was the one thing which gave him some misgiving about that little Callista, that she was a Greek. As he passed the temple, the metal plate was sounding as a signal for the termination of the school, and on looking towards the portico with an ill natured curiosity,
he saw a young acquaintance of his, a youth of about 20, coming out of it, leading a boy of about half that age, with his satchel thrown over his shoulder. "Well, Arnobius," he cried, "how does rhetoric proceed? Are we to take the law line, or turn professor? Who's the boy? Some younger brother?" "I've taken pity on the little fool," answered Arnobius. "These schoolmasters are a savage lot. I suffered enough from them myself, and miseris succurrere disco. So I took him from under the roof of friend Rupilius, and he's under my tutelage. How did he treat thee, boy?" "He treated me like a slave or a Christian," answered he. "He deserved it, I'll warrant," said Jucundus. "A pert forward imp! 'Twas Geat against Britain. Much good comes of schooling. He's a wicked one already. Ah, the new generation! I don't know where the world's going." "Tell the gentleman," said Arnobius, "what he did first to you, my boy." "As the good gentleman says," answered the boy, "first I did something to him, and then he did something to me." "I told you so," said Jucundus; "a sensible boy after all. But the schoolmaster had the best of it, I'll wager." "First," answered he, "I grinned in his face, and he took off his wooden shoe, and knocked out one of my teeth." "Good," said Jucundus; "the justice of Pythagoras. Zaleucus could not have done better. The mouth sins, and the mouth suffers." "Next," continued he, "I talked in school time to my chum, and Rupilius put a gag in my jaws, and kept them open for an hour." "The very Rhadamanthus of schoolmasters," cried Jucundus; and thereupon you struck up a chant, divine though inarticulate, like the statue of Memnon. "Then," said the boy, "I could not say my Virgil, and he tore the shirt from off my back, and gave it me with the leather." "Ay," answered Jucundus, "arma virumque, branded on your hide." "Afterwards I ate his dinner for him," continued the boy, "and then he screwed my head, and kept me without food for 2 days." "Your throat, you mean," said Jucundus; "a cautious man, lest you should steal a draught or two of good strong air." "And lastly," said he, "I did not bring my pence, and then he tied my hands to a gibbet, and hung me up in terrorem." "There I came in," said Arnobius. "He seemed a pretty boy, so I cut him down, paid his æra, and took him home." "And now he is your pupil?" asked Jucundus. "Not yet," answered Arnobius; "he is still a day scholar of the old wolf's. One is like another; he could not change for the better. But I am his bully, and shall tutorize him some day. He's a sharp lad, isn't he, Firmian?" turning to the boy; "a great hand at composition for his years; better than I am, who never shall write Latin decently. And what can I do? I must profess and teach, for Rome is the only place for the law, and these city professorships are not to be despised." "Whom are you attending here?" asked Jucundus dryly. "You are the only man in Sicca who needs to ask the question. What! not know the great Polemo of Rhodes, the friend of Plotinus, the pupil of Theagenes, the disciple of Thrasyllus, the hearer of Nicomachus, who was of the school of Secundus, the doctor of the new Pythagoreans? Not feel the presence in Sicca of Polemo, the most celebrated, the most intolerable of men? That, however, is not his title, but the godlike, or the oracular, or the portentous, or something else as impressive. Every one goes to him. He is the rage. I should not have a chance of success if I could not say that I had attended his lectures, though I'd be bound our little Firmian here would deliver as good. He's the very Caryophyllus of human nature. He comes to the schools in a litter of cedar, ornamented with silver, and covered with a lion's skin, slaves carrying him, and a crowd of friends attending, with the state of a proconsul. He is dressed in the most exact style; his pallium is of the finest wool, white, picked out with purple; his tresses flow with unguent, his fingers glitter with rings, and he smells like Idalium. As soon as he puts his foot on earth, a great hubbub of Congratulation and homage breaks forth. He takes no notice. His favourite pupils form a circle around him, and conduct him into one of the exedrae, till the dial shows the time for the lecture. Here he sits in silence, looking at nothing, or at the wall opposite him, talking to himself, a hum of admiration filling the room. Presently one of his pupils, as if he were a præco to the duumvir, cries out, "Hush, gentlemen, hush! The godlike. No, it is not that. I've not got it. What is his title? The Bottomless. That's it. The Bottomless speaks." A dead silence ensues. A clear voice and a measured elocution are the sure token that it is the outpouring of the oracle. "Pray," says the little man, "pray, which existed first, the egg or the chick? Did the chick lay the egg, or the egg hatch the chick?" Then there ensues a whispering, a disputing, and after a while a dead silence. At the end of a quarter of an hour or so, our præco speaks again, this time to the oracle. "Bottomless man," he says, "I have to represent to you that no one of the present company finds himself equal to answer the question which your condescension has proposed to our consideration." On this there is fresh silence, and at length a fresh effatum from the hierophant. "Which comes first, the egg or the chick? The egg comes first in relation to the causativity of the chick, and the chick comes first in relation to the causativity of the egg." On which there is a burst of applause, the ring of adorers is broken through, and the shrinking professor is carried in the arms or on the shoulders of the literary crowd to his chair in the lecture room. Much as there was in Arnobius's description which gratified Jucundus's prejudices, he had suspicions of his young acquaintance, and was not in the humour to be pleased unreservedly with those who satirized anything whatever that was established, or was appointed by government, even affectation and pretence. He said something about the wisdom of ages, the reverence due to authority, the institutions of Rome, and the magistrates of Sicca. "Do not go after novelties," he said to Arnobius; "make a daily libation to Jove the preserver, and to the genius of the emperor, and then let other things take their course." "But you don't mean I must believe all this man says, because the Decurions have put him here?" cried Arnobius. "Here is this Polemo saying that Proteus is matter, and that minerals and vegetables are his flock; that Proserpine is the vital influence, and Ceres the efficacy of the heavenly bodies; that there are mundane spirits and supramundane; and then his doctrine about triads, monads, and progressions of the celestial gods." Said Jucundus, "they did not say so when I went to school. But keep to my rule, my boy, and swear by the genius of Rome and the emperor." "I don't believe in God or goddess, emperor or Rome, or in any philosophy, or in any religion at all," said Arnobius. "What!" cried Jucundus, "you're not going to desert the gods of your ancestors?" "Ancestors?" said Arnobius, "I've no ancestors. I'm not African, certainly; not Punic, not Libophœnician, not Canaanite, not Numidian, not Getulian. I'm half Greek, but what the other half is, I don't know. My good old gaffer, you're one of the old world. I believe nothing. Who can? There is such a racket and whirl of religions on all sides of me that I am sick of the subject." "Ah, the rising generation!" groaned Jucundus. "You young men, I cannot prophesy what you will become when we old fellows are removed from the scene. Perhaps you're a Christian?" Arnobius laughed. "At least I can give you comfort on that head, old grandfather. A pretty Christian I should make indeed, seeing visions to be sure, and rejoicing in the rack and dungeon. I wish to enjoy life. I see wealth, power, rank, and pleasure to be worth living for, and I see nothing else." "Well said, my lad," cried Jucundus, "well said. Stick to that. I declare you frightened me.
Give up all visions, speculations, conjectures, fancies, novelties, discoveries. Nothing comes of them but confusion." "No, no," answered the youth, "I'm not so wild as you seem to think, Jucundus. It is true, I don't believe one single word about the gods, but in their worship was I born, and in their worship I will die." "Admirable!" cried Jucundus in a transport. "Well, I'm surprised. You have taken me by surprise. You're a fine fellow. You're a boy after my heart. I've a good mind to adopt you. You see, I can't believe one syllable of all the priests' trash," said Arnobius. "Who does? Not they. I don't believe in Jupiter or Juno, or in Astarte, or in Isis. But where shall I go for anything better? Or why need I seek anything good or bad in that line? Nothing's known anywhere, and life would go while I attempted what is impossible. No, better stay where I am. I may go further and gain a loss for my pains. So you see I am for myself and for the genius of Rome." "That's the true principle," answered the delighted Jucundus. "Why, really, for so young a man, surprising. Where did you get so much good sense, my dear fellow? I've seen very little of you. Well, this I'll say, you are a youth of most mature mind. To be sure. Well, such youths are rare nowadays. I congratulate you with all my heart on your strong sense and your admirable wisdom. Who'd have thought it? I've always, to tell the truth, had a little suspicion of you, but you've come out nobly. Capital! I don't wish you to believe in the gods, if you can't, but it's your duty, dear boy, your duty to Rome to maintain them, and to rally round them when attacked." Then, with a changed voice, he added, "Ah, that a young friend of mine had your view of the matter." And then, fearing he had said too much, he stopped abruptly. "You mean Agellius," said Arnobius. "You've heard, by the bye," he continued in a lower tone, "what's the talk in the Capitol? That at Rome they are proceeding on a new plan against the Christians, with great success. They don't put to death, at least at once. They keep in prison, and threaten the torture. It's surprising how many come over." "The Furies seize them!" exclaimed Jucundus. "They deserve everything bad, always excepting my poor boy. So they are cheating the hangman by giving up their atheism. The vile reptiles giving in to a threat! However," added gravely, "I wish threats would answer with Agellius; but I greatly fear that menace would only make him stubborn. That stubbornness of a Christian! Oh, Arnobius," he said, shaking his head and looking solemn, "it's a visitation from the gods, a sort of nympholepsia." "It's going out," said Arnobius. "Mark my words, the frenzy is dying. It's only wonderful it should have lasted for 3 centuries. The report runs that in some places, when the edict was published, the Christians did not wait for a summons, but swept up to the temples to sacrifice, like a shoal of tunnies. The magistrates were obliged to take so many a day, and as the days went on, none so eager to bring over the rest as those who have already become honest men. Nay, not a few of their mystic or esoteric class have conformed." "If so, unless Agellius looks sharp," said Jucundus, "his sect will give him up before he gives up his sect. Christianity will be converted before him." "Oh, don't fear for him," said Arnobius. "I knew him at school. Boys differ; some are bold and open. They like to be men, and to dare the deeds of men. They talk freely, and take their swing in broad day. Others are shy, reserved, bashful, and are afraid to do what they love quite as much as the others. Agellius never could rub off this shame, and it has taken this turn. He's sure to outgrow it in a year or two. I should not wonder if, when once he had got over it, he went into the opposite fault. You'll find him a drinker and a swaggerer and a spendthrift before many years are over." "Well, that's good news," said Jucundus. "I mean, I'm glad you think he will shake off these fancies. I don't believe they sit very close to him myself." He walked on for a while in silence; then he said, That seems a sharp child, Arnobius. Could he do me a service if I wanted it? Does he know Agellius?" "Know him?" answered the other. "Yes, and his farm too. He has rambled round Sicca, many is the mile, and he knows the short cuts and the blind ways and safe circuits." "What's the boy's name?" asked Jucundus. "Firmian," answered Arnobius, "Firmian Lactantius." "I say, Firmian," said Jucundus to him, "where are you to be found of a day, my boy?" "At class, morning and afternoon," answered Firmian, "sleeping in the porticoes in midday, nowhere in the evening, and roosting with Arnobius at night." "And you can keep a secret, should it so happen," asked Jucundus, "and do an errand if I gave you one?" "I'll give him the stick worse than Rupilius if he does not," said Arnobius. "A bargain!" cried Jucundus, and waving his hand to them, he stepped through the city gate, and they returned to the afternoon amusements. End of chapter 8. Chapter 9 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Jucundus baits his trap. Agellius is busily employed upon his farm, while the enemies of his faith are laying their toils for him and his brethren in the imperial city, in the proconsular officium, and in the municipal curia, while Jucundus is scheming against him personally in another way, and with other intentions. The unconscious object of these machinations is busy about his master's crops, housing the corn in caves or pits, distilling the roses, irrigating the canna, and training and sheltering the vines; and he does so, not only from a sense of duty, but the more assiduously because he finds in constant employment a protection against himself, against idle thoughts, wayward wishes, discontent, and despondency. It is doubtless very strange to the reader how any one who professed himself a Christian in good earnest should be open to the imputation of resting his hopes and his heart in the tents of paganism. But we do not see why Agellius has not quite as much right to be inconsistent in one way as Christians of the present time in another; and perhaps he has more to say for himself than they. They have not had the trial of solitude, nor the consequent temptation to which he has been exposed, of seeking relief from his own thoughts in the company of unbelievers. When a boy, he had received his education at that school in the temple of Mercury of which we heard in the foregoing chapter; and though happily he had preserved himself from the contagion of idolatry and sin, he had on that very account formed no friendships with his schoolfellows. Whether there were any Christians there besides himself, he did not know; but while the worst of his schoolfellows were what heathen boys may be supposed to be, the lightest censure which could be passed on any was that they were greedy, or quarrelsome, or otherwise unamiable. He had learned there enough to open his mind, and to give him materials for thinking, and instruments for reflecting on his own religion, and for drawing out into shape his own reflections. He had received just that discipline which makes solitude most pleasant to the old, and most insupportable to the young. He had got 1,000 questions which needed answers, 1,000 feelings which needed sympathy. He wanted to know whether his guesses, his perplexities, his trials of mind were peculiar to himself, or how far they were shared by others, and what they were worth. He had capabilities for intellectual enjoyment unexercised, and a thirst after knowledge unsatisfied, and the channels of supernatural assistance were removed from him at a time when nature was most impetuous and most clamorous. It was under circumstances such as these that the two young Greeks, brother and sister, the brother older and the sister younger than Agellius, came to Sicca at the invitation of Jucundus, who wanted them for his trade. His nephew in time got acquainted with them, and found in them what he had sought in vain elsewhere. It is not that they were oracles of wisdom, or repositories of philosophical learning. Their age and their calling forbade it, nor did he require it. For an oracle, of course, he would have looked in another direction; but he desiderated something more on a level with himself, and that they abundantly supplied. He found from his conversations with them that a great number of the questions which had been a difficulty to him had already been agitated in the schools of Greece. He found what solutions were possible, what the hinge was on which questions turned, what the issue to which they led, and what the principle which lay at the bottom of them. He began better to understand the position of Christianity in the world of thought, and the view which was taken of it by the advocates of other religions or philosophies. He gained some insight into its logic, and advanced, without knowing it, in the investigation of its evidences. Nor was this all. He acquired, by means of his new friends, a great deal also of secular knowledge as well as philosophical. He learnt much of the history of foreign countries, especially of Greece, of its heroes and sages, its poets and its statesmen, of Alexander, of the Syro‐Macedonic empire, of the Jews, and of the series of conquests through which Rome advanced to universal dominion. To impart knowledge is as interesting as to acquire it, and Agellius was called upon to give as well as to take. The brother and sister, without showing any great religious earnestness, were curious to know about Christianity, and listened with the more patience that they had no special attachment to any other worship. In the debates which ensued, though there was no agreement, there was the pleasure of mental exercise and excitement. He found enough to tell them without touching upon the more sacred mysteries; and while he never felt his personal faith at all endangered by their free conversation, his charity, or at least his good will and his gratitude, led him to hope, or even to think, that they were in the way of conversion themselves. In this thought he was aided by his own innocence and simplicity; and though, on looking back afterwards to this eventful season, he recognised many trivial occurrences which ought to have put him on his guard, yet he had no suspicion at the time that those who conversed so winningly, and sustained so gracefully and happily the commerce of thought and sentiment, might in their actual state, nay, in their governing principles, be an utter contrariety to himself when the veil was removed from off their hearts. Nor was it in serious matters alone, but still more on lighter occasions of intercourse, that Aristo and Callista were attractive to the solitary Agellius. She had a sweet, thrilling voice, and accompanied herself on the lyre. She could act the improvisatress, and her expressive features were a running commentary on the varied meaning, the sunshine and the shade, of her ode or her epic. She could relate how the profane Pentheus and the self‐glorious Hippolytus gave a lesson to the world of the feebleness of human virtue when it placed itself in opposition to divine power. She could teach how the chaste Diana manifests herself to the simple shepherd Endymion, not to the great or learned; and how Tithonus, the spouse of the morn, adumbrates the fate of those who revel in their youth as if it were to last for ever, and who, when old, do nothing but talk of the days when they were young, wearying others with tales of their amours or their exploits, like grasshoppers that show their vigour only by their chirping. The very allegories which sickened and irritated Arnobius when spouted out by Polemo, touched the very chords of poor Agellius's heart when breathed forth from the lips of the beautiful Greek. She could act also, and suddenly, when conversation flagged or suggested it, she could throw herself into the part of Medea or Antigone with a force and truth which far surpassed the effect produced by the male and masked representations of those characters at the theatre. Brother and sister were Oedipus and Antigone, Electra and Orestes, Cassandra and the chorus. Once or twice they attempted a scene in Menander, but there was something which made Agellius shrink from the comedy, beautiful as it was, and clever as was the representation. Callista could act Thais as truly as Iphigenia, but Agellius could not listen as composedly. There are certain most delicate instincts and perceptions in us, which act as first principles, and which, once effaced, can never, except from some supernatural source, be restored to the mind. When men are in a state of nature, these are sinned against, and vanish very soon, at so early a date in the history of the individual that perhaps he does not recollect that he ever possessed them. And since, like other first principles, they are but very partially capable of proof, a general scepticism prevails both as to their existence and their truth. The Greeks, partly from the vivacity of their intellect, partly from their passion for the beautiful, lost these celestial adumbrations sooner than other nations. When a collision arose on such matters between Agellius and his friends, Callista kept silence; but Aristo was not slow to express his wonder that the young Christian should think customs or practices wrong, which, in his view of the matter, were as unblameable and natural as eating, drinking, or sleeping. His own face became almost satirical, as Agellius's became grave. However, he was too companionable and good natured to force another to be happy in his own way. He imputed to the extravagance of his friend's religion what in any but a Christian he would have called moroseness and misanthropy, and he bade his sister give over representations, which, instead of enlivening the passing hour, did but inflict pain. This friendly intercourse had now gone on for some months, as the leisure of both parties admitted. Once or twice brother and sister had come to the suburban farm, but for the most part, in spite of his intense dislike of the city, he had for their sake threaded its crowded and narrow thoroughfares, crossed its open places, and presented himself at their apartments. And was it very strange that a youth so utterly ignorant of the world and unsuspicious of evil should not have heard the warning voice which called him to separate himself from heathenism, even in its most specious form? Was it very strange, under these circumstances, that a sanguine hope, the hope of the youthful, should have led Agellius to overlook obstacles, and beguile himself into the notion that Callista might be converted, and make a good Christian wife? Well, we have nothing more to say for him. If we have not already succeeded in extenuating his offence, we must leave him to the mercy, or rather to the justice, of his severely virtuous censors. But all this while Jucundus had been conversing with him, and unless we are quick about it, we shall lose several particulars which are necessary for those who wish to pursue without a break the thread of his history. His uncle had brought the conversation round to the delicate point which had occasioned his visit, and had just broken the ice. With greater tact and more ample poetical resources than we should have given him credit for, he had been led from the scene before him to those prospects of a moral and social character which ought soon to employ the thoughts of his dear Agellius. He had spoken of vines and of their culture, apropos of the dwarf vines around him, which stood about the height of a currant bush. Thence he had proceeded to the subject of the more common vine of Africa, which crept and crawled along the ground, the extremity of each plant resting in succession on the stalk of that which immediately preceded it. And now, being well into his subject, he called to mind the high vine of Italy, which mounts by the support of the slim tree to which it clings. Then he quoted Horace on the subject of the marriage of the elm and the vine. This lodged him in medias res, and Agellius' heart beat when he found his uncle proposing to him, as a thought of his own, the very step which he had fancied was almost a secret of his own breast, though Juba had seemed to have some suspicion of it. "My dear Agellius," said Jucundus, "it would be a most suitable proceeding. I have never taken to marrying myself; it has not lain in my way, or been to my taste. Your father did not set me an encouraging example. But here you are, living by yourself in this odd fashion, unlike any one else. Perhaps you may come in time, and live in Sicca. We shall find some way of employing you, and it will be pleasant to have you near me as I get old. However, I mean it to be some time yet before Charon makes a prize of me. Not that I believe all that rubbish more than you, Agellius, I assure you." "It strikes me," Agellius began, "that perhaps you may think it inconsistent in me taking such a step; but—" "Ay, that's the rub," thought Jucundus. Then aloud, "Inconsistent, my boy! Who talks of inconsistency? What superfine jackanapes dares to call it inconsistent? You seem made for each other, Agellius. She town, you country; she so clever and attractive, and up to the world; you so fresh and Arcadian. You'll be quite the talk of the place." "That's just what I don't want to be," said Agellius. "I mean to say," he continued, "that if I thought it inconsistent with my religion to think of Callista." "Ah, of course," interrupted his uncle, who took his cue from Juba, and was afraid of the workings of Agellius's human respect. "But who knows you have been a Christian? No one knows anything about it. I'll be bound they all think you an honest fellow like themselves, a worshipper of the gods, without crotchets or hobbies of any kind. I never told them to the contrary. My opinion is, that if you were to make your libation to Jove, and throw incense upon the imperial altar to morrow, no one would think it extraordinary. They would say for certain that they had seen you do it again and again. Don't fancy for an instant, my dear Agellius, that you have anything whatever to get over." Agellius was getting awkward and mortified, as may be easily conceived, and Jucundus saw it, but could not make out why. "My dear uncle," said the youth, "you are reproaching me." "Not a bit of it," said Jucundus confidently; "not a shadow of reproach. Why should I reproach you? We can't be wise all at once. I had my follies once, as you may have had yours. It's natural you should grow more attached to things as they are. Things as they are, you know, as time goes on. Marriage, and the preparation for marriage, sobers a man. You've been a little headstrong, I can't deny, and had your fling in your own way; but nuces pueris, as you will soon be saying yourself on a certain occasion, your next business is to consider what kind of a marriage you propose. I suppose the Roman, but there is great room for choice even there. It is a proverb how different things are in theory and when reduced to practice. Agellius had thought of the end more than of the means, and had had a vision of Callista as a Christian, when the question of rites and forms would have been answered by the decision of the Church without his trouble. He was somewhat sobered by the question, though in a different way from what his uncle wished and intended. Jucundus proceeded. "First, there is matrimonium confarreationis. You have nothing to do with that. Strictly speaking, it is obsolete. It went out with the exclusiveness of the old patricians. I say strictly speaking, for the ceremonies remain, waiving the formal religious rite. Well, my dear Agellius, I don't recommend this ceremonial to you. You'd have to kill a porker to take out the entrails, to put away the gall, and to present it to Juno Pronuba. And there's fire too, and water, and frankincense, and a great deal of the same kind, which I think undesirable, and you would too; for there I am sure we are agreed. We put this aside then, the religious marriage. Then comes the marriage ex coemptione, a sort of mercantile transaction. In this case the parties buy each other, and become each other's property. Well, every man to his taste; but for me, I don't like to be bought and sold. I like to be my own master, and am suspicious of anything irrevocable. Why should you commit yourself, do you see, for ever, to a girl you know so little of? Don't look surprised; it's common sense. It's very well to buy her, but to be bought, that's quite another matter. And I don't know that you can. Being a Roman citizen yourself, you can only make a marriage with a citizen. Now the question is, whether Callista is a citizen at all. I know perfectly well the sweeping measure some years back of Caracalla, which made all freemen citizens of Rome, whatever might be their country. But that measure has never been carried out in fact. You'd have very great difficulty with the law and customs of the country. And then, after all, if the world were willing to gratify you, where's your proof she is a free woman? My dear boy, I must speak out for your good, though you're offended with me. I wish you to have her, I do; but you can't do impossibilities, you can't alter facts. The laws of the empire allow you to have her in a certain definite way, and no other, and you cannot help the law being what it is. I say all this, even on the supposition of her being a free woman; but it is just possible she may be in law a slave. Don't start in that way. The pretty thing is neither better nor worse for what she cannot help. I say it for your good. Well, now I'm coming to my point. There is a third kind of marriage, and that is what I should recommend for you. It's the matrimonium ex usu, or consuetudine. The great advantage here is, that you have no ceremonies whatever, nothing which can in any way startle your sensitive mind. In that case, a couple are at length man and wife prescriptione. You are afraid of making a stir in Sicca. In this case you would make none. You would simply take her home here. If, as time went on, you got on well together, it would be a marriage. If not," and he shrugged his shoulders, "no harm's done. You are both free." Agellius had been sitting on a gate of one of the vineyards. He started on his feet, threw up his arms, and made an exclamation. "Listen, listen, my dear boy," cried Jucundus, hastening to explain what he considered the cause of his sudden annoyance. "Listen just one moment, Agellius, if you can. Dear, dear, how I wish I knew where to find you. What is the matter? I'm not treating her ill. I'm not, indeed. I've not had any notion at all even of hinting that you should leave her, unless you both wished the bargain rescinded. No, but it is a great rise for her. You are a Roman, with property, with position in the place. She's a stranger, and without a dower. Nobody knows whence she came, or anything about her. She ought to have no difficulty about it, and I am confident will have none. Oh, my dear good uncle! Oh, Jucundus, Jucundus!" cried Agellius, "is it possible? Do my ears hear right? What is it you ask me to do?" And he burst into tears. "Is it conceivable," he said with energy, "that you are in earnest in recommending me, I say, in recommending me, a marriage which really would be no marriage at all?" "Here is some very great mistake," said Jucundus angrily. "It arises, Agellius, from your ignorance of the world. You must be thinking I recommend you mere contubernium, as the lawyers call it. Well, I confess I did think of that for a moment. It occurred to me. I should have liked to have mentioned it, but knowing how preposterously touchy and skittish you are on supposed points of honour, or sentiment, or romance, or of something or other indescribable, I said not one word about that. I have only wished to consult for your comfort, present and future. You don't do me justice, Agellius. I have been attempting to smooth your way. You must act according to the received usages of society. You cannot make a world for yourself. Here have I proposed 3 or 4 ways for your proceeding, and you will have none of them. What will you have? I thought you didn't like ceremonies. I thought you did not like the established ways. Go then, do it in the old fashion. Kill your sheep, knead your meal, light your torches, sing your song, summon your flamen, if he'll come. Anyhow, take your choice. Do it either with religion or without." "Oh, Jucundus," said the poor fellow, "am I then come to this?" And he could say no more. His distress was not greater than his uncle's disappointment, perplexity, and annoyance. The latter had been making everything easy for Agellius, and he was striking, do what he would, on hidden, inexplicable impediments, whichever way he moved. He got more and more angry the more he thought about it. An unreasonable, irrational coxcomb! He had heard a great deal of the portentous stubbornness of a Christian, and now he understood what it was. It was in his blood, he saw, an offensive, sour humour, tainting him from head to foot. A very different recompense had he deserved. There had he come all the way from his home, from purely disinterested feelings. He had no motive whatever, but a simple desire of his nephew's welfare. What other motive could he have? "Let Agellius go to the crows," he thought, "if he will. What is it to me if he is seized for a Christian, hung up like a dog, or thrown like a dead rat into the cloaca of the prison? What care I if he is made a hyena's breakfast in the amphitheatre, all Sicca looking on, or if he is nailed on a cross for the birds to peck at before my door? Ungrateful puppy! It is no earthly concern of mine what becomes of him. I shall be neither better nor worse. No one will say a word against Jucundus. He will not lose a single customer, or be shunned by a single jolly companion for the exposure of his nephew. But a man can't be saved against his will. Here am I, full of expedients and resources for his good. There is he, throwing cold water on everything, and making difficulties as if he loved them. It's his abominable pride, that's the pith of the matter. He could not have behaved worse, though I had played the bully with him, and had reproached him with his Christianity. But I have studiously avoided every subject which could put his back up. He's a very Typhon or Enceladus for pride. Here he'd give his ears to have done with Christianity. He wants to have this Callista. He wants to buy her at the price of his religion, but he'd rather be burned than say I've changed. Let him reap as he has sown. Why should I coax him further to be merciful to himself? Oh, well, Agellius," he said aloud, "I'm going back." Agellius, on the other hand, had his own thoughts, and the most urgent of them at the moment was sorrow that he had hurt his uncle. He was sincerely attached to him, in consequence of his faithful guardianship, his many acts of kindness, the reminiscences of childhood, nay, the love he bore to the good points of his character. To him he owed his education and his respectable position. He could not bear his anger, and he had a fear of his authority. But what was to be done? Jucundus, in utter insensibility to certain instincts and rules, which in Christianity are first principles, had, without intending it, been greatly dishonouring Agellius, and his passion, and the object of it. Uncle and nephew had been treading on each other's toes, and each was wincing under the mischance. It was Agellius's place, as the younger, to make advances, if he could, to the adjustment of the misunderstanding, and he wished to find some middle way. And also it is evident he had another inducement besides his tenderness to Jucundus to urge him to do so. In truth, Callista exerted a tremendous sway over him. The conversation which had just passed ought to have opened his eyes, and made him understand that the very first step in any negotiations between them was her bona fide conversion. It was evident he could not, he literally had not the power of marrying her as a heathen. Roman might marry a Roman, but a degradation of each party in the transaction was the only way by which a Roman could make any sort of marriage with a Greek. If she were converted, they would be both of them under the rules of the Catholic Church. But what prospect was there of so happy an event? What had ever fallen from her lips which looked that way? Could not a clever girl throw herself into the part of Alcestis, or chant the majestic verses of Cleanthes, or extemporize a hymn upon the spring, or hold an argument on the pulchrum and utile, without having any leaning towards Christianity? A calm, sweet voice, a noble air, an expressive countenance, refined and decorous manners, were these specific indications of heavenly grace? Ah, poor Agellius, a fascination is upon you, and so you are thinking of some middle term, which is to reconcile your uncle and you, and therefore you begin as follows: "I see by your silence, Jucundus, that you are displeased with me, you who are always so kind. Well, it comes from my ignorance of things, it does indeed. I ask your forgiveness for anything which seemed ungrateful in my behaviour, though there is not ingratitude in my heart. I am too much of a boy to see things beforehand, and to see them in all their bearings. You took me by surprise by talking on the subject which led to our misunderstanding. I will not conceal for an instant that I like Callista very much, and that the more I see her, I like her the more. It strikes me that if you break the matter to Aristo, he and I might have some talk together, and understand each other." Jucundus was hot‐tempered, but easily pacified, and he really did wish to be on confidential terms with his nephew at the present crisis. So he caught at his apology. "Now you speak like a reasonable fellow, Agellius," he answered. "Certainly, I will speak to Aristo as you wish. And on this question of consuetudo or prescription, well, don't begin looking queer again. I will speak to him on the whole question and its details. He and I will talk together for our respective principles. We shall soon come to terms, I warrant you, and then you shall talk with him. Come, show me round your fields," he continued, "and let me see how you will be able to present things to your bride. A very pretty property it is. I it was who was the means of your father thinking of it. You have heard me say so before now, and all the circumstances. He was at Carthage at this time, undecided what to do with himself. It so happened that Julia Clara's estates were just then in the market. An enormous windfall her estates were. Old Decius was emperor just before my time. He gave all his estates to his daughter as soon as he assumed the purple. Poor lady, she did not enjoy them long. Severus confiscated the whole, not however for the benefit of the state, but of the res privata. They are so large in Africa alone, that, as you know, you are under a special procurator. Well, they did not come into the market at once. The existing farmers were retained. Marcus Juventius farmed a very considerable portion of them. They were contiguous, and dovetailed into his own lands, and accordingly, when he got into trouble and had to sell his leases, there were certain odds and ends about Sicca which it was proposed to lease piecemeal. Your employer, Varius, would have given any money for them, but I was beforehand with him. Nothing like being on the spot. He was on business of the proconsul at Adrumetum. I sent off Hispa instantly to Strabo, not an hour's delay after I heard of it. The sale was at Carthage. He went to his old commander, who used his influence, and the thing was done. I venture to say there's not such a snug little farm in all Africa, and I am sanguine we shall get a renewal, though Varius will do his utmost to outbid us. Ah, my dear Agellius, if there is but a suspicion you are not a thorough‐going Roman, well, well, here, ease me through this gate, Agellius. I don't know what's come to the gate since I was here. Indeed, yes, you have improved this very much. That small arbor is delicious, but you want an image, an Apollo or a Diana. Ah, do now stop for a moment. Why are you going forward at such a pace? I'll give you an image. It shall be one that you will really like. Well, you won't have it? I beg you 10,000 pardons. Oh, I mean nothing. Oh, what an odd world it is! Oh, well, I am keeping you from your labourers." And having thus smoothed his own ruffled temper, and set things right, as he considered, with Agellius, the old pagan took his journey homewards, assuring Agellius that he would make all things clear for him in a very short time, and telling him to be sure to make a call upon Aristo before the ensuing calends. End of chapter 9. Chapter 10 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This recording is in the public domain. The divine Callista. The day came which Agellius had fixed for paying his promised visit to Aristo. It is not to be denied that in the interval the difficulties of the business which occasioned his visit had increased upon his apprehensions. Callista was not yet a Christian, nor was there any reason for saying that a proposal of marriage would make her one, and a strange sort of convert she would be if it did. He would not suffer himself to dwell upon difficulties which he was determined never should be realized. No, of course, a heathen he could not marry, but a heathen Callista should not be. He did not see the process, but he was convinced she would become a Christian. Yet somehow so it was that if he was able to stultify his reason, he did not quite succeed to his satisfaction with his conscience. Every morning found him less satisfied with himself, and more disposed to repent of having allowed his uncle to enter on the subject with Aristo. But it was a thing done and over. He must either awkwardly back out, or he must go on. His middle term, as he hastily had considered it, was nothing else than siding with his uncle, and committing himself to go all lengths, unless some difficulty rose with the other party. Yet could he really wish that the step had not been taken? Was it not plain that if he was to put away Callista from his affections, he must never go near her? And was he to fall back on his drear solitude, and lose that outlet of thought and relief of mind which he had lately found in the society of his Greek friends? We may easily believe that he was not very peaceful in heart when he set out on that morning to call upon Aristo. Yet he would not allow that he was doing wrong. He recurred to the pleasant imagination that Callista would certainly become a Christian, and dwelt pertinaciously upon it. He could not tell on what it was founded. He knew enough of his religion not to mean that she was too good to be a heathen. So it is to be supposed he meant that he discerned what he hoped were traces of some supernatural influence operating upon her mind. He had a perception, which he could not justify by argument, that there was in Callista a promise of something higher than anything she yet was. He felt a strange sympathy with her, which certainly, unless he utterly deceived himself, was not based on anything merely natural or human; a sympathy the more remarkable from the contrariety which existed between them in matters of religious belief. And hope, having blown this large and splendid bubble, sent it sailing away, and arose upon the buoyant atmosphere of youth, beautiful to behold. And yet, as Agellius ascended the long flight of marble steps which led the foot passenger up into that fair city, while the morning sun was glancing across them, and surveyed the outline of the many sumptuous buildings which crested and encircled the hill, did he not know full well that iniquity was written on its very walls, and spoke a solemn warning to a Christian heart to go out of it, to flee it, not to take up a home in it, not to make alliance with anything in it? Did he not know from experience full well that when he got into it his glance could no longer be unrestrained, or his air free, but that it would be necessary for him to keep a control upon his senses, and painfully guard himself against what must either be a terror to him and an abhorrence, or a temptation? Enter in imagination into a town like Sicca, and you will understand the great apostle's anguish at seeing a noble and beautiful city given up to idolatry. Enter it, and you will understand why it was that the poor priest, of whom Jucundus spoke so bitterly, hung his head and walked with timid eyes and clouded brow through the joyous streets of Carthage. Hitherto we have only been conducting heathens through it, boys or men, Jucundus, Arnobius, and Firmian; but now a Christian enters it with a Christian's heart and a Christian's hope. Well is it for us, dear reader, that we in this age do not experience, nay, a blessed thing that we cannot even frame to ourselves in imagination, the actual details of evil which hung as an atmosphere over the cities of pagan Rome. An apostle calls the tongue a fire, a world of iniquity, untamable, a restless evil, a deadly poison; and surely what he says applies to hideous thoughts represented to the eye, as well as when they are made to strike upon the ear. Unfortunate Agellius, what takes you into the city this morning? Doubtless some urgent, compulsive duty; otherwise you would not surely be threading its lanes, or taking the circuit of its porticos, amid sights which now shock and now allure; fearful sights, not here and there, but on the stateliest structures and in the meanest hovels, in public offices and private houses, in central spots and at the corners of the streets, in bazaars and shops and house doors, in the rudest workmanship and in the highest art, in letters or in emblems or in paintings, the insignia and the pomp of Satan and of Belial, of a reign of corruption and a revel of idolatry, which you can neither endure nor escape. Wherever you go it is all the same; in the police court on the right, in the military station on the left, in the crowd around the temple, in the procession with its victims and its worshippers who walk to music, in the language of the noisy market people. Wherever you go, you are accosted, confronted, publicly, shamelessly, now as if a precept of religion, now as if a homage to nature, by all which, as a Christian, you shrink from and abjure. It is no accident of the season or of the day; it is the continuous tradition of some thousands of years. It is the very orthodoxy of the myriads who have lived and died there. There was a region once, in an early age, lying upon the eastern sea, which is said at length to have vomited out its inhabitants for their frightful iniquity. They, thus cast forth, took ship, and passed over to the southern coast, and then gradually settling and spreading into the interior, they peopled the woody plains and fertile slopes of Africa, and filled it with their cities. Sicca is one of these, set up in sin, and at the time of which we write that sin was basking under the sun and rioting, and extending itself to its amplest dimensions, like some glittering serpent or spotted pard of the neighbourhood, without interposition from heaven or earth in correction of so awful a degradation. In such scenes of unspeakable pollution our Christian forefathers perforce lived. Through such a scene, though not taking part in it, Agellius, blessed with a country home, is unnecessarily passing. He has reached the house, or rather the floor, to which he has been making his way. It is at the back of the city, where the rock is steep, and it looks out upon the plain and the mountain range to the north. Its inmates, Aristo and Callista, are engaged in their ordinary work of moulding or carving, painting or gilding the various articles which the temples or the private shrines of the established religion required. Aristo has received from Jucundus the overtures which Agellius had commissioned him to make, and finds, as he anticipated, that they are no great news to his sister. She perfectly understands what is going on, but does not care to speak much upon it till Agellius makes his appearance. As they sit at work, Aristo speaks. "Agellius will make his appearance here this morning. I say, Callista, what can he be coming for?" "Why, if your news be true, that the Christians are coming into trouble, of course he means to purchase, as a blessing on him, some of these bits of gods." "You are sharp enough, my little sister," answered Aristo, "to know perfectly well who is the goddess he is desirous of purchasing." Callista laughed carelessly, but made no reply. "Come, child," Aristo continued, "don't be cruel to him. Wreath a garland for him by the time he comes. He's well to do, and modest withal, and needs encouragement." "He's well enough," said Callista. "I say he's a fellow too well off to be despised as a lover," proceeded her brother, "and it would be a merit with the gods to rid him of his superstition." "Not much of a Christian," she made answer, "if he is set upon me. For whose sake has he been coming here so often, mine or yours, Callista?" "I am tired of such engagements," she replied. She went on with her painting, and several times seemed as if she would have spoken, but did not. Then, without interrupting her work, she said calmly, "Time was, it gratified my conceit and my feelings to have hangers on. Indeed, without them, how should we have had means to come here? But there's a weariness in all things." "A weariness! Where is this bad humour to end?" cried Aristo. "It has been a long fit; shake it off while you can, or it will be too much for you. What can you mean? A weariness? You are over young to bid youth farewell. Aching hearts for aching bones. So young and so perverse. We must take things as the gods give them. You will ask for them in vain when you are old. One day above, another day beneath; one while young, another while old. Enjoy life while you have it in your hand." He said this as he worked. Then he stopped, and turned round to her with his graving tool in his hand. "Recollect old Lesbia, how she used to squeak out to me, with her nodding head and trembling limbs." Here he mimicked the old crone. "My boy, take your pleasure while you can. I can't take pleasure. My day is over, but I don't reproach myself. I had a merry time of it while it lasted. Time stops for no one, but I did my best. I don't reproach myself. There's the true philosopher, though a slave, more outspoken than Æsop, more practical than Epictetus." Callista began singing to herself: "I wander by that river's brink, which circles Pluto's drear domain. I feel the chill night breeze, and think of joys which ne'er shall be again. I count the weeds that fringe the shore, each sluggish wave that rolls and rolls. I hear the ever splashing oar of Charon, ferryman of souls. Hey ho!" she continued, "little regret, but much dread. The young have to fear more than the old have to mourn over. The future outweighs the past. Life is not so sweet as death is bitter. It is hard to quit the light of heaven." "Callistidion," he said impatiently, "my girl, this is preposterous. How long is this to go on? We must take you to Carthage. There is more trade there, if we can get it, and it will be on the bright, far resounding sea. And I will turn rhetorician, and you shall feed my classes. O beautiful divine light!" she continued, "what a loss! Oh, to think that one day I must lose you for ever! At home I used to lie awake at night, longing for the morning, and crying out for the god of day. It was like choice wine to me, a cup of Chian, the first streaks of the aurora, and I could hardly bear his bright coming when he came to me like Semele. For rapture, how gloriously did he shoot over the hills, and then anon he rested awhile on the snowy summit of Olympus, as in some luminous shrine, gladdening the Phrygian plain. Fair, bright‐haired god, thou art my worship, if Callista worships aught. But somehow I worship nothing now. I am weary." "Well," said her brother in a soothing tone, "it is a change. That light, elastic air, that transparent heaven, that fresh, temperate breeze, that majestic sea. Africa is not Greece. Oh, the difference! That's it, Callista. It's the nostalgia. You are homesick." "It may be so," she said. "I do not well know what I would have. Yes, the poisonous dews, the heavy heat, the hideous beasts, the green fever‐gendering swamps, this vast thickly wooded plain, like some mysterious labyrinth, oppresses and disquiets me with its very richness. The luxuriant foliage, the tall rank plants, the deep close lanes. I do not see my way through them, and I pant for breath. I only breathe freely on this hill. Oh, how unlike Greece, with the clear, soft, delicate colouring of its mountains, and the pure azure or the purple of its waters!" "But, my dear Callista," interrupted her brother, "recollect you are not in those oppressive, gloomy forests, but in Sicca, and no one asks you to penetrate them. And if you want mountains, I think those on the horizon are bare enough." "And the race of man?" she continued, is worse than all. Where is the genius of our bright land? Where is its intelligence, playfulness, grace, and noble bearing? Here hearts are as black as brows, and smiles as treacherous as the adders of the wood. The natives are crafty and remorseless. They never relax. They have no cheerfulness or mirth. Their very love is a furnace, and their sole ecstasy is revenge. No country like home to any of us, said Aristo, and yet here you are. Habit would be a second nature if you were here long enough. Your feelings would become acclimated and would find a new home. People get to like the darkness of the extreme north in course of time. The painted Britons, the Cimmerians, the Hyperboreans are content never to see the sun at all, which is your god. Here your own god reigns. Why quarrel with him? The sun of Greece is light, answered Callista. The sun of Africa is fire. I am no fire worshipper. I suspect even Styx and Phlegethon are tolerable at length, said her brother, if Phlegethon and Styx there be, as the poets tell us. The cold, foggy Styx is the north, said Callista, and the south is the scorching, blasting Phlegethon, and Greece, clear, sweet, and sunny, is the Elysian fields. And she continued her improvisations. Where are the islands of the blest? They stud the Aegean sea, and where the deep Elysian rest, it haunts the vale where Peneus strong pours his incessant stream along, while craggy ridge and mountain bare cut keenly through the liquid air, and in their own pure tints arrayed, scorn earth's green robes which change and fade, and stand in beauty undecayed, guards of the bold and free. A lower flight, if you please, just now, said Aristo, interrupting her. I do really wish a serious word with you about Agellius. He's a fellow I can't help liking, in spite of his misanthropy. Let me plead his cause. Like him or not yourself, still he has a full purse, and you will do a service to yourself and to the gods of Greece, and to him too, if you will smile on him. Smile on him, at least for a time. We will go to Carthage when you are tired. His looks have very little in them of a Christian left. You may blow it away with your breath." "One might do worse than be a Christian," she answered slowly, "if all is true that I have heard of them." Aristo started up in irritation. "By all the gods of Olympus," he said, "this is intolerable. If a man wants a tormentor, I commend him to a girl like you. What has ailed thee some time past, you silly child? What have I done to you that you should have got so cross and contrary, and so hard to please?" "I mean," she said, "if I were a Christian, life would be more bearable." "Bearable!" he echoed, "bearable! Ye gods! More bearable to have Styx and Tartarus, the Furies and their snakes, in this world as well as in the next; to have evil within and without; to hate one's self, and to be hated of all men; to live the life of an ass, and to die the death of a dog. Bearable! But hark! I hear Agellius' step on the staircase. Callista, dear Callista, be yourself; listen to reason." But Callista would not listen to reason, if her brother was its embodiment, but went on with her singing. "For what is Afric but the home of burning Phlegethon? What the low beach and silent gloom? and chilling mists of that Stover, along whose bank the thin ghosts shiver, the thin wan ghosts that once were men, but Tauris, isle of moor and fen, or dimly traced by seamen's ken, the pale cliffed Albion." Here she stopped, looked down, and busied herself with her work. End of chapter 10. Chapter 11 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Callista's preaching and what came of it. It is undeniably a solemn moment under any circumstances, and requires a strong heart, when any one deliberately surrenders himself, soul and body, to the keeping of another while life shall last. And this, or something like this, reserving the supreme claim of duty to the Creator, is the matrimonial contract. In individual cases it may be made without thought or distress, but surveyed objectively, and as carried out into a sufficient range of instances, it is so tremendous an undertaking that nature seems to sink under its responsibilities. When the Christian binds himself by vows to a religious life, he makes a surrender to Him who is all perfect, and whom he may unreservedly trust. Moreover, looking at that surrender on its human side, he has the safeguard of distinct provisos and regulations, and of the principles of theology, to secure him against tyranny on the part of his superiors. But what shall be his encouragement to make himself over, without condition or stipulation, as an absolute property to a fallible being, and that not for a season, but for life? The mind shrinks from such a sacrifice, and demands that, as religion enjoins it, religion should sanction and bless it. It instinctively desires that either the bond should be dissoluble, or that the subjects of it should be sacramentally strengthened to maintain it. So help me God, the formula of every oath, is emphatically necessary here. But Agellius is contemplating a superhuman engagement without superhuman assistance, and that in a state of society in which public opinion, which in some sense compensates for the absence of religion, supplied human motives not for but against keeping it, and with one who had given no indication that she understood what marriage meant. No wonder then that, in spite of his simplicity, his sanguine temperament, and his delusion, the more he thought of the step he had taken, the more unsatisfactory he found it, and the nearer he grew to the time when he must open the subject with Aristo, the less he felt able to do so. In consequence, he was in a distress of mind as he ascended the staircase which led to his friend's lodging, to which his anxiety, as he mounted the hill on the other side of the city, was tranquillity itself, and, except that he was coming by engagement, he would have turned back, and for the time at least have put the whole subject from his thoughts. Yet even then, as often as Callista rose in his mind's eye, his scruples and misgivings vanished before the beauty of that image, as mists before the sun, and when he actually stood in her sweet presence, it seemed as if some secret emanation from her flowed in upon his heart, and he stood breathless and giddy under the intensity of the fascination. However, the reader must not suppose that in the 3rd century of our era such negotiations as that which now seems to be on the point of coming off between Callista and Agellius were embellished with those transcendental sentiments and that magnificent ceremonial with which chivalry has invested them in these latter ages. There was little occasion then for fine speaking or exquisite deportment, and if there had been, we who are the narrators of these hitherto unrecorded transactions should have been utterly unable to do justice to them. At that time of day the Christian had too much simplicity, the heathen too little of real delicacy, to indulge in the sublimities of modern love making, at least as it is found in novels. And in the case before us, both gentleman and lady will be thought, we consider, sadly matter of fact, or rather semi barbarous, by the votaries of what is just now called European civilization. On Agellius's entering the room, Aristo was pacing to and fro in some discomposure. However, he ran up to his friend, embraced him, and looking at him with significance, congratulated him on his good looks. "There is more fire in your eye," he said, "dear Agellius, and more eloquence in the turn of your lip, than I have ever yet seen. A new spirit is in you. So you are determined to come out of your solitude? That you should have been able to exist in it so long is the wonderment to me." Agellius had recovered himself, yet he dared not look again on Callista. "Do not jest, Aristo," he said. "I am come, as you know, to talk to you about your sister. I have brought her a present of flowers. They are my best present, or rather not mine, but the birth of the opening year, as fair and fragrant as herself." "We will offer them to our Pallas Athena," said his friend, "to whom we artists are especially devout." And he would have led Agellius on, and made him place them in her niche in the opposite wall. "I am more serious than you are," said Agellius, "and I have brought the best my garden contains as an offering to your sister. She will not think I bring them for any other purpose. Where are you going?" he continued, as he saw his friend take down his broad petasus. "Oh, why," answered Aristo, "since I am so poor an interpreter of your meaning, you can dispense with me altogether. I will leave you to speak for yourself, and meanwhile we'll go and see what old Dromo has to tell, before the sun is too high in the heavens." Saying this, with a half imploring, half satirical look at his sister, he set off to the barber's at the Forum. Agellius took up the flowers, and laid them on the table before her, as she sat at work. "Do you accept my flowers, Callista?" he asked. "Fair and fragrant, like myself, are they?" she made reply. "Give them to me." She took them, and bent over them. "The blushing rose," she said gravely, "the stately lily, the royal carnation, the golden moly, the purple amaranth, the green bryon, the diosanthos, the sertula, the sweet, modest saliunca, fit emblems of Callista. Well, in a few hours they will have faded. Yes, they will get more and more like her." She paused, and looked him steadily in the face, and then continued, "Agellius, I once had a slave who belonged to your religion. She had been born in a Christian family, and came into my possession on her master's death. She was unlike any one I have seen before or since. She cared for nothing, yet was not morose or peevish or hard‐hearted. She died young in my service. Shortly before her end she had a dream. She saw a company of bright shades, clothed in white, like the hours which circle round the god of day. They were crowned with flowers, and they said to each other, 'She ought to have a token too.' So they took her hand, and led her to a most beautiful lady, as stately as Juno, and as sweet as Ariadne, so radiant in countenance that they themselves suddenly looked like Ethiopians by the side of her. She too was crowned with flowers, and these so dazzling that they might be the stars of heaven or the gems of Asia, for what Chione could tell. And that fair goddess, Angel you call her, said, 'My dear, here is something for you from my son. He sends you by me a red rose for your love, a white lily for your chastity, purple violets to strew your grave, and green palms to flourish over it.' Is this the reason why you give me flowers, Agellius? That I may rank with Chione? And is this their interpretation?" "Callista," he answered, "it is my heart's most fervent wish, it is my mind's vivid anticipation, that the day may come when you will receive such a crown, nay, a brighter one. And you are come, of course, to philosophize to me, and to put me in the way of dying like Chione," she made answer. I implore your pardon. You are offering me flowers, it seems, not for a bridal wreath, but for a funeral urn." "Is it wonderful," said Agellius, "that the two wishes should have gone together in my heart, and that, while I trusted and prayed that you might have the same Master in heaven as I have myself, I also hoped you would have the same service, the same aims, the same home upon earth? And that you should speak one word for your Master and two for yourself," she retorted. "It has been by feeling how much you could be to me," he answered, "that I have been led to think how much my Master may be doing for you already, and how much in time to come you might do for Him. Callista, do not urge me with your Greek subtlety, or expect me to analyze my feelings more precisely than I have the ability to do. May I calmly tell you the state of my mind as I do know it, and will you patiently listen?" She signified her willingness, and he continued. "This only I know," he said, "what I have experienced ever since I first heard you converse, that there is between you and me a unity of thought, so strange that I should have deemed it could not have been, before I found it actually to exist, between any two persons whatever, and which, widely as we are separated in opinion and habit, and differently as we have been brought up, is to me inexplicable. I find it difficult to explain what I mean. We disagree certainly on the most important subjects, yet there is an unaccountable correspondence in the views we take of things, in our impressions, in the line in which our minds move, and the issues to which they come, in our judgment of what is great and little, and the manner in which objects affect our feelings. When I speak to my uncle, when I speak to your brother, I do not understand them, nor they me. We are moving in different spheres, and I am solitary, however much they talk. But to my astonishment I find between you and me one language. Is it wonderful that, in proportion to my astonishment, I am led to refer it to one cause, and think that one master hand must have engraven those lines on the soul of each of us? Is it wonderful that I should fancy that He who has made us alike has made us for each other, and that the very same persuasives by which I bring you to cast your eyes on me may draw you also to cast yourself in adoration at the feet of my Master?" For an instant tears seemed about to start from Callista's eyes, but she repressed the emotion, if it were such, and answered with impetuosity, "Your Master! Who is your Master? What know I of your Master? What have you ever told me of your Master? I suppose it is an esoteric doctrine which I am not worthy to know. But so it is. Here you have been again and again, and talked freely of many things, yet I am in as much darkness about your Master as if I had never seen you. I know He died. I know too that Christians say He lives, in some fortunate island, I suppose; for when I have asked, you have got rid of the subject as best you could. You have talked about your law, and your various duties, and what you consider right, and what is forbidden, and of some of the old writers of your sect, and of the Jews before them. But if, as you imply, my wants and aspirations are the same as yours, what have you done towards satisfying them? What have you done for that Master towards whom you now propose to lead me? No," she continued, starting up, "you have watched those wants and aspirations for yourself, not for Him. You have taken interest in them, you have cherished them, as if you were the author, you the object of them. You profess to believe in one true God, and to reject every other; and now you are implying that the hand, the shadow of that God is on my mind and heart. Who is this God? Where? How? In what? Oh, Agellius, you have stood in the way of Him, ready to speak for yourself, using Him as a means to an end." "Oh, Callista!" said Agellius in an agitated voice, when he could speak. "Do my ears hear aright? Do you really wish to be taught who the true God is?" "No, mistake me not," she cried passionately. "I have no such wish. I could not be of your religion. Ye gods, how have I been deceived! I thought every Christian was like Chione. I thought there could not be a cold Christian. Chione spoke as if a Christian's first thoughts were goodwill to others, as if his state were of such blessedness that his dearest heart's wish was to bring others into it. Here is a man who, so far from feeling himself blessed, thinks I can bless him, comes to me, Callista, a herb of the field, a poor weed, exposed to every wind of heaven, and shrivelling before the fierce sun. To me he comes to repose his heart upon. But as for any blessedness he has to show me, why, since he does not feel any himself, no wonder he has none to give away. I thought a Christian was superior to time and place, but all is hollow. Alas, alas! I am young in life to feel the force of that saying with which sages go out of it, vanity and hollowness. Agellius, when I first heard you were a Christian, how my heart beat! I thought of her who was gone, and at first I thought I saw her in you, as if there had been some magical sympathy between you and her, and I hoped that from you I might have learned more of that strange strength which my nature needs, and which she told me she possessed. Your words, your manner, your looks were altogether different from others who came near me. But so it was. You came and you went and came again. I thought it reserve, I thought it timidity, I thought it the caution of a persecuted sect. But oh, my disappointment, when first I saw in you indications that you were thinking of me only as others think, and felt towards me as others may feel; that you were aiming at me, not at your God; that you had much to tell of yourself, but nothing of Him. Time was I might have been led to worship you, Agellius. You have hindered it by worshipping me. It is not often, we suppose, that such deep offence is given to a lady by the sort of admiration of which Agellius had been guilty in the case of Callista. However, startled as he might be, and startled and stung he was, there was too much earnestness in her distress, too much of truth in her representations, too much which came home to his heart and conscience, to allow of his being affronted or irritated. She had but supplied the true interpretation of the misgiving which had haunted him that morning, from the time he set out till the moment of his entering the room. Jucundus, some days back, had readily acquiesced in his assurance that he was not inconsistent; but Callista had not been so indulgent, though really more merciful. There was a pause in the conversation, or rather in her outpouring. Each had bitter thoughts, and silently devoured them. At length she began again. "So the religion of Chione is a dream. Now for 4 years I had hoped it was a reality. All things again are vanity. I had hoped there was something somewhere more than I could see, but there is nothing. Here am I, a living, breathing woman, with an overflowing heart, with keen affections, with a yearning after some object which may possess me. I cannot exist without something to rest upon. I cannot fall back upon that drear, forlorn state which philosophers call wisdom, and moralists call virtue. I cannot enrol myself a votary of that cold moon, whose arrows do but freeze me. I cannot sympathize in that majestic band of sisters whom Rome has placed under the tutelage of Vesta. I must have something to love. Love is my life. Why do you come to me, Agellius, with your everyday gallantry? Can you compete with the noble Grecian forms which have passed before my eyes? Is your voice more manly, are its tones more eloquent than those which have thrilled through my ears since I ceased to be a child? Can you add perfume to the feast by your wit, or pour sunshine over a grot and rushing stream by your smile? What can you give me? There was one thing which I thought you could have given me better than anything else, but it is a shadow. You have nothing to give. You have thrown me back upon my dreary, dismal self, and the deep wounds of my memory. Poor Agellius! But it was not his fault; it could not be helped," she continued, as if in thought. "It could not be helped; for if he had nothing to give, how could he give it? After all, he wanted something to love, just as I did, and he could find nothing better than me; and they thought to persuade her to spend herself upon him, as she had spent herself upon others. Yes, it was Jucundus and Aristo, my brother, even my own brother. They thought not of me." Here her tears gushed out violently, and she abandoned herself to a burst of emotion. "They were thinking of him. I had hoped he could lead me to what was higher. But woe, woe!" she cried, wringing her hands. "They thought I was only fit to bring him low. Well, after all, is Callista really good for much more than the work they have set her to do?" She was absorbed in her own misery, in an intense sense of degradation, in a keen consciousness of the bondage of nature, in a despair of ever finding what alone could give meaning to her existence, and an object to her intellect and affections. And Agellius, on the other hand, what surprise, remorse, and humiliation came upon him! It was a strange contrast, the complaint of nature unregenerate on the one hand, the self reproach of nature regenerate and lapsing on the other. At last he spoke, and they were his last words. "Callista," he said, "whatever injury I may have unwillingly inflicted upon you, you at least have returned to me good for evil, and have made yourself my benefactress. Certainly I now know myself better than I did, and he who has made use of you as his instrument of mercy towards me will not forget to reward you tenfold. One word will I say for myself, nay, not for myself, but for my Master. Do not for an instant suppose that what you thought of the Christian religion is not true. It reveals a present God, who satisfies every affection of the heart, yet keeps it pure. I serve a Master," he continued, blushing from modesty and earnestness as he spoke, "I serve a Master whose love is stronger than created love. God help my inconsistency! But I never meant to love you as I love Him. You are destined for His love. I commit you to Him, your true Lord, whom I never ought to have rivalled, for whom I ought simply to have pleaded. Though I am not worthy to approach you, I shall trace you at a distance, who knows where, perhaps even to the prison and to the arena of those who confess the Saviour of men, and dare to suffer and die for His name. And now farewell. To His keeping and that of His holy martyrs I commit you." He did not trust himself to look at her as he turned to the door and left the room. End of chapter 11. Chapter 12 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A death. The first stages of repentance are but a fever, in which there is restlessness and thirst, hot and cold fits, vague dreary dreams, long darkness, which seems destined never to have a morning, effort without result, and collapse without reaction. These symptoms had already manifested themselves in Agellius.
He spoke calmly to Callista, and sustained himself by the claims of the moment; but no sooner had he left the room and was thrown upon himself, than his self possession left him, and he fell into an agony, or rather anarchy, of tumultuous feelings. Then rose up before his mind 100 evil spectres, not less scaring and more real than the dreams of the delirious. He thought of the singular favour which had been shown him in his reception into the Christian fold, and that at so early a date; of the myriads all around who continued in heathenism as they had been born, and of his utter insensibility to his own privilege. He felt how much would be required of him, and how little hitherto had been forthcoming. He thought of the parable of the barren fig tree, and the question was whispered in his ear, whether it would not be fulfilled in him. He asked himself in what his heart and his conduct differed from the condition of a fairly virtuous heathen. And then he thought of Callista in contrast with himself, as having done more with the mite which she possessed than he had done with many pounds. He felt that Tyre and Sidon were rising up against him in her person, or rather how the saying seemed about to be verified in her, that strangers should sit down in the kingdom from far countries, while those who were the heirs should be thrust out. He had been rebuked by one to whom he rather ought to have brought self‐knowledge and compunction, and she was sensitively alive to his want of charity. She had felt bitterly that she was left in ignorance and sin by one who had what she had not. She had accused him of being zealous enough to win her to himself, when he had shown no zeal at all to win her to her Maker. If she was brought to the truth at length, there would be no thanks to him for the happy change. Yet, on the other hand, though he had predicted it, alas, was it likely that it would be granted? Had she not had her opportunity, which was lost because he had not improved it? Yes, she had with a deliberate mind and in set words put aside and taken leave of that which she once desired and hoped might have been her own, sorrowfully indeed, but peremptorily, as firmly persisting in rejecting it as she might have persisted in maintaining it. And if she died in infidelity, horrible thought, would not the burden lie on him? And was this to be the token of the love which he pretended to entertain for her? What was he living for? What was the work he had set himself to do? Did he live to plant flowers or to rear fruit, to maintain himself and to make money? Was that a time to pride himself on vineyards and oliveyards, when, like Agellius, he was one among myriads who were in unbelief? Ah, the difference between a saint and him! Of what good was he on earth? Why should not he die? Why so chary of his life? Why preserve his wretched life at all? Could he not do more by giving it than by keeping it? Might it not have been given him, perchance, for the very purpose that he might sacrifice it for him who had given it? He had been timid about making a profession of his faith, which might have led to prison and death; but perhaps the very object of his life in the divine purpose, the very reason of his birth, had been that, as soon as he was grown, he should die for the truth. He might have been cut off by disease; he was not. And why, except that he might merit in his death, and that what, in the ordinary course of things, was a mere suffering, might in his case be an act of service. His death might have been the conversion of thousands, of Callista, and the fewness of his days here would have been his claim to a blessed eternity hereafter. Nor Callista alone; he had natural friends with nearer claims upon his charity. Had he been other than he was, he might have prevailed with his uncle; at least he might have taught him to respect the Christian faith and name, and restrained him from daring to attempt, for he now saw that it was an attempt, to seduce him into sin. He might have lodged a good seed in his heart, which in the hour of sickness might have germinated. And his brother, again, had learned to despise him. Indeed, he had raised in every one who came near him the suspicion that he was not really a Christian, that he was an apostate. He could not help uttering a cry of anguish as he used the word. An apostate from that which was his real life and supreme worship! Why did he not at once go into the basilica or the gymnasium and proclaim himself a Christian? There were rumours abroad that the new emperor was beginning a new policy towards his religion. Let him inaugurate it in Agellius. Might he not thus perchance wash out his sin? He would be led into the amphitheatre, as his betters had been led before him. The crowds would yell, and the lion would be let loose upon him. He would confront the edict, tear it down, be seized by the apparitor, and hurried to the rack or the slow fire. Callista would hear of it, and would learn at length he was not quite the craven and the recreant which she thought him. Then his thoughts took a turn. Callista? What was Callista to him? Why should he think of her when she was girding him to martyrdom? Was she to be the motive which was to animate him, and her praise his reward? Alas, alas! Could he gain heaven by pleasing a heathen? But to whom then, he continued, am I to look up? Who is to give me sympathy? Who is to encourage, to advise me? O my Father, pity me, a feeble child, a poor outcast, wandering sheep, away from the fold, torn by the briars and thorns, and no one to bind his wounds and retrace his steps for him. Why am I thus alone in the world? Why am I without a pastor and guide? Ah, was not this my fault in remaining in Sicca? I have no tie here. Let me go to Carthage, or to Tagaste, or to Madura, or to Hippo. I am not fit to walk the world by myself. I am too simple, and am no match for its artifices. Here another thought took possession of him, which had as yet but crossed his mind, and it made him colour up with confusion and terror. "They were laying a plot for me," he said, "my uncle and Aristo, and it is Callista who has defeated it." And as he spoke he felt how much he owed to her, and how dangerous too it was to think of his death. Yet it would not be wrong to pray for her. She had marred the device of which she was to have been the agent. Laqueus contritus est, et nos liberati sumus. The net was broken, and he was delivered. She had refused his devotion, that he might give it to his God. And now he would only think of her, and whisper her name, when he was kneeling before the Blessed Mary, his advocate. Oh, that that second and better Eve, who brought salvation into the world, as our first mother brought death, oh, that she might bear Callista's name in remembrance, and get it written in the book of life! It was high noon, and all this time Agellius was walking in his present excited mood without covering to his head, under the burning rays of the sun, not knowing which way he went, and retracing his steps as he wandered about at random, with a vague notion he was going homewards. The few persons whom he met, creeping about under the shadow of the lofty houses, or under the porticos of the temples, looked at him with wonder, and thought him furious or deranged. The shafts of the sun were not so hot as his own thoughts, or as the blood which shot to and fro so fiercely in his veins; but they were working fearfully on his physical frame, though they could not increase the fever of his mind. He had come to the Forum; the market people were crouching under their booths or the shelter of their baskets. The riffraff of the city, who lived by their wits, or by odd jobs, or on the windfalls of the market, lazy fellows who did nothing, who did not move till hunger urged them, like the brute, half idiotic chewers of opium, ragged or rather naked children, the butcher boys, and scavengers of the temples, lay at their length at the mouth of the caverns formed by the precipitous rock, or under the Arch of Triumph, or amid the columns of the Gymnasium and the Heracleum, or in the doorways of the shops. A scattering of beggars were lying, poor creatures, on their backs in the blazing sun, reckless of the awful maladies, the fits, the seizures, and the sudden death which might be the consequence. Numbers out of this mixed multitude were asleep; some were looking with dull, listless eyes at the still scene, or at any accidental movements which might vary it. They saw a figure coming nearer and nearer, and wildly passing by. Just then Agellius was diverted from his painful meditations by hearing one of these fellows say to another, as he roused from a sort of doze, "That's one of them; we know them all, but very poor pickings can be got out of them. But he has more than most.
They're a low set in Sicca." And then the man cried out, "Look sharp, young chap! The Furies are at your heels, and the Fates are going before you. Look there at the emperor; he is looking at you as grim and sour as you could wish him." He spoke of the equestrian statue of Severus before the basilica on the right, and, attracted by his words, Agellius went up to a board which was fixed to its base. It was an imperial edict, and it ran as follows: Cneius Trajanus Decius Augustus, and Quintus Herennius Etruscus Decius, Caesar, emperors unconquerable and pious, by united counsel these: Whereas we have experienced the benefits and the gifts of the gods, and do also enjoy the victory which they have given us over our enemies, and moreover salubrity of seasons, and abundance in the fruits of the earth. Therefore, acknowledging the aforesaid as our benefactors and the providers of those things which are necessary for the commonwealth, we make this our decree, that every class of the state, freemen and slaves, the army and civilians, offer to the gods expiatory sacrifices, falling down in supplication before them. And if any one shall presume to disobey this our divine command, which we unite in promulgating, we order that man to be thrown into chains, and to be subjected to various tortures. And should he thereupon be persuaded to reverse his disobedience, he shall receive from us no slight honours. But should he hold out in opposition, first he shall have many tortures, and then shall be executed by the sword, or thrown into the deep sea, or given as a prey to birds and dogs. And more than all, if such a person be a professor of the Christian religion. Farewell, and live happy." The old man in the fable called on Death, and Death made his appearance. We are very far indeed from meaning that Agellius uttered random words, or spoke impatiently, when he just now expressed a wish to have the opportunity of dying for the faith. Nevertheless, what now met his eyes, and was transmitted through them, sentence by sentence, into his mind, was not certainly of a nature to calm the tumult which was busy in breast and brain. A sickness came over him, and he staggered away. The words of the edict still met his eyes, and were of a bright red colour. The sun was right before him, but the letters were in the sun, and the sun in his brain. He reeled and fell heavily on the pavement. No notice was taken of the occurrence by the spectators around him. They lazily or curiously looked on, and waited to see if he would recover. How long he lay there he could not tell when he came to himself, if it could really be said to be coming to himself, to have the power of motion, and an instinct that he must move, and move in one direction. He managed to rise and lean against the pedestal of the statue, and its shade by this time protected him. Then an intense desire came upon him to get home, and that desire gave him a temporary preternatural strength. It came upon him as a duty to leave Sicca for his cottage, and he set off. He had a confused notion that he must do his duty and go straight forward, and turn neither to the right nor the left, and stop nowhere, but move on steadily for his true home. But next an impression came upon him that he was running away from persecution, and that this ought not to be, and that he ought to face the enemy, or at least not to hide from him, but meekly wait for him. As he went along the narrow streets which led down the hill towards the city gate, this thought came so powerfully upon him that at length he sat down on a stone which projected from an open shop, and thought of surrendering himself. He felt the benefit of the rest, and this he fancied to be the calm of conscience consequent upon self‐surrender and resignation. It was a fruiterer's stall, and the owner, seeing his exhaustion, offered him some slices of a watermelon for his refreshment. He ate one of them, and then again a vague feeling came on him that he was in danger of idolatry, and must protest against idolatry, and that he ought not to remain in the neighbourhood of temptation. So throwing down the small coin, which was sufficient for payment, he continued his journey. The rest and the refreshment of the fruit, and the continued shade which the narrow street allowed him, allayed the fever, and for the time recruited him, and he moved on languidly. The sun, however, was still high in heaven, and when he got beyond the city, beat down upon his head from a cloudless sky. He painfully toiled up the ascent which led to his cottage. He had nearly gained the gate of his homestead. He saw his old household slave, born in his father's house, a Christian like himself, coming to meet him. A dizziness came over him. He lost his senses and fell down helplessly upon the bank. End of chapter 12. Chapter 13 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. And resurrection. Jucundus was quite as much amused as provoked at the result of the delicate negotiation in which he had entangled his nephew. It was a gratification to him to find that its ill success had been owing in no respect to any fault on the side of Agellius. He had done his part without shrinking, and the view which he, Jucundus, had taken of his state of mind was satisfactorily confirmed. He had nothing to fear from Agellius, and though he had failed in securing the guarantee which he had hoped for his attachment to things as they were, yet in the process of failure it had been proved that his nephew might be trusted without it, and it was a question whether a girl so full of whims and caprices as Callista might after all have done him any permanent good. The absurd notion, indeed, of her having a leaning for Christianity had been refuted by her conduct on the occasion. Still, who could rely on a clever and accomplished Greek? There were secret societies and conspiracies in abundance, and she might have involved so weak and innocent a fellow in some plans against the government, now or at a future time, or might have alienated him from his uncle, or in some way or other made a fool of him, if she had consented to have him for her slave. Why she had rejected so eligible a suitor it was now useless and idle to inquire. It might be that the haughty or greedy Greek had required him to bid higher for her favourable notice. If the negotiation had taken such a turn, then indeed there was still more gratifying evidence of Agellius having broken from his fantastic and peevish superstition. Still, however, he was not without anxiety now that the severe measures directed against the Christians were in progress. No overt act, indeed, beyond the publication of the edict, had been taken in Sicca, probably would be taken at all, though worst was that something must be done to make a show. He could have wished that some of the multitude of townspeople, half suspected of Christianity, had stood firm and suffered themselves to be tortured and executed. One or two would have been enough, but the magistracy got no credit with the central government for zeal and activity if no Christians were made an example of. Yet still it was a question whether the strong acts at Carthage and elsewhere would not suffice, though the lesser towns did nothing. At least, while the populace was quiet, there was nothing to press for severity. There were no rich Christians in Sicca to tempt the cupidity of the informer or of the magistrate, no political partisans among them who had made enemies with this or that class of the community. But supposing a bad feeling to rise in the populace, supposing the magistrates to have ill wishers and rivals, and what men in power had not, who might be glad to catch them tripping and make a case against them at Rome? Why, it must be confessed that Agellius was nearly the only victim who could be pitched upon. He wished Callista no harm, but if a Christian must be found and held up in terrorem, he would rather it was a person like her, without connections and home, than the member of any decent family of Sicca, whose fair fame would be compromised by a catastrophe. However, she was not a Christian, and Agellius was, at least by profession, and his fear was lest Juba should be right in his estimate of his brother's character. Juba had said that Agellius could be as obstinate as he was ordinarily indolent and yielding, and Jucundus dreaded lest, if he were rudely charged with Christianity, and bidden to renounce it under pain of punishment, he would rebel against the tyrannical order, and go to prison and to death,
out of sheer perverseness or sense of honour. With these perplexities before him, he could find nothing better than the following plan of action, which had been in his mind for some time. While the edict remained inoperative, he would do nothing at all, and let Agellius go on with his country occupations, which would keep him out of the way. But if any disposition appeared of a popular commotion or a movement on the part of the magistracy, he determined to get possession of Agellius and forcibly confine him in his own house in Sicca. He hoped that in the case of one so young, so uncommitted, he should have influence with the municipal authorities, or at the prætorium, or in the camp, for the camp and the prætorium were under different jurisdictions in the proconsulate, to shelter Agellius from a public inquiry into his religious tenets, or, if this could not be, to smuggle him out of the city. He was ready to affirm solemnly that his nephew was no Christian, though he was touched in the head, and from an affection parallel to hydrophobia, to which the disciples of Galen ought to turn their attention, he was sent into convulsions on the sight of an altar. His father, indeed, was a malignant old atheist. There was no harm in being angry with the dead, but it was very hard the son should suffer for his father's offence. If he must be judged of by his parents, let him rather have the advantage of the thorough loyalty and religiousness of his mother, a most zealous old lady, in high repute in the neighbourhood of Sicca for her theurgic knowledge, a staunch friend of the imperial government, which had before now been indebted to her for important information, and as staunch a hater of the Christians. Such was the plan of proceedings resolved on by Jucundus before he received the news of his nephew's serious malady. It did not reach him till many days after, and then he did not go to see him. First, lest he should be supposed to be in communication with him; next, as having no respect for that romantic sort of generosity which risks the chances of contagion for the absurd ceremony of paying a compliment. It was thus that Jucundus addressed himself to the present state of affairs, and anticipated the chances of the future. As to Aristo, he had very little personal interest in the matter. His sister might have thwarted him in affairs which lay nearer his heart than the moral emancipation of Agellius, and as she generally complied with his suggestions and wishes, whatever they were, he did not grudge her her liberty of action in this instance. Nor had the occurrence which had taken place any great visible effect upon Callista herself. She had lost her right to be indignant with her brother, and she resigned, or rather abandoned herself to her destiny. Her better feelings had been brought out for the moment in her conversation with Agellius, but they were not ordinary ones. True, she was tired, but she was the slave of the world, and Agellius had only made her more sceptical than before that there was any service better. So at least she said to herself. She said it was fantastic to go elsewhere for good, and that if life was short, then, as her brother said, it was necessary to make the most of it. And meanwhile, what of Agellius himself? Why, it will be some little time before Agellius will be in a condition to moralize upon anything. His faithful slave half carried, half drew him into the cottage, and stretched him upon his bed. Then, having sufficient skill for the ordinary illnesses of the country, though this was more than an ordinary fever, he drew blood from him, gave him a draught of herbs, and left him to the slow but safe processes of nature to restore him. It could not be affirmed that he was not in considerable danger of life, yet youth carries hope with it, and his attendant had little to fear for his recovery. For some days certainly Agellius had no apprehension of anything, except of restlessness and distress, of sleepless nights, or dreary, miserable dreams. At length one morning, as he was lying on his back with his eyes shut, it came into his mind to ask himself whether Sunday would ever come. He had been accustomed upon the first day of the week to say some particular prayers and psalms, and unite himself in spirit with his brethren beyond seas. And then he tried to remember the last Sunday, and the more he thought, the less he could remember it, till he began to think that months had gone without a Sunday. This he was certain of, that he had lost reckoning, for he had made no notches for the days for a long while past, and unless his slave Asper knew, there was no one to tell him. Here he got so puzzled that it was like one of the bad dreams which had worried him. He felt it affect his head, and he was obliged to give up the inquiry. From this time his sleep was better and more refreshing for several days. He was more collected when he was awake, and was able to ask himself why he lay there, and what had happened to him. Then gradually his memory began to return like the dawning of the day. The cause and the circumstances of his recent visit to the city, point after point, came up, and he felt first wonder and then certainty. He recollected the forum, and then the edict. A solemn, overpowering emotion here seized him, and for a while he dared not think more. When he recovered and tried to pursue the events of the day, he found himself unequal to the task. All was dark, except that he had some vague remembrance of thirsting, and some one giving him to drink, and then his saying with the psalmist, Transivimus per ignum et aquam. He opened his eyes and looked about him. He was at home. There was some one at the bed head, whom he could not see, hanging over him, and he was too weak to raise himself and so command a view of him. He waited patiently, being too feeble to have any great anxiety on the subject. Presently a voice addressed him. "You are recovering, my son," it said. "Who are you?" said Agellius abruptly. The person spoken to applied his mouth to Agellius's ear, and uttered lowly several sacred names. Agellius would have started up had he been strong enough. He could but sink down upon his rushes in agitation. "Be content to know no more at present," said the stranger. "Praise God as I do. You know enough for your present strength. It is your act of obedience for the day." It was a deep, clear, peaceful, authoritative voice. In his present state, as we have said, it cost Agellius no great effort to mortify curiosity, and the accents of that voice soothed him, and the mystery employed his mind, and had something pleasing and attractive in it. Moreover, about the main point there was no mystery, and could be no mistake, that he was in the hands of a Christian ecclesiastic. The stranger occupied himself for a time with a book of prayers which he carried about him, and then again with the duties of a sick bed. He sprinkled vinegar over Agellius's face and about the room, and supplied him with the refreshment of cooling fruit. He kept the flies from tormenting him, and did his best so to arrange his posture that he might suffer least from his long lying. In the morning and evening he let in the air, and he excluded the sultry noon. In these various occupations he was from time to time removed to a distance from the patient, who thus had an opportunity of observing him. The stranger was of middle height, upright, and well proportioned. He was dressed in a peasant's or slave's dark tunic. His face was rather round than long, his hair black, yet with a promise of greyness, with what might be baldness in the crown, or a priest's tonsure. His short beard curled around his chin. His complexion was very clear, but the most striking point about him was his eyes. They were of a light or greyish blue, transparent, and shining like precious stones. From the day that they first interchanged words, the priest said some short prayers from time to time with Agellius, the Lord's Prayer, and portions of the Psalms. Afterwards, when he was well enough to converse, Agellius was struck with the inexpressible peculiarity of his manner. It was self-collected, serene, gentle, tender, unobtrusive, unstudied. It enabled him to say things severe and even stern, without startling, offending, or repelling the hearer. He spoke very little about himself, though from time to time points of detail were elicited of his history in the course of conversation. He said that his name was Cæcilius. Asper, when he entered the room, would kneel down and offer to kiss the stranger's sandal, though the latter generally managed to prevent it. Cæcilius did not speak much about himself, but Agellius, on the other hand, found it a relief to tell out his own history, and reflect upon and describe his own feelings. As he lay on his bed, he half soliloquized, half addressed himself to the stranger. Sometimes he required an answer, sometimes he seemed to require none. Once he asked suddenly, after a long silence, whether a man could be baptized twice, and when the priest answered distinctly in the negative, Agellius replied that if so, he thought it would be best never to be baptized till the hour of death. It was a question, he said, which had perplexed him a good deal, but he never had had any one to converse with on the subject. Cæcilius answered, "But how could you promise yourself that you would be able to obtain the sacrament at the last moment? The water and the administrator might come just too late, and then where would you be, my son? And then again, how do you know you would wish it? Is your will simply in your own power? Carpe diem, take God's gift while you can." "The benefit is so immense," answered Agellius, "that one would wish, if one could, to enter into the unseen world without losing its fulness. This cannot be, if a long time elapses between baptism and death." "You are then of the number of those," said Cæcilius, "who would cheat their Maker of his claim on their life, provided they could, as it is said, in their last moment, cheat the devil." Agellius continuing silent, Cæcilius added, "You want to enjoy this world, and to inherit the next. Is it so?" "I'm puzzled. My head is weak, father. I do not see my way to speak." Presently he said, "Sin after baptism is so awful a matter. There is no second laver for sin. And then again, to sin against baptism is so great a sin. The priest said, 'In baptism God becomes your Father, your own God, your worship, your love. Can you give up this great gift all through your life? Would you live without God in this world?'" Tears came into Agellius's eyes, and his throat became oppressed. At last he said distinctly and tenderly, "No." After a while the priest said, "I suppose what you fear is the fire of judgment and the prison, not lest you should fall away and be lost." "I know, my dear father," answered the sick youth, "that I have no right to reckon on anything, or promise myself anything. Yet somehow I have never feared hell, though I ought. I know I ought, but I have not. I deserve the worst, but somehow I have thought that God would lead me on. He ever has done so." "Then you fear the fire of judgment," said Cæcilius. "You'd put off baptism for fear of that fire." "I did not say I would," answered Agellius. "I wanted you to explain the thing to me." "Which would you rather, Agellius? Be without God here, or suffer the fire there?" Agellius smiled. He said faintly, "I take him for my portion here and there. He will be in the fire with me." Agellius lay quiet for some hours, and seemed asleep. Suddenly he began again. "I was baptized when I was only 6 years old. I am glad you do not think it was wilful in me, and wrong. I cannot tell what took me," he presently continued. "It was a fervour. I have had nothing of the kind since. What does our Lord say? I can't remember. Novissima pejora prioribus." He continued the train of thought another day, or rather the course of his argument, for on the thought itself his mind seemed ever to be working. "My spring is gone," he said, "and I have no summer. Nay, I have had no spring. It was a day, not a season. It came and it went. Where am I now? Can spring ever return? I wish to begin again in right earnest." "Thank God, my son, for this great mercy," said Cæcilius, "that though you have relaxed, you have never severed yourself from the peace of the Church. You have not denied your God, Agellius sighed bitterly. "Oh, my father," he said, "eravi sicut ovis quae periit. I have been very near denying him, at least by outward act. You do not know me, you cannot know what has come on me lately, and I dare not look back on it. My heart is so weak. My father, how am I to repent of what is past when I dare not think of it? To think of it is to renew the sin." "Puer meus noli timere," answered the priest, "si transieris per ignem, odor eius non erit in te. In penance the grace of God carries you without harm through thoughts and words which would harm you apart from it." "Ah, penance," said Agellius. "I recollect the catechism. What is it, father? A new grace, I know, a plank after baptism. May I have it?" "You are not strong enough yet to think of these things, Agellius," answered Cæcilius. "Please God, you shall get well, then you shall review all your life, and bring it out in order before Him, and He, through me, will wipe away all that has been amiss. Praise Him who has spared you for this." It was too much for the patient in his weak state. He could but shed happy tears. Another day he had sat up in bed. He looked at his hands, from which the skin was peeling. He felt his lips, and it was with them the same, and his hair seemed coming off also. He smiled and said, "Renovabitur ut aquila, juventus mea." Cæcilius responded as before with sacred words which were new to Agellius: "Qui sperant in Domino mutabunt fortitudinem, assument pennas, sicut aquilae, sursum corda." You must soar, Agellius. "Sursum corda," answered he. "I know those words. They are old friends. Where have I heard them? I can't recollect, but they are in my earliest memories. Ah, but, my father, my heart is below, not above. I want to tell you all. I want to tell you about one who has enthralled my heart, who has divided it with my true love. But I daren't speak of her, as I have said. I dare not speak, lest I be carried away. Oh, I blush to say it. She is a heathen. May God save her soul. Will He come to me, and not to her? Investigabiles viae ejus." He remained silent for some time. Then he said, "Father, I mean to dedicate myself to God, simply, absolutely, with His grace. I will be His, and He shall be mine. No one shall come between us. But oh, this weak heart!" "Keep your good resolves till you are stronger," said the priest. "It is easy to make them on a sick bed. You must first reckon the charges." Agellius smiled. "I know the passage, father," he said, and he repeated the sacred words: "If any man come to me, and hate not his father and mother, and wife, and children, and brethren, and sisters, yea, and his own life also, he cannot be my disciple." Another time Agellius said, "The martyrs. Surely the old bishop used to say something about the martyrs. He spoke of a second baptism, and called it a baptism of blood, and said, might his soul be with the martyrs. Father, would not this wash out everything as the first?" It was now Cæcilius who smiled, and his eyes shone like the sapphires of the holy city, and he seemed the ideal of him who, when called upon to face some awful moment to which heaven has joined great issues, good or bad for humankind, is happy as a lover, and attired with sudden brightness like a man inspired. However, he soon controlled himself and said, "Quo ego vado, non potes me modo sequi, sequeris autem post ea." End of chapter 13. Chapter 14 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This recording is in the public domain. A small cloud. This sort of intercourse, growing in frequency and fulness, went on for about a week, till Agellius was able to walk with support, and to leave the cottage. The priest and his own slave took him between them, and seated him one evening in sight of the glorious prospect, traversed by the long shadow of the far mountains, behind which the sun was making its way. The air was filled with 1,000 odours. The brilliant colouring of the western heavens was contrasted with the more sober but varied tints of the rich country. The wheat and barley harvest was over, but the beans were late and still stood in the fields. The olives and chestnut trees were full of fruit, the early fig was supplying the markets with food, and the numerous vineyards were patiently awaiting the suns of the next month slowly to perfect their present promise. The beautiful scene had a moral dignity from its associations with human sustenance and well-being. The inexpressible calmness of evening was flung like a robe over it. Its sweetness was too much for one who had been confined to the monotony of a sick room, and was still an invalid. He sat silent and in tears. It was life from the dead, and he felt he had risen to a different life. And thus he came out evening after evening, convalescent, gradually and surely advancing to perfect restoration of his health. One evening he said, after feeding his eyes and thoughts for some time with the prospect, "Mansueti hereditabunt terram." They alone have real enjoyment of this earth who believe in its Maker. Every breath of air seems to whisper how good He is to me. Cæcilius answered, "These sights are the shadows of that fairer paradise which is our home, where there is no beast of prey, no venomous reptile, no sin. My child, should I not feel this more than you? Those who are shut up in crowded cities see but the work of man, which is evil. It is the compensation of my flight from Carthage that I am brought before the face of God." "The heathen worship all this as if God Himself," said Agellius. "How strange it seems to me that any one can forget the Creator in His works." Cæcilius was silent for a moment, and sighed. He then said, "You have ever been a Christian, Agellius." "And you have not, my father?" answered he. "Well, you have earned that grace which came to me freely." "Agellius," said the priest, "it comes freely to all, and is only merited when it has already prevailed. Yet I think you earned it too, else why the difference between you and your brother?" "What do you know of us?" asked Agellius quickly. "Not a great deal," answered he, "yet something. 3 or 4 years back an effort was made to rekindle the Christian spirit in these parts, and to do something for the churches of the proconsulate, and to fill up the vacant sees. Nothing has come of it as yet, but steps were taken towards it. One was to obtain a recovery of the Christians who remained in them. I was sent here for that purpose, and in this way heard of you and your brother. When my life was threatened by the persecution, and I had to flee, I thought of your cottage. I was obliged to act secretly, as we did not know friends from foes." "You were led here for other purposes towards me, my father," said Agellius. "Yet you cannot have a safer refuge. There is nothing to disturb, nothing to cause suspicion here. In this harvest time numbers of strangers pour in from the mountains, of various races. There is nothing to distinguish you from one of them, and my brother is away convoying some grain to Carthage. Persecution drove you hither, but you have not been suffered to be idle, my father. You have brought home a wanderer." He added, after a pause, "I am well enough to go to confession to you now. May it be this evening?" "It will be well," answered Cæcilius. "How long I shall still be here I cannot tell. I am expecting my trusty messenger with despatches. It is now 3 days since he was here. However, this I say without misgiving, we do not part for long. What do you here longer? You must come to me. I must prepare you and send you back to Sicca to collect and restore this scattered flock." Agellius turned and leaned against the priest's shoulder and laughed. "I am laughing," he said,
not from lightness of mind, but from the depth of surprise and of joy that you should so think of me. It was a dream which once I had, but impossible. You do not think that I, weak I, shall ever be able to do more than save my own soul?" "You will save your own soul by saving the souls of others," said Cæcilius. "My child, I could tell you more things if I thought it good for you." "But, my father, I have so weak, so soft a heart," cried Agellius. "What am I to do with myself? I am not of the temper of which heroes are made. Virtus in infirmitate perficitur," said the priest. "What, are you to do anything of yourself, or are you to be simply the instrument of another? We shall have the same termination, you and myself, but you long after me." "Ah, father, because you will burn out so much more quickly," said Agellius. "I think," said Cæcilius, "I see my messenger. There is some one who has made his way by stealth into the garden, or at least not by the beaten way." There was a visitor, as Cæcilius had said; however, it was not his messenger, but Juba, who approached, looking with great curiosity at Cæcilius, and absorbed in the sight. Cæcilius in turn regarded him steadfastly, and then said to Agellius, "It is your brother." "What brings you here, Juba?" said the latter. "I have been away on a distant errand," said Juba, "and find you have been ill. Is this your nurse?" He eyed him almost sternly, and added, "'Tis a Christian priest." "Has Agellius no acquaintance but Christians?" asked Cæcilius. "Acquaintance, oh surely," answered Juba; "agreeable, innocent, sweet acquaintance of another sort. Myself to begin with. My lad," he continued, "you did not rise to their price, but you did your best." "Juba," said his brother, "if you have any business here, say it, and have done. I'm not strong enough to hold any altercation with you." "Business," said Juba, "I can find quite business enough here, if I choose. This is a priest of the Christians, I am sure of it." Cæcilius looked at him with such calmness and benevolence that at length Juba turned away his eyes with something of irritation. He said, "If I am a priest, I am here to claim you as one of my children." Juba winced, but said scornfully, "You are mistaken there, father. Speak to those who own you. I am a free man." "My son," Cæcilius answered, "you have been under instruction. It is your duty to go forward, not back." "What do you know about me?" said Juba. "He has been telling. Your face, your manner, your voice tells a tale. I need no information from others. I have heard of you years ago; now I see you." "What do you see in me?" said Juba. "I see pride in bodily shape treading down faith and conviction," said Cæcilius. Juba neighed rather than laughed, so fierce and scornful was its expression. "What you slaves call pride," he said, "I call dignity. You believe in a God, creator of heaven and earth, as certainly as I do," said the priest, "but you deliberately set yourself against him." Juba smiled. "I am as free," he said, "in my place as he in his." "You mean," answered Cæcilius, "free to do wrong, and free to suffer for it." "You may call it wrong and call it suffering," replied Juba; "but for me, I do not call wrong what he calls wrong, and if he puts me to pain, it is because he is the stronger." The priest stopped a while. There was no emotion on either side. It was strange to see them so passionless, so antagonistic, like St. Michael and his adversary. "There is that within you," said Cæcilius, "which speaks as I speak. That inward voice takes the part of the Creator, and condemns you." "He put it there," said Juba, "and I will take care to put it out." "Then he will have justice as well as power on his side," said the priest. "I will never fawn or crouch," said Juba. "I will be lord and master in my own soul. Every faculty shall be mine; there shall be no divided allegiance."
Cæcilius paused again. He said at length, "My son, my soul tells me, or rather my Maker tells me, and your Maker, that some heavy judgment is impending over you. Do penance while you may." "Tell your forebodings to women and children," said Juba. "I am prepared for anything. I will not be crushed." Agellius was not strong enough to bear a part in such a scene. "Father," he said, "it is his way; but don't believe him. He has better thoughts. Away with you, Juba; you're not wanted here." "Agellius," said the priest, "such words are not strange to me. I am not young, and have seen much of the world, and my very office and position elicits blasphemies from others from time to time. I knew a man who carried out his bad thoughts and words into act. Abjuring his Maker, he abandoned himself to the service of the evil one. He betrayed his brethren to death. He lived on year after year, and became old. He was smitten with illness. Then I first saw him. I made him contemplate a picture. It was the picture of the Good Shepherd. I dwelt on the vain efforts of the poor sheep to get out of the fold, its irrational aversion to its home, and its desperate resolution to force a way through the prickly fence. It was pierced and torn with the sharp aloe. At last it lay imprisoned in its stern embrace, motionless and bleeding. Then the shepherd, though he had to wound his own hands in the work, disengaged it and brought it back. God has his own times. His power went along with the picture, and the man was moved. I said, 'This is his return for your enmity. He is determined to have you, cost him what it will.' I need not go through the many things that followed, but the issue may be told in a few words. He came back. He lived a life of penance at the Church's door. He received the peace of the Church in immediate prospect of the persecution, and has within the last 10 days died a martyr's death." Juba had listened as if he was constrained against his will. When the priest stopped, he started, and began to speak impetuously, and unlike his ordinary tone. He placed his hands violently against his ears. "Stop," he said, "no more. I will not betray them. No, I need not betray them." He laughed. "The Black Moor does the work himself. Look," he cried, seizing the priest's arm and pointing to a part of the forest which happened to be windward. "You are in their number, priest, who can foretell the destinies of others, and are blind to their own. Read there; the task is not hard, your coming fortunes." His finger was directed to a spot where, amid the thick foliage, the gleam of a pool or of a marsh was visible. The various waters round about, issuing from the gravel, or drained from the nightly damps, had run into a hollow, filled with the decaying vegetation of former years, and were languidly filtered out into a brook more healthy than the vast reservoir itself. Its banks were bordered with a deep, broad layer of mud, a transition substance between the rich vegetable matter which it once had been, and the multitudinous world of insect life which it was becoming. A cloud or mist at this time was hanging over it, high in air. A harsh and shrill sound, a whizzing or a chirping, proceeded from that cloud to the ear of the attentive listener. What these indications portended was plain. "There," said Juba, "is what will tell more against you than imperial edict, informer, or proconsular apparitor, and no work of mine." He turned down the bank and disappeared. Agellius and his guest looked at each other in dismay. "It is the locusts," they whispered to each other as they went back into the cottage. Chapter 15. Chapter 15 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. A visitation. The plague of locusts, one of the most awful visitations to which the countries included in the Roman Empire were exposed, extended from the Atlantic to Ethiopia, from Arabia to India, and from the Nile and Red Sea to Greece and the north of Asia Minor. Instances are recorded in history of clouds of the devastating insect crossing the Black Sea to Poland, and the Mediterranean to Lombardy. It is as numerous in its species as it is wide in its range of territory. Brood follows brood with a sort of family likeness, yet with distinct attributes, as we read in the prophets of the Old Testament, from whom Bochart tells us it is possible to enumerate as many as 10 kinds. It wakens into existence and activity as early as the month of March, but instances are not wanting, as in our present history, of its appearance as late as June. Even one flight comprises myriads upon myriads, passing imagination, to which the drops of rain or the sands of the sea are the only fit comparison; and hence it is almost a proverbial mode of expression in the East, as may be illustrated by the sacred pages, to which we just now referred, by way of describing a vast invading army, to liken it to the locusts. So dense are they, when upon the wing, that it is no exaggeration to say that they hide the sun, from which circumstance indeed their name in Arabic is derived; and so ubiquitous are they when they have alighted on the earth, that they simply cover or clothe its surface. This last characteristic is stated in the sacred account of the plagues of Egypt, where their faculty of devastation is also mentioned. The corrupting fly and the bruising and prostrating hail had preceded them in that series of visitations, but they came to do the work of ruin more thoroughly; for not only the crops and fruits, but the foliage of the forest itself, nay, the small twigs and the bark of the trees, are the victims of their curious and energetic rapacity. They have been known even to gnaw the door posts of the houses. Nor do they execute their task in so slovenly a way, that, as they have succeeded other plagues, so they may have successors themselves. They take pains to spoil what they leave. Like the harpies, they smear every thing that they touch with a miserable slime, which has the effect of a virus in corroding, or, as some say, in scorching and burning it. And then, as if all this were little, when they can do nothing else, they die, as if out of sheer malevolence to man; for the poisonous elements of their nature are then let loose, and dispersed abroad, and create a pestilence, and they manage to destroy many more by their death than in their life. Such are the locusts, whose existence the ancient heretics brought forward as their palmary proof that there was an evil Creator, and of whom an Arabian writer shows his national horror when he says that they have the head of a horse, the eyes of an elephant, the neck of a bull, the horns of a stag, the breast of a lion, the belly of a scorpion, the wings of an eagle, the legs of a camel, the feet of an ostrich, and the tail of a serpent. And now they are rushing upon a considerable tract of that beautiful region of which we have spoken with such admiration. The swarm to which Juba pointed grew and grew, till it became a compact body, as much as a furlong square; yet it was but the vanguard of a series of similar hosts, formed one after another out of the hot mould or sand, rising into the air like clouds, enlarging into a dusky canopy, and then discharged against the fruitful plain. At length the huge innumerous mass was put into motion, and began its career, darkening the face of day. As became an instrument of divine power, it seemed to have no volition of its own; it was set off, it drifted with the wind, and thus made northwards, straight for Sicca. Thus they advanced, host after host, for a time wafted on the air, and gradually declining to the earth, while fresh broods were carried over the first, and neared the earth, after a longer flight, in their turn. For 12 miles did they extend from front to rear, and their whizzing and hissing could be heard for 6 miles on every side of them. The bright sun, though hidden by them, illumined their bodies, and was reflected from their quivering wings; and as they heavily fell earthward, they seemed like the innumerable flakes of a yellow coloured snow; and like snow did they descend, a living carpet, or rather pall, upon fields, crops, gardens, copses, groves, orchards, vineyards, olive woods, orangeries, palm plantations, and the deep forests, sparing nothing within their reach, And where there was nothing to devour, lying helpless in drifts, or crawling forward obstinately as best they might with the hope of prey, they could spare their 100,000 soldiers twice or thrice over, and not miss them. Their masses filled the bottoms of the ravines and hollow ways, impeding the traveller as he rode forward on his journey, and trampled by thousands under his horse hoofs. In vain was all this overthrow and waste by the roadside; in vain their loss in river, pool, and watercourse. The poor peasants hastily dug pits and trenches as their enemy came on. In vain they filled them from the wells or with lighted stubble. Heavily and thickly did the locusts fall; they were lavish of their lives; they choked the flame and the water, which destroyed them the while, and the vast living hostile armament still moved on. They moved right on like soldiers in their ranks, stopping at nothing, and straggling for nothing. They carried a broad furrow or wheal all across the country, black and loathsome, while it was as green and smiling on each side of them and in front as it had been before they came. Before them, in the language of prophets, was a paradise, and behind them a desert. They are daunted by nothing. They surmount walls and hedges, and enter closed gardens or inhabited houses. A rare and experimental vineyard has been planted in a sheltered grove. The high winds of Africa will not commonly allow the light trellis or the slim pole, but here the lofty poplar of Campania has been possible, on which the vine plant mounts so many yards into the air that the poor grape gatherers bargain for a funeral pile and a tomb as one of the conditions of their engagement. The locusts have done what the winds and lightning could not do, and the whole promise of the vintage, leaves and all, is gone, and the slender stems are left bare. There is another yard, less uncommon, but still tended with more than common care. Each plant is kept within due bounds by a circular trench round it, and by upright canes on which it is to trail. In an hour the solicitude and long toil of the vine dresser are lost, and his pride humbled. There is a smiling farm. Another sort of vine, of remarkable character, is found against the farmhouse. This vine springs from one root, and has clothed and matted with its many branches the four walls. The whole of it is covered thick with long clusters, which another month will ripen. On every grape and leaf there is a locust. Into the dry caves and pits, carefully strewed with straw, the harvestmen have, safely as they thought just now, been lodging the far famed African wheat. One grain or root shoots up into 10, 20, 50, 80, nay 300 or 400 stalks. Sometimes the stalks have 2 ears apiece, and these again shoot into a number of lesser ones. These stores are intended for the Roman populace, but the locusts have been beforehand with them. The small patches of ground belonging to the poor peasants up and down the country, for raising the turnips, garlic, barley, watermelons, on which they live, are the prey of these glutton invaders as much as the choicest vines and olives. Nor have they any reverence for the villa of the civic decurion or the Roman official. The neatly arranged kitchen garden, with its cherries, plums, peaches, and apricots, is a waste. As the slaves sit round in the kitchen in the first court, at their coarse evening meal, the room is filled with the invading force. The news comes to them that the enemy has fallen upon the apples and pears in the basement, and is at the same time plundering and sacking the preserves of quince and pomegranate, and revelling in the jars of precious oil of Cyprus and Mendes in the store rooms. They come up to the walls of Sicca, and are flung against them into the ditch. Not a moment's hesitation or delay; they recover their footing, they climb up the wood or stucco, they surmount the parapet, or they have entered in at the windows, filling the apartments and the most private and luxurious chambers, not 1 or 2 like stragglers at forage or rioters after a victory, but in order of battle, and with the array of an army. Choice plants or flowers about the impluvia and cisti, for ornament or refreshment, myrtles, oranges, pomegranates, the rose, and the carnation, have disappeared. They dim the bright marbles of the walls and the gilding of the ceilings. They enter the triclinium in the midst of the banquet. They crawl over the viands, and spoil what they do not devour. Unrelaxed by success and by enjoyment, onward they go. A secret, mysterious instinct keeps them together, as if they had a king over them. They move along the floor in so strange an order that they seem to be a tessellated pavement themselves, and to be the artificial embellishment of the place, so true are their lines, and so perfect is the pattern they describe. Onward they go to the market, to the temple sacrifices, to the bakers' stores, to the cook shops, to the confectioners, to the druggists. Nothing comes amiss to them. Wherever man has aught to eat or drink, there are they, reckless of death, strong of appetite, certain of conquest. They have passed on. The men of Sicca sadly congratulate themselves, and begin to look about them, and to sum up their losses. Being the proprietors of the neighbouring districts, or the purchasers of its produce, they lament over the devastation, not because the fair country is disfigured, but because income is becoming scanty, and prices are becoming high. How is a population of many thousands to be fed? Where is the grain, where the melons, the figs, the dates, the gourds, the beans, the grapes, to sustain and solace the multitudes in their lanes, caverns, and garrets? This is another weighty consideration for the class well to do in the world. The taxes too, and contributions, the capitation tax, the percentage upon corn, the various articles of revenues due to Rome, how are they to be paid? How are cattle to be provided for the sacrifices and for the tables of the wealthy? One half at least of the supply of Sicca is cut off. No longer slaves are seen coming into the city from the country in troops with their baskets on their shoulders, or beating forward the horse or mule or ox overladen with its burden, or driving in the dangerous cow or the unresisting sheep. The animation of the place is gone. A gloom hangs over the Forum, and if its frequenters are still merry, there is something of sullenness and recklessness in their mirth. The gods have given the city up. Something or other has angered them. Locusts indeed are no uncommon visitation, but at an earlier season. Perhaps some temple has been polluted, or some unholy rite practised, or some secret conspiracy has spread. Another and a still worse calamity. The invaders, as we have already intimated, could be more terrible still in their overthrow than in their ravages. The inhabitants of the country had attempted, where they could, to destroy them by fire and water. It would seem as if the malignant animals had resolved that the sufferers should have the benefit of this policy to the full. For they had not got more than 20 miles beyond Sicca, when they suddenly sickened and died. Thus, after they had done all the mischief they could do by their living, when they had made their foul maws the grave of every living thing, then they died themselves, and made the desolated land their own grave. They took from it its 100 forms and varieties of beautiful life, and left it their own fetid and poisonous carcasses in payment. It was a sudden catastrophe. They seemed making for the Mediterranean, as if, like other great conquerors, they had other worlds to subdue beyond it. But whether they were overgorged, or struck by some atmospheric change, or that their time was come and they paid the debt of nature, so it was that suddenly they fell, and their glory came to naught, and all was vanity to them as to others. And their stench rose up, and their corruption rose up, because they had done proudly. The hideous swarms lay dead in the moist, steaming underwoods, in the green swamps, in the sheltered valleys, in the ditches and furrows of the fields, amid the monuments of their own prowess, the ruined crops, and the dishonoured vineyards. A poisonous element, issuing from their remains, mingled with the atmosphere, and corrupted it. The dismayed peasant found that a pestilence had begun, a new visitation, not confined to the territory which the enemy had made its own, but extending far and wide, as the atmosphere extends, in all directions. Their daily toil, no longer claimed by the produce of the earth, which has ceased to exist, is now devoted to the object of ridding themselves of the deadly legacy which they have received in its stead. In vain; it is their last toil. They are digging pits, they are raising piles for their own corpses, as well as for the bodies of their enemies. Invader and victim lie in the same grave, burn in the same heap. They sicken while they work, and the pestilence spreads. A new invasion is menacing Sicca in the shape of companies of peasants and slaves. Panic having broken the bonds of discipline, with their employers and overseers, nay, the farmers themselves and proprietors, rushing thither from famine and infection as to a place of safety, the inhabitants of the city are as frightened as they, and more energetic. They determine to keep them at a distance. The gates are closed, a strict cordon is drawn. However, by the continued pressure, numbers contrive to make an entrance, as water into a vessel, or light through the closed shutters. And anyhow the air cannot be put into quarantine; so the pestilence has the better of it, and at last appears in the alleys and in the cellars of Sicca. End of chapter 15. Chapter 16 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Worse and worse. O wretched minds of men, O blind hearts! Truly cries out a great heathen poet, but on grounds far other than the true ones. The true ground of such a lamentation is, that men do not interpret the signs of the times and of the world as he intends, who has placed these signs in the heavens; that when Mane thecal phares is written upon the ethereal wall, they have no inward faculty to read them withal; and that when they go elsewhere for one learned in tongues, instead of taking Daniel, who is used to converse with angels, they rely on Magi or Chaldeans, who know only the languages of earth. So it was with the miserable population of Sicca now, half famished, seized with a pestilence which was sure to rage before it assuaged, perplexed and oppressed by the recoil upon them of the population, whom they had from time to time sent out into the surrounding territory, or from whom they had supplied their markets. They never fancied that the real cause of the visitation which we have been describing was their own iniquity in their Maker's sight, that his arm inflicted it, and that its natural and direct interpretation was, "Do penance and be converted." On the contrary, they looked only at their own vain idols, and at the vain rites which these idols demanded, and they thought there was no surer escape from their misery than by upholding a lie, and putting down all who revolted from it; and thus the visitation which was sent to do them good turned through their wilful blindness to their greater condemnation. The Forum, which at all times was the resort of idleness and dissipation, now became more and more the haunt of famine and sickness, of robust frames without work, of slavish natures virtually and for the time emancipated and uncontrolled, of youth and passion houseless and shelterless. In groups and companies, in and out of the porticoes, on the steps of the temples, and about the booths and stalls of the market, a multitude grows day by day, from the town and from the country, and of all the various races which town and country contain. The civil magistracy and the civil force to which the peace of the city was committed were not equal to such an emergency as the present, and the milites stationarii, a sort of garrison who represented the Roman power, though they were ready to act against either magistrates or mob impartially, had no tenderness for either when in collision with each other. Indeed, the bonds of society were broken, and every political element was at war with every other, in a case of such great common calamity, when every one was angry with every one else, for want of some clearly defined object against which the common anger might be discharged with unanimity. They had almost given over sacrificing and consulting the flame or the entrails, for no reversal or respite of their sufferings had followed their most assiduous acts of deprecation. Moreover, the omens were generally considered by the priests to have been unpropitious or adverse. A sheep had been discovered to have, instead of a liver, something very like a gizzard. A sow had chewed and swallowed the flowers with which it had been embellished for the sacrifice; and a calf, after receiving the fatal blow, instead of lying down and dying, dashed into the temple, dripping blood upon the pavement as it went, and at last fell and expired just before the sacred adytum. In despair the people took to fortune telling and its attendant arts. Old crones were found in plenty with their strange rites, the stranger the more welcome. Trenches were dug in by places for sacrifices to the infernal gods. Amulets, rings, counters, tablets, pebbles, nails, bones, feathers, Ephesian or Egyptian legends were in request, and raised the hopes, or beguiled and occupied the thoughts, of those who else would have been directly dwelling on their sufferings, present or in prospect. Others were occupied, whether they would or no, with diversions fiercer and more earnest. There were continual altercations between farmers, small proprietors of land, government and city officials; altercations so manifold and violent that, even were there no hubbub of voices and no incoherence of wrath and fear to complicate them, we should despair of setting them before the reader. An officer from the camp was expostulating with one of the municipal authorities that no corn had been sent thither for the last 6 or 7 days, and the functionary attacked had thrown the blame on the farmer, and he in turn had protested that he could not get cattle to bring the wagons into Sicca. Those which he had set out with had died of exhaustion on the journey. A clerk, as we now speak, in the officium of the Society of Publicans or Collectors of Annona, was threatening a number of small tenants with ejection for not sending in their rated portion of corn for the Roman people. The officium of the notarius or assistant prefect had written up to Sicca from Carthage in violent terms, and come it must, though the locusts had eaten up every stack and granary. A number of half-starved peasants had been summoned for payment of their taxes, and in spite of their ignorance of Latin they had been made to understand that death was the stern penalty of neglecting to bring the coin. They, on the other hand, by their fierce doggedness of manner, seemed to signify by way of answer that death was not a penalty, unless life was a boon. The villicus of one of the decurions, who had an estate in the neighbourhood, was laying his miseries before the man of business of his employer. "What are we to do?" he said. "Half the gang of slaves is dead, and the other half is so feeble that I can't get through the work of the month. We ought to be sheep shearing; you have no chance of wool. We ought to be swarming the bees, pressing the honey, boiling and purifying the wax. We ought to be plucking the white leaves of the camomile and steeping the golden flowers in oil. We ought to be gathering the wild grapes, sifting off the flowers, and preserving the residue in honey. We ought to be sowing brassicum, parsley, and coriander against next spring. We ought to be cheese making. We ought to be baking white and red bricks and tiles in the sun. We have no hands for the purpose. The villicus is not to blame, but the anger of the gods." The country employé of the procurator of the imperial Baphia protests that the insect cannot be found from which the dye is extracted, and argues that the locusts must have devoured them, or the plant on which they feed, or that they have been carried off by the pestilence. Here is old Corbulus in agonies for his febrifuge, and a slave of his is in high words with the market carrier, who tells him that Mago, who supplied it, is dead of a worse fever than his master's. "The rogue!" cried the slave. "My master has contracted with him for the year, and has paid him the money in advance." A jeering and mocking from the crowd assailed the unfortunate domestic, who so truly foreboded that his return without the medicine would be the signal for his summary committal to the pistrinum. "Let old Corbulus follow Mago in his passage to perdition," said one of the rabble. "Let him take his physic with Pluto, and leave us the bread and wine on which he's grown gouty." "Bread! bread!" was the response elicited by this denunciation, and it spread into a circle larger than that of which the slave and carrier were part. "Wine and bread, Ceres and Liber!" cried a young legionary, who after a night of revelry was emerging still half intoxicated from one of the low wine shops in the vaults which formed the basement of the thermae or hot baths. "Make way there, you filthy slime of the earth, you half-kneaded, half-fermented Africans, who never yet have quite been men, but have ever smelt strong of the baboon, who are 3/4 must, and 2 vinegar, and a 5th water. As I was saying, you are like bad liquor, and the sight of you disagrees with the stomach and affects the eyes." The crowd looked sullenly and without wincing at his shield, which was the only portion of his military accoutrements which he had preserved after his carouse. The white surface with the silver boss in the centre, surrounded by first a white and then a red circle, and the purple border, showed that he belonged to the Tertiani or 3rd Italic Legion, which had been stationed in Africa since the time of Augustus. "Vile, double-tongued mongrels," he continued, "what are you fit for but to gather the fruits of the earth for your owners and lords? Romanos dominos rerum. And if there are now no fruits to reap, why your service is gone. Go home and die, and drown yourselves; for what are you fit for now, except to take your dead corpses away from the nostrils of a Roman, the cream of humankind? Ye base‐born apes! That's why you catch the pestilence, because our blood mantles and foams in our ruddy veins like new milk in the wine cup, which is too strong for this clime. And my blood is up, and I drink a full measure of it to great Rome. For what does old Horace say but nunc est bibendum? And so get out of my way." To a good part of the multitude, both peasantry and town rabble, Latin was unintelligible, but they all understood vocabulary and syntax and logic as soon as he drew his knuckles across one fellow's face who refused to move from his path, and as soon as his insult was returned by the latter with a thrust of the dagger. A rush was made upon him, on which he made a face at them, shook his fist, and leaping on one side, ran with great swiftness to an open space in advance. From his quarrelsome humour rather than from fear, he raised a cry of alarm, on which 2 or 3 fellow soldiers made their appearance from similar dens of intoxication and vice, and came up to the rescue. The mob assailed them with stones, and the cream of human nature was likely to be roughly churned, when, seeing matters were becoming serious, they suddenly took to their heels and got into the temple of Aesculapius on one side of the Forum. The mob followed. The ministers of the sacred place attempted to shut the gates. A scuffle ensued, and a riot was in progress. Self‐preservation is the first law of man. Trembling for the safety of his noble buildings, and considering that it was a bread riot, as it really was, the priest of the god came forward, rebuked the mob for its impiety, and showed the absurdity of supposing that there were loaves in his enclosure to satisfy its wants. But he reminded them that there was a baker's shop at the other end of the Forum, which was one of the most considerable in Sicca. A slight impulse determines the movements of an excited multitude. Off they went to the quarter in question, where certainly there was the very large and handsome store of a substantial dealer in grain of all sorts, and in other produce. The shop, however, seemed on this occasion to be but poorly furnished, for the baker was a prudent man, and feared a display of provisions which would be an invitation to a hungry multitude. The assailants, however, were not to be baffled. Some one cried out that the man had withdrawn his corn from the market for his own ends, and that great stores were accumulated within. They avail themselves of the hint. They pour in through the open front. The baker escapes as he may. His mills and ovens are smashed. The house is ransacked. Whatever is found is seized, thrown about, wasted, eaten, as the case may be, and the mob gains strength and appetite for fresh exploits. However, the rioters have no definite plan of action yet. Some of them have penetrated into the stable behind the house in search of corn. They find the mill ass which ground for the baker, and bring it out. It is a beast of more than ordinary pretensions, such as you would not often see on a mill, showing both the wealth of the owner and the flourishing condition of his trade. The asses of Africa are finer than those in the north, but this is fine for an African. One fellow mounts upon it and sets off with the world before him, like a knight errant, seeking an adventure, the rabble at his tail acting as his squire. He begins the circuit of the Forum, and picks up its riff-raff as he goes along. Here some rascal boys, there some drunken women, here again a number of half-brutalized country slaves and peasants. Partly out of curiosity, partly from idleness, from ill temper, from hope of spoil, from a vague desire to be doing something or other, every one who has nothing to lose by the adventure crowds around and behind him; and on the contrary, as he advances and the noise and commotion increase, every one who has a position of any sort, the confidential vernæ of great families, farmers, shopkeepers, men of business, officials, vanish from the scene of action without delay. "Africa! Africa!" is now the cry, the signal in that country, as an ancient writer tells us, that the parties raising it have something new in hand and have a mind to do it. Suddenly, as they march on, a low and awful growl is heard. It comes from the booth of a servant of the imperial court. He is employed as a transporter of wild beasts from the interior to the coast, where they are shipped for Rome, and he has charge at present of a noble lion, who is sitting majestically looking through the bars of his cage at the rabble, who now begin to look at him. In demeanour and in mental endowments he has the advantage of them. It was at this moment, while they were closing, hustling each other, staring at the beast, and hoping to provoke him, that a shrill voice cried out, "Christianos ad leones! Christianos ad leones!" The Christians to the lions! A sudden and dead silence ensued, as if words had struck the breath out of the promiscuous throng. An interval passed, and then the same voice was heard again, "Christianos ad leones!" This time the whole Forum took it up from one end to the other. The fate of the day, the direction of the movement, was decided. A distinct object was obtained, and the only wonder was that the multitude had been so long to seek and so slow to find so obvious a cause of their misfortunes, so adequate a subject of their vengeance. "Christianos ad leones!" was shouted out by town and country, priest and people. "Long live the Emperor!" "Long live Decius!" "He told us this long ago." "There's the edict; it never has been obeyed." "Death to the magistrates!" "To the Christians! To the Christians! Up with great Jove! Down with the atheists!" They were commencing their march when the ass caught their eye. "The Christians' God!" they shouted out, "the God of the Christians!" Their first impulse was to give the poor beast to the lion, their next to sacrifice it, but they did not know to whom. Then they said they would make the Christians worship it, and dressing it up in tawdry finery, they retained it at the head of their procession.
End of chapter 16.
Chapter 17 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Christianos ad leones. By the time that they had got round again to the unlucky bakers, the mob had been swollen to a size which even the area of the Forum would not contain, and it filled the adjacent streets. And by the same time it had come home to its leaders, and indeed to every one who used his reason at all, that it was very far from certain that there were any Christians in Sicca, and if so, still very far from easy to say where they were. And the difficulty was of so practical a character as to keep them inactive for the space of several hours. Meanwhile their passions were excited to the boiling point by the very presence of the difficulty, as men go mad of thirst when water is denied them. At length, after a long season of such violent commotion, such restless pain, such curses, shrieks, and blasphemies, such bootless gesticulations, such aimless contests with each other, that they seemed to be already inmates of the prison beneath, they set off in a blind way to make the circuit of the city, as before they had paraded round the Forum, still in the knight-errant line, looking out for what might turn up, where they were sure of nothing, and relieving the intense irritation of their passions by locomotion, if nothing more substantial was offered to them. It was an awful day for the respectable inhabitants of the place, worse than anything that even the most timid of them had anticipated, when they had showed their jealousy of a popular movement against the proscribed religion. For the stimulus of famine and pestilence was added to hatred of Christianity in that unreasoning multitude. The magistrates shut themselves up in dismay. The small body of Roman soldiery reserved their strength for the defence of themselves, and the poor wretches, not a few, who had fallen from the faith and offered sacrifice, hung out from their doors sinful heathen symbols, to avert a storm against which apostasy was no sufficient safeguard. In this conduct the Gnostics and other sectaries imitated them, while the Tertullianists took a more manly part, from principle or pride. It would require the brazen voice which Homer speaks of, or the magic pen of Sir Walter, to catalogue and to picture, as far as it is lawful to do either, the figures and groups of that most miserable procession. As it went forward, it gained a variety and strength which the circuit of the Forum could not furnish. The more respectable religious establishments shut their gates, and would have nothing to do with it. The priests of Jupiter, the educational establishments of the Temple of Mercury, the Temple of the Genius of Rome near the Capitol, the hierophants of Isis, the Minerva, the Juno, the Esculapius, viewed the popular rising with terror and disgust. But these were not the popular worships. The vast homestead of Astarte, which in the number and vowed profligacy of its inhabitants rivalled the vaults upon the Forum, the old rites, many and diversified, if separately obscure, which came from Punic times, the new importations from Syria and Phrygia, and a number of other haunts and schools of depravity and crime, did their part in swelling or giving character to the concourse. The hungry and idle rabble, the filthy beggars who fed on the offal of the sacrifices, the drivers and slaughterers of the beasts sacrificed, the tumblers and mountebanks who amused the gaping market people, dancers, singers, pipers from low taverns and drinking houses, infamous creatures, young and old, men and boys, half naked and not half sober, brutal blacks, the aboriginal race of the Atlas, with their appetites written on their skulls and features, Canaanites, as they call themselves, from the coast, the wild beast keepers from the amphitheatre, troops of labourers from the fields, to whom the epidemic was a time of Saturnalia, and the degraded company, alas, how numerous and how pitiable, who took their nightly stand in long succession at the doors of their several cells in the deep galleries under the Thermae. All these and many others had their part and place in the procession. There you might see the devilish emblems of idolatry borne aloft by wretches from the great Punic temple, while frantic forms, ragged and famished, wasted and shameless, leaped and pranced around them. There too was a choir of bacchanals, ready at a moment with songs as noisy as they were unutterable. And there was the priest of the Punic Saturn, the child devourer, a sort of Moloch, to whom the martyrdom of Christians was a sacred rite. He and all his attendants in fiery coloured garments, as became a sanguinary religion. And there, moreover, was a band of fanatics, devotees of Cybele, or of the Syrian goddess, if indeed the two rites were distinct. They were bedizened with ribbons and rags of various colours, and smeared over with paint. They had long hair like women, and turbans on their heads. They pushed their way to the head of the procession, being quite worthy of the post of honour, and seizing the baker's ass, put their goddess on the back of it. Some of them were playing the fife, others clashing cymbals, others danced, others yelled, others rolled their heads, and others flogged themselves. Such was the character of the frenzied host, which progressed slowly through the streets, while every now and then, when there was an interval in the hubbub, the words "Christianos ad leones!" were thundered out by some ruffian voice, and 1,000 others fiercely responded. Still no Christian was forthcoming, and it was plain that the rage of the multitude must be discharged in other quarters, if the difficulty continued in satisfying it. At length some one recollected the site of the Christian chapel when it existed. Thither went the multitude, and effected an entrance without delay. It had long been turned to other purposes, and was now a store of casks and leather bottles. The miserable sacristan had long given up any practical observance of his faith, and remained on the spot, a keeper of the premises for the trader who owned them. They found him, and dragged him into the street, and brought him forward to the ass and to the idol on its back, and bade him worship the one and the other. The poor wretch obeyed. He worshipped the ass, he worshipped the idol, and he worshipped the genius of the emperor. But his persecutors wanted blood. They would not submit to be cheated of their draught. So, when they had made him do whatever they exacted, they flung him under the feet of the multitude, who, as they passed on, soon trod all life and breath out of him, and sent him to the powers below, to whom he had just before been making his profession. Their next adventure was with a Tertullianist, who stationed himself at his shop door, displayed the sign of the cross, and, walking leisurely forward, seized the idol on the ass's back, broke it over his knee, and flung the portions into the crowd. For a few minutes they stared on him with astonishment. Then some women fell upon him with their nails and teeth, and tore the poor fanatic till he fell bleeding and lifeless upon the ground. In the higher and better part of the city, which they now approached, lived the widow of a Duumvir, who in his day had made a bold profession of Christianity. The well-connected lady was a Christian also, and was sheltered by her great friends from the persecution. She was bringing up a family in great privacy, and with straitened means, and with as much religious strictness as was possible under the circumstances of the place. She kept them from all bad sights and bad company, was careful as to the character of the slaves she placed about them, and taught them all she knew of her religion, which was quite sufficient for their salvation. They had all been baptized, some by herself in default of the proper minister, and as far as they could show at their tender ages, which lay between 13 and 7, the 3 girls and the 2 boys were advancing in the love of truth and sanctity. Her husband, some years back, when presiding in the Forum, had punished with just severity an act of ungrateful fraud, and the perpetrator had always cherished a malignant hatred of him and his. The moment of gratifying it had now arrived, and he pointed out to the infuriated rabble the secluded mansion where the Christian household dwelt. He could not offer to them a more acceptable service, and the lady's modest apartment was soon swarming with enemies of her God and his followers. In spite of her heart-rending cries and supplications, her children were seized, and when the youngest boy clung to her, the mother was thrown senseless upon the pavement. The whole 5 were carried off in triumph. It was the greatest success of the day. There was some hesitation how to dispose of them. At last the girls were handed over to the priestesses of Astarte, and the boys to the loathsome votaries of Cybele. Revenge upon Christians was the motive principle of the riot, but the prospect of plunder stimulated numbers, and here Christians could not minister to their desires. They began the day by the attack upon the provision shop, and now they had reached the aristocratic quarter of the city, and they gazed with envy and cupidity at the noble mansions which occupied it. They began to shout out, "Bread, bread!" while they uttered threats against the Christians. They violently beat at the closed gates, and looked about for means of scaling the high walls which defended them in front. The cravings of famished men soon took form and organization. They began to ask relief from house to house. Nothing came amiss, and loaves, figs, grapes, wine found their way into the hands and mouths of those who were the least exhausted and the least enfeebled. A second line of fierce supplicants succeeded to the first, and it was plain that, unless some diversion were effected, the respectable quarter of Sicca had found a worse enemy than the locust. The houses of the government susceptor or tax collector, of the tabularius or registrar, of the defensor or city council, and one or two others, had already been the scene of collisions between the domestic slaves and the multitude. When a demand was made upon the household of another of the Curia, who held the office of flamen dialis, he was a wealthy, easy going man, generally popular, with no appetite for persecution at all, but still no desire to be persecuted. He had more than tolerated the Christians, and had at this time a Christian among his slaves. This was a Greek, a splendid cook and perfumer, and he would not have lost him for a large sum of money. However, life and limb were nearer to him even than his dinner, and a Jonah must be cast overboard to save the ship. In trepidation, yet with greater satisfaction, his fellow domestics thrust the poor helpless man out of the house, and secured the door behind him. He was a man of middle age, of a grave aspect, and he looked silently and calmly upon the infuriated and yelling multitude, who were swarming up the hill about him, and swelling the number of his persecutors. What had been his prospects had he remained in his earthly master's service? His fill of meat and drink while he was strong and skilful; the stocks or scourge if he ever failed to please him; and the old age and death of the worn-out hack, who has once caracoled in the procession, or snorted at the coming fight. What are his prospects now? A moment's agony, a martyr's death, and the everlasting beatific vision of Him for whom he died. The multitude cry out, "To the ass, or to the lion!" Worship the ass, or fight the lion. He was dragged to the ass's head, and commanded to kneel down before the irrational beast. In the course of a minute he had lifted up his eyes to heaven, had signed himself with the cross, had confessed his Saviour, and had been torn to pieces by the multitude. They anticipated the lion of the amphitheatre. A lull followed, sure to be succeeded by a fresh storm. Not every household had a Christian cook to make a victim of. Plunder, riot, and outrage were becoming the order of the day. Successive messengers were sent up in breathless haste to the Capitol and the camp for aid, but the Romans returned for answer that they had enough to do in defending the government buildings and offices. They suggested measures, however, for putting the mob on a false scent, or involving them in some difficult or tedious enterprise, which would give the authorities time for deliberation, and for taking the rioters at disadvantage. If the magistrates could get them out of the city, it would be a great point. They could then shut the gates upon them, and deal with them as they would. In that case, too, the insurgents would straggle and divide, and then they might be disposed of in detail. They were showing symptoms of returning fury, when a voice suddenly cried out, "Agellius the Christian! Agellius the sorcerer! Agellius to the lions! To the farm of Varius! To the cottage of Agellius! To the southwest gate!" A sudden yell burst forth from the vast multitude when the voice ceased. The impulse had been given as at the first. The tide of human beings ebbed and retreated, and, licking the base of the hill, rushed vehemently on one side, and roared like a torrent towards the southwest. Juba, thy prophecy is soon to be fulfilled. The locusts will bring more harm on thy brother's home than imperial edict or local magistrate. The decline of day will hardly prevent the visitation. End of chapter 17. Chapter 18 of Callista by John Henry Newman. This LibriVox recording is in the public domain. Agellius flits. A change had passed over the fair face of nature, as seen from the cottage of Agellius, since that evening on which our story opened, and it is so painful to contemplate waste, decay, and disappointment, that we mean to say little about it. There was the same cloudless sky as then, and the sun travelled in its silent and certain course, with even a more intense desire than then to ripen grain and fruit for the use of man. But its occupation was gone, for fruit and grain were not, nor man to collect and to enjoy them. A dark, broad shadow passed across the beautiful prospect and disfigured it. When you looked more closely, it was as if a fire had burned up the whole surface included under that shadow, and had stripped the earth of its clothing. Nothing had escaped, not a head of henna, not a rose or carnation, not an orange or an orange blossom, not a boccone, not a cluster of unripe grapes, not a berry of the olive, not a blade of grass. Gardens, meadows, vineyards, orchards, copses, instead of rejoicing in the rich variety of hue which lately was their characteristic, were now reduced to one dreary cinder colour. The smoke of fires was actually rising from many points, where the spoilt and poisonous vegetation was burning in heaps, or the countless corpses of the invading foe, or of the cattle, or of the human beings whom the pestilence had carried off. The most furious inroad of savage hordes, of Vandals or of Saracens, who were destined at successive eras to come and waste that country, could not have spread such thorough desolation. The slaves of the farm of Varius were sorrowfully turning to a new employment, that of clearing away the wreck and disappointment of the bright spring from flower bed, vineyard, and field. It was on the forenoon of the eventful day whose course we have been tracing in the preceding chapters, that a sharp‐looking boy presented himself to Agellius, who was directing his labourers in their work. "I am come from Jucundus," he said. "He has instant need of you. You are to go with me, and by my way, and this is the proof I tell you truth. He sends you this note, and wishes you, in a bad time, the best gifts of Bacchus and Ceres." Agellius took the tablets, and went with them across the road to the place where Cæcilius was at work, in appearance a slave. The letter ran thus: "Jucundus to Agellius. I trust you are well enough to move. You are not safe for many days in your cottage. There is a rising this morning against the Christians, and you may be visited. Unless you are ambitious of Styx and Tartarus, follow the boy without questioning." Agellius showed the letter to the priest. "We are no longer safe here, my father," he said. "Whither shall we go? Let us go together. Can you take me to Carthage?" "Carthage is quite as dangerous," answered Cæcilius, "and Sicca is more central. We can but leap into the sea at Carthage. Here there are many lines to retreat upon. I am known there. I am not known here. Here, too, I hear all that goes on through the proconsulate and Numidia." "But what can we do?" asked Agellius. "Here we cannot remain, and you at least cannot venture into the city. Somewhither we must go, and where is that?" The priest thought. "We must separate," he said. The tears came into Agellius' eyes. "Though I am a stranger," continued Cæcilius, "I know more of the neighbourhood of Sicca than you who are a native. There is a famous Christian retreat on the north of the city, and by this time, I doubt not, or rather I know, it is full of refugees. The fury of the enemy is extending on all hands, and our brethren, from as far as Cirtha round to Curubis, are falling back upon it. The only difficulty is how to get round to it without going through Sicca." "Let us go together," said Agellius. Cæcilius showed signs of perplexity, and his mind retired into itself. He seemed for the moment to be simply absent from the scene about him, but soon his intelligence returned. "No," he said, "we must separate for the time. It will not be for long. That is, I suppose, your uncle will take good care of you, and he has influence. We are safest just now, when most independent of each other. It is only for a while. We shall meet again soon. I tell you so. Did we keep together just now, it would be the worse for each of us. You go with the boy. I will go off to the place I mentioned." "O my father," said the youth, "how will you get there? What shall I suffer from my fears about you?" "Fear not," answered Cæcilius. "Mind, I tell you so. It will be a trying time, but my hour is not yet come. I am good for years yet. So are you, for many more than mine. He will protect and rescue me, though I know not how. Go, leave me to myself, Agellius." "O my father, my only stay upon earth, whom God sent me in my extreme need, to whom I owe myself, must I then quit you? Must a layman desert a priest, the young, the old? Ah, it is I really, not you, who am without protection. Angels surround you, father, but I am a poor wanderer. Give me your blessing, that evil may not touch me. I go." "Do not kneel," said the priest; "they will see you. Stop, I have got to tell you how and where to find me." He then proceeded to give him the necessary instructions. "Walk out," he said, "along the road to Tiber Secumber, to the third milestone. You will come to a country road. Pursue it. Walk 1,000 steps, then again for the space of 7 paternosters, and then speak to the man upon your right hand. And now away with you, God speed you. We shall not long be parted." And he made the sign of the cross over him. "That old chap gives himself airs," said the boy, when Agellius joined him. "What may he be? One of your slaves, Agellius?" "You are a pert boy," answered he, "for asking me the question." "They say the Christians brought the locusts," said Firmian, "by their enchantments; and there's a jolly row beginning in the Forum just now. The report goes that you are a Christian." "That's because your people have nothing better to do than talk against their neighbours." "Because you are so soft, rather," said the boy. "Another man would have knocked me down for saying it. But you are lackadaisical folk, who bear insults tamely. Arnobius says your father was a Christian." "Father and son are not always the same religion nowadays," said Agellius. "Ay, ay," answered Firmian, "but the Christians came from Egypt, and as cook there is the son of cook, and soldier is son of soldier, so Christian, take my word for it, is the son of a Christian." "Christians boast, I believe," answered Agellius, "that they are of no one race or country, but are members of a large unpatriotic family, whose home is in the sky." "Christians," answered the boy, "would never have framed the great Roman Empire. That was the work of heroes. Great Cæsar, Marius, Marcus Brutus, Camillus, Cicero, Sylla, Lucullus, Scipio, could never have been Christians. Arnobius says they are a skulking set of fellows." "I suppose you wish to be a hero," said Agellius. "I am to be a pleader," answered Firmian. "I should like to be a great orator like Cicero, and every one listening to me." They were walking along the top of a mud wall, which separated Varius's farm from his neighbour's, when suddenly Firmian, who led the way, leaped down into a copse, which reached as far as the ravine in which the knoll terminated, towards Sicca. The boy still went forward by devious paths, till they had mounted as high as the city wall. "You are bringing me where there is no entrance," said Agellius. The boy laughed. "Jucundus told me to bring you by a blind way," he said. "You know best why. This is one of our ways in and out." There was an aperture in the wall, and the bricks and stones about it were loose, and admitted of removal. It was such a private way of passage as schoolboys know of. On getting through, Agellius found himself in a neglected garden or small close. Everything was silent about them, as if the inhabitants were away. There was a great noise in the distance, as if something unusual were going on in the heart of the town. The boy told him to follow him as fast as he could, without exciting remark, and leading him by lanes and alleys unknown to Agellius, at last brought him close upon the scene of riot. This time the expedition in search of Christians had just commenced. To cross the Forum was to shorten his journey, and perhaps was safer than to risk meeting the mob in the streets. Firmian took the step, and, while their attention was directed elsewhere, brought Agellius safely through it. They then proceeded cautiously as before, till they stood before the back door of the house of Jucundus. "Say a good word for me to your uncle," said the boy. "I've done my job. He must remember me handsomely at the Augustalia." And he ran away. Meanwhile Cæcilius had been anxiously considering the course which it was safest for him to pursue. He must move, but he must wait till dusk, when the ways were clear and the light uncertain. Till then he must keep close indoors. There was a remarkable cavern in the mountains above Sicca, which had been used as a place of refuge for Christians from the very time they had first suffered persecution in Roman Africa. No spot in its whole territory seemed more fit for what is called a base of operations, from which the soldiers of the Cross might advance, or to which they might retire, according as the fury of their enemy grew or diminished. While it was in the midst of a wilderness difficult to access, and feared as the resort of ghosts and evil influences, it was not far from a city, near to which the high roads met from Hippo and from Carthage. A branch of the Bagradas, navigable for boats, opened away from it through the woods, where flight and concealment were easy on a surprise, as far as Madaura, Vacca, and other places. At the same time it commanded the vast plain on the south, which extended to the roots of the Atlas. Just now, the persecution growing, many deacons, other ecclesiastics, and prominent laymen from all parts of the country had fallen back upon this cavern or grotto, and in no place could Cæcilius have better means than here of learning the general state of affairs, and of communicating with countries beyond the seas. He was indeed on his way thither, when the illness of Agellius made it a duty for him to stop and restore him, and attend to his spiritual needs, and he had received an inward intimation, on which he implicitly relied, to do so. The problem at this moment was how to reach the refuge in question. His direct road lay through Sicca. This being impracticable at present, he had to descend into the ravine which lay between him and the city, and turning to the left, to traverse the broad plain, the Campus Martius of Sicca, into which it opened. Here the mountain would rise abruptly on his right, with those steep cliffs which we have already described as rounding the north side of Sicca. He must traverse many miles before he could reach the point at which the rock lost its precipitous character, and changed into a declivity allowing the traveller to ascend. It was a bold undertaking, for all this he had to accomplish in the dark, before the morning broke. A stranger, too, to the locality, and directing his movements only by the information of others, which, however accurate and distinct, could scarcely be followed, even without risk of error, at least without misgiving. However, could he master this point before the morning, he was comparatively safe. He then had to strike into the solitary mountains, and to retrace his steps for a while towards Sicca along the road, till he came to a place where he knew that Christian scouts, or videttes, as they may be called, were always stationed. This being his plan, and there being no way of mending it, our confessor retired into the cottage, and devoted the intervening hours to intercourse with that world from which his succour must come. He set himself to intercede for the Holy Catholic Church throughout the world, now for the most part under persecution, and for the Roman Empire, not yet holy, which was the instrument of the evil powers against her. He had to pray for the proconsulate, for Numidia, for Mauritania, and the whole of Africa, for the Christian communities throughout it, for the cessation of the trial then present, and for the fortitude and perseverance of all who were tried. He had to pray for his own personal friends, his penitents, converts, enemies, for children, catechumens, neophytes, for those who were approaching the Church, for those who had fallen away, or were falling away from her, for all heretics, for all troublers of unity, that they might be reclaimed. He had to confess, bewail, and deprecate the many sins and offences which he knew of, foreboded, or saw in prospect as to come. Scarcely had he entered on his charge at Carthage 4 years before, when he had had to denounce one portentous scandal in which a sacred order of the ministry was implicated. What internal laxity did not that scandal imply? And then again, what a low standard of religion, what niggardly faith, and what worn out, used up sanctity in the community at large, was revealed in the fact of those frequent apostasies of individuals which then were occurring. He prayed fervently that both from the bright pattern of martyrs and from the warning afforded by the lapsed, the Christian body might be edified and invigorated. He saw with great anxiety two schisms in prospect, when the persecution should come to an end, one from the perverseness of those who were too rigid, the other from those who were too indulgent towards the fallen. And in proportion to his gift of prescience, there was the earnestness of his intercession that the wounds of the Church might be healed with the least possible delay. He then turned to the thought of his own correspondence then in progress with the Holy Roman Church, which had lately lost its bishop by martyrdom. This indeed was no unusual event with the See of Peter, in which the successors of Peter followed Peter's steps, as Peter had been bidden to follow the King and exemplar of martyrs. But the special trouble was, that months had passed, full 5, since the vacancy occurred, and it had not yet been supplied. Then he thought of Fabian, who made the vacancy, and who had already passed through that trial which was to bring to so many Christians life or condemnation, and he commended himself to his prayers against the hour of his own combat. He thought of Fabian's work, and went on to intercede for the remnant of the 7 apostles whom that Pope had sent into Gaul, and some of whom had already obtained the martyr's crown. He prayed that the day might come when not the cities only of that fair country, but its rich champaigns and sunny slopes, should hear the voice of the missionary. He prayed in like manner for Britain, that the successful work of another pope, St. Eleutherius, might be extended even to its 4 seas. And then he prayed for the neighbouring island on the west, still in heathen darkness, and for the endless expanse of Germany on the east, that there too the one saving Name and glorious faith might be known and accepted. His thoughts then travelled back to Rome and Italy, and to the martyrdoms which had followed that of St. Fabian. 2 Persians had already suffered in the imperial city. Maximus had lost his life, and Felix had been imprisoned at Nola. Asia Minor, Syria, and Egypt had already afforded victims to the persecution, and cried aloud to all Christians for their most earnest prayers, and for repeated masses in behalf of those who remained under the trial. Babylas, Bishop of Antioch, the 3rd see in Christendom, was already martyred in that city. Here again Cæcilius had a strong call on him for intercession, for a subtle form of free thinking was there manifesting itself, the issue of which was as uncertain as it might be frightful. The Bishop of Alexandria, that second of the large divisions or patriarchates of the Church, the great Dionysius, the pupil of Origen, was an exile from his see, like himself. The messenger who brought this news to Carthage had heard at Alexandria a report from Neo‐Cæsarea that Gregory, another pupil of Origen's, the apostle of Pontus, had also been obliged to conceal himself from the persecution. As for Origen himself, the aged, laborious, gifted, zealous teacher of his time, he was just then engaged in answering the works of an Epicurean called Celsus, and on him too the persecution was likely to fall. And Cæcilius prayed earnestly that so great a soul might be kept from such high, untrue speculations as were threatening evil at Antioch, and from every deceit and snare which might endanger his inheriting that bright crown which ought to be his portion in heaven. Another remarkable report had come, viz., that some young men of Egypt had retired to the deserts up the country under the stress of the persecution. Paul was the name of one of them, and that they were there living in the practice of mortification and prayer so singular, and had combats with the powers of darkness, and visitations from above so special, as to open quite a new era in the spiritual history of the Church. And then his thoughts came back to his poor Agellius, and all those hundred private matters of anxiety which the foes of the Church, occupied only with her external aspect, little suspected. For Agellius he prayed, and for his; for the strange wayward Juba, for Jucundus, for Callista. Ah, that Callista might be brought on to that glorious consummation for which she seemed marked out! But the ways of the Most High are not as our ways, and those who to us seem nearest are often furthest from Him. And so our holy priest left the whole matter in the hands of Him to whom he prayed, satisfied that he had done his part by praying. This was the course of thought which occupied him for many hours, after, as we have said, he had closed the door upon him, and knelt down before the cross. Not merely before the symbol of redemption did he kneel, for he opened his tunic at the neck, and drew thence a small golden pyx, which was there suspended. In that carefully fastened case he possessed the holiest. His Lord and his God, that everlasting Presence, was his stay and guide amid his weary wanderings, his joy and consolation amid his overpowering anxieties. Behold the secret of his sweet serenity and his clear, unclouded determination. He had placed it upon the small table at which he knelt, and was soon absorbed in meditation and intercession. CHAPTER 19.